Hello everyone, Sean Gallagher here, and in this training, I'm going to be revealing our wholesaling paid advertising omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. And this is exactly how to go from complete nobody to the number one perceived authority in the eyes of homeowner prospects in your exact target market virtually overnight with paid advertising. This is the step by step guide to stalking motivated seller leads that engage with your company around 99% of the internet with paid ads until they close on a deal or die. Metaphorically speaking, of course. And this is backed by over $12.7 plus million in advertising spend. I can guarantee you right now, this is the number one training that you will ever see on the internet of how to retarget specifically in the wholesaling industry. I can guarantee you that right now. That is my promise. So let's get into the training right now. So to start off, we're going to be learning exactly what is retargeting. So we're going to break down from the first beginner level of just exactly what retargeting even is, and then we're going to start getting into the more advanced side of retargeting as well. So we're going to go from literally 0 to 100, beginner level to advanced. This is going to be a complete training of how to retarget prospects, specifically in the wholesaling industry. So to start off, we're going to be going over what is retargeting and why is it so important for wholesaling lead generation with paid advertising. Then next, number 2, we're going to be listing out the most effective engagement level audience segments for paid advertising retargeting campaigns. Number 3, we're going to be revealing the top 12 retargeting advertisement creative types to establish yourself as the number one omnipresent authority in your target market. Number 4, we're going to be breaking down the top 3 retargeting ad platforms to follow motivated sellers' leads around 99% of the internet. Number 5, we're going to be learning the step-by-step guide to actually launching your Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix campaign. And finally, lastly, we're going to be learning how to get access to our next-gen real estate website technology that cuts your cost per lead by up to 3x with paid ads, plus much, much more. So this is exactly what we're going to be going over in this training today. And once again, I can guarantee you right now, you are not going to be able to find a more in-depth, detailed training on how to retarget homeowner prospects, specifically in the wholesaling industry. I can promise you that right now. So let's get into the beginning here. So to start off, before we go into exactly how retargeting works, we must first understand the problem that retargeting helps mitigate. So what is the number one biggest problem in wholesaling for motivated seller lead generation with paid advertising? Well, the biggest problem is that on average, 70 to 90% of the homeowners that click on one of your ads, whether that be on Facebook, Google, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, wherever they click one of your ads, or even maybe they come from an organic channel or maybe the Google search results, they click on one of your ads, they click on one of your search results, one of your social media links, they land on your page, your lead generation website, your home buyer website, and on average, 70 to 90% of those homeowners that actually hit your website will leave your website without filling out their contact information, their name, their email, their phone number, their address, so that you can actually follow up with them. So it's a major, major problem because if you don't have that contact information, you're not going to be able to follow up with them. So they're basically just gone. And you waste, if you're advertising, you wasted all that money. And on average, as I'm sure you know, if you're already advertising for motivated seller leads, it's extremely, extremely expensive. So on Facebook, you can normally it's going to cost you anywhere from $3 to $5 to maybe $10 plus, just to get a click from your Facebook ad. With Google PPC, obviously it's a lot higher. So we're seeing anywhere from $30 to $50 to even $50 per click, depending on the competitiveness of the industry. So anywhere from $10 to $100 on average per click to your website. And once again, 70 to 90% of those people are actually going to click off. Only about 10 to 30% of those people are actually going to fill out the form on your website in order to acquire that contact information. Next, as we talked about, only 10 to 30% of people are actually going to opt in, type in their information. So that would be your lead conversion rate. So the average cost per lead is anywhere from $50 to $500 plus. And then even worse, so 70-90% of people are going to leave your website. Then you have your 10 to 30% that actually submit the contact information. And I'm sure, as you know as well, only, especially if you're using Facebook ads, and it's going to be lower, but on average, your lead to deal conversion rate. So you have your lead conversion rate of 10 to 30% of people are going to submit the form, but then your lead to deal conversion rate. So how many leads that you actually acquire actually end up becoming a deal is going to be much lower than that. So on average, it really depends on your advertising channel, but with Google PPC ads, we're seeing anywhere from 5 to 10%. Then Facebook ads, it's a lot lower. So you have the initial problem of 79% of homeowners leaving your website. Then of that 10 to 30% that actually you get the contact information, only around 5 to 10%, maybe even less than that, will actually become a lead. So this is one of the biggest problems that occurs with motivated seller lead generation. Is the majority of people are falling off in this process for whatever reason that may be. Maybe they're not in the current moment in time. Maybe they're in their car. Maybe they're doing something where they're busy and they're just on their phone for a couple seconds. They see your ad, they click it, but they hit your website, but maybe they don't opt in. So there's multiple different situations that a person's in. I'm sure you've been on social media before. You've seen an ad, you hit the website, maybe you don't opt in. There's so many different situations you may be in of why a person may click off your website without actually completing the desired action on your website. So the number one biggest problem in motivated seller lead generation is people not actually following through with the entire conversion process. So here are the 3 motivated seller lead engagement stage buckets. So we talked about the 70 to 90% of people, those are the bouncers. So they performed the initial engagement with your company, the initial engagement. So they clicked on one of your ads, they viewed your website or even your social media, or they even viewed one of your ads as well. We're going to be talking about this. There's multiple different engagement levels within each engagement stage, and we'll be getting into that a little bit further into the training here. But just to give you the basic high level, so we can start beginner level, then start working into the more advanced stuff. This is the first engagement stage bucket of people that click onto your website, they perform the initial engagement, and they bounce off your website. So they show that initial interest by actually engaging with your company, but they do not end up becoming a lead. So those are what we like to call the bouncers engagement stage. Then next we have the one call close. So this is going to be a very, very small segment of the amount of people that actually click onto your website or engage with your company, but this is called the one call close. These are the people that actually complete the entire conversion process in one single engagement flow by clicking your ad or coming from your social media, wherever they may come. They land on your website, they become a lead, and then they close on the phone call. So it's just a single simple conversion process. And as you know, in this industry, this does not happen most times, but there is a small percentage of people who have clear urgency to complete the transaction for whatever reason that may be. And so these are the people, the one call close engagement stage, that actually complete the entire conversion process in one single flow. And then we also have the follow-ups. So these are the people that show clear interest and intent in completing the conversion process by clicking your ad, engaging with your company, landing on your website, becoming a lead, but they have not finished the flow and require follow-up. So the majority of people that actually do opt in on your website, they type in their contact information, their name, phone number, email address, and their property address. The majority of those people, as we talked about before, only around 5 to 10% of people your lead to deal conversion rate, 5 to 10% of people max, are going to actually close on the phone for an actual deal. So the majority of those people that actually opt in are going to become follow-ups, people in the follow-up engagement stage that you're going to need to follow up with in order to close. So these are the 3 motivated seller lead engagement stage buckets. They're either going to be in the bouncers, they're going to be a small percentage are going to be the one call closes, the people that just close immediately, and then the majority of people that actually actually opt in are going to be in your follow-up stage. So we need to figure out a way in order to re-engage these bouncers and these follow-ups. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about here with our retargeting process. So how do we re-engage with the bouncers engagement stage and the follow-ups engagement stage to get them to actually complete the conversion process? Well, it's called retargeting. So a very simple visual explanation. So we want to start off simple before we get into the, as we talked about, we want to start off beginner level just in case you don't know anything about retargeting whatsoever. And then we can go into the more advanced retargeting strategies. So just a simple visual explanation here of how retargeting works. You have a homeowner prospect that is on Facebook, that's on YouTube, that's on Google. They see your ad, or whatever, maybe one of your social media links. They see your search result in the Google search results. They click onto your ad or that link. They go to your website, and then they leave your website. So they go to your website showing initial interest and intent, because a person, the majority of people, if they aren't spam, if they aren't, random fraud clicks, a person that actually engages with your company, this is very, very important. Someone that actually engages with your company, that's a person out of the, thousands of people that are going to see your ads in the Facebook news feed on Google. Out of the 1,000 people, you're normally going to get around a 1, 2, maybe a little bit more percentage of those people to actually click onto your ad. So that's a person that out of all those people actually showed interest and intent in solving that problem that you're advertising, which is purchasing their home. So that's a person that's somewhat interested, potentially interested. So they're clicking onto your website, showing clear interest and intent. They're engaging with your company, but then they leave your website for whatever reason that may be. Once again, people are extremely busy. Their attention spans are dwindling rapidly by the day. So whatever may be happening at that moment, they leave your website for some reason. And then what we can do is we can continuously show our retargeting ads. So there's going to be multiple different platforms that we can do this on, but I'm sure, if you've been on the internet before, you've most likely seen that you hit some maybe an e-commerce site, some form of website that's trying to sell you something, and then you continuously see their ads all over Facebook, all over YouTube, all over multiple different websites that you're on through Google Display Network ads. You see different retargeting ads all across the internet, and then what you do is you click that ad and you bring them back to your website in order to complete the conversion process. That is how retargeting works in a nutshell, a simple visual explanation. So you have a person that out of the thousands of people that you're showing your ads to, they actually click onto your ad, which is going to be a small percentage, 1, 2, maybe 5% of people if your ad's really good and targeted. They're going to hit your website, but they're going to leave your website for some random reason. And then you're going to continuously be showing them ads across all the different platforms that they're on a daily basis. And then they're going to return to your website and you're going to help them complete that conversion process. That is how retargeting works in a nutshell. So why is retargeting so important for specifically motivated seller lead generation and wholesaling with paid ads? Well, as we talked about, the traditional customer journey is much more scattered than ever before. Consumers are super busy on a daily basis. They're doing 100 different things. They're on multiple different platforms. They're on Facebook. They're on Google. They're on multiple different websites. They're on TikTok. They're on all of these different platforms today. It's not just one single platform or one single website. They're all over the place. And they're in multiple different positions, multiple different, places. They're at work, they're in their car, they're on the go, spread across multiple different devices as well. Their attention is very scarce. So as we talked about, attention spans are just dwindling rapidly. So you need to be able to target these people across multiple different devices. They're on their phone, they're on a tablet, they're on their desktop computer, they're on their work computer. There's so many different places they could be. So you need to be able to retarget those people across all of these different multiple devices. There's a much lower barrier to entry for new businesses, creating more competition. So anybody can basically start wholesaling. It's a very low barrier to entry business. Like they don't need to put much money up. You just basically need to put up an advertisement and you can become a wholesaler. It's that simple. You need a website, you need an advertisement, and you can begin wholesaling. It's that simple. So there's a much lower barrier to entry for new businesses, creating much more competition. And people, this is very important as well. People are more skeptical and jaded than ever from companies not actually living up to their marketed promises. So I'm sure if you bought something on the internet, maybe it's a an e-commerce product or something like that, what it looks like in the picture when you initially bought it is not what it actually looks like when you purchase it. So people are getting much more skeptical of buying things on the internet and even talking to people on the internet. If you're in the wholesaling industry, maybe you bought in courses before, you used different softwares before, and the marketing is so great, it looks amazing. But then once you actually get into the program, it's absolutely terrible. I've seen it time and time again, and that's one of the reasons why we're creating such incredible free content. We want to make our free content better than the competitors' paid content. So that's what we're trying to do here. So people are more skeptical and more jaded from companies not living up to their promises. So for all those reasons combined, the modern day conversion process, in order to actually complete the conversion process, is much different. It's longer, and homeowners are doing a lot more research on each company before they're actually willing to convert. So homeowners want to do more research on a company before they're actually willing to type in their contact information. So they're not actually converting into a lead on the first click to a website. So this is what we like to call tofu, or top of funnel people. So these are the people that are at the top of the funnel. They're initially engaging with your company. They're checking out your advertisement. They're maybe even clicking on your advertisement, and they're going to your page, but they want to continuously check out. They want to read your entire website. Then they might click off for the day. They might type in into Google and see if you have any reviews. They might look at your social media. Like there's a bunch of different things they want to do before they actually type in your contact information, because as I'm sure this has happened to you before as well. You type in your contact information to maybe like opt in for some form of something, maybe like a loan, or to get something done for your house. And there's 100 different people that call you. They share the leads across multiple different companies, and there's just a ton of people calling you every single day. And every single day you just have to continuously keep on blocking people. It's very, very annoying. That happens to me all the time. So they want to make sure that you're actually a legit company. You're not just going to sell their data out to random other companies. Like there's a lot that people want to make sure that you're legit before they actually perform that farther down engagement with your company. So then, based on their research process, they're going to narrow down the best companies in the market to convert into a lead. So that's called our middle of funnel, which is when they're really getting into, okay, I've done my research. There's 10 companies, 5 of them look like a complete scam. There's nothing on their company on the internet. And then they based on that, they see that you have good reviews, they like your website, everything like that. They're going to narrow down to maybe the best 3 to 5 companies, and then they're going to actually type in their contact information on the website. So that is the middle of funnel. And then once we actually get that contact information, now we can contact them, and then we're going to need to get back to them as soon as possible, obviously, because 9 times out of 10, the company that can provide, a relatively good offer and answers them the quickest is going to actually convert on the deal. So this is very important. So we have the top of funnel, which is going to be the first engagement with the company. We have the middle of funnel, where they're going to go through their entire research process. They're going to narrow down the best companies. That's the middle of funnel. And then we have the bottom of funnel, which is where we're going to actually, they're going to do their final comparison based on speaking to each company. And then depending on who has the best offer price, who has the best unique value propositions, who is the most trustworthy, all these different factors, they're going to actually choose who to close on a deal. And this is a very interesting data study, but it takes up to 7+ brand touches to actually close on a sale. And the majority of people do not do any follow-up whatsoever, specifically in this wholesaling industry, which is where you're going to find the best success, because especially with retargeting, because you're going to be able to get those brand touches here and there all across the internet. And that's exactly how we're going to be getting it a lot further into this, but that's exactly how, by creating omnipresence all across the internet, we're going to be able to basically gain perceived authority from those prospects, and we're going to be able to close on a deal. So that's how that works. And then basically the attributable advertising problems that are caused by this modern day conversion process and the traditional customer journey being more scattered than ever is you're going to see a higher cost per click. So you're going to see increasing advertising costs just in general, because all these different advertising platforms, whether it be Facebook, Google, they all work on an auction-based system. So the more competition that enters the market that's willing to spend more in order to get a click, the higher your overall advertising costs are going to get. So just for that reason alone, the increasing competition and many advertisers, entering your target market every single day, that's just going to increase the average cost per click in general, which is a major problem. Then we also have a lower lead conversion rate. So the amount of people that actually hit your website, the amount of homeowners, less are going to become a lead, because once again, they want to make sure that your company's actually legit before they type in their contact information, and they're busy, everything like that. So that's going to contribute to a lower overall lead conversion rate, and then also a lower lead to deal conversion rate. So the amount of people that actually become a lead, actually closing on a deal, is going to be lower, because they're doing their entire research process instead of just choosing the very first person that the very first company that they see, closing on a deal with them. No, they're going and they're searching out all the companies in your target market, in order to narrow it down to the best one that's going to give the best offer price, the best unique value proposition, etc. So the final downstream metric, the biggest issue here is it's going to lead to an overall higher cost per deal with paid ads. So it's going to cost you much more money overall in order to close deals. And if it's costing you more money with paid ads in order to close a deal, it's going to reduce your overall profitability, which is a major issue. So there's multiple different attributable advertising problems that come from this modern day conversion process with homeowners, and it's going to contribute to a higher overall cost per deal. And that's exactly why advertising, retargeting specifically, is so important. Because we're going to be able to get these people back to our website at a very low cost, and on top of many other things, like creating a perceived authority in the eyes of the prospects through omnipresence. And that's going to lead to an overall higher lead to deal conversion rate, higher overall lead conversion rate, and multiple other attributable advertising benefits as well. So that's the issue. Now we want to talk about the benefits of implementing retargeting into your paid ads, motivated seller lead generation strategies. So this is more advanced here, where we can get more detailed. But first off, we need to understand the value of a retargeting prospect. So we talked about this a little bit, about how you're basically spending a good amount of money, a very high amount of money, as we talked about, anywhere from $5, $10, up to $50 cost per click, to place a cold top of funnel advertisement in front of a highly targeted prospect through these data-rich advertising channels. So we talked about, we're going to be advertising on Facebook, we're going to be advertising on Google. These are highly targeted prospects that you're able to target. And if they actually, out of the thousands of people that see your ads, if they're one of those 1%, 2%, maybe even 5% of people that actually engage with your company and click your ad, these are highly targeted prospects that are definitely have some form of potential interest in solving their problem. So they're most likely, if you're showing them an advertisement saying we can buy your home, and they click on that advertisement, there is a greater potential that they're interested in actually solving that problem. They want you to buy your home. So depending on their engagement stage, they've displayed potential or even clear interest and intent in your solution by engaging with your company. And plus, they've also now become aware or educated of your company through your initial advertisement, but they simply have just not completed the conversion process yet. So you have someone who's targeted, they've engaged with your company, showing somewhat potential to clear interest and intent, depending on if they actually just clicked on your ad and bounced off the page, they're a bouncer, or if they actually became a follow-up, that means they're more potentially interested and have more intent. Plus, they're also aware of your company now. They know that you're a company that actually solves that problem. They know your brand. So you have someone who's targeted, shown interest and intent, one of the thousands of people that have shown interest and intent. They're aware of your company, and now that's a primed prospect in comparison to just continuously keeping on advertising to cold traffic. Like, that's the difference. You have a cold traffic prospect compared to a primed prospect that's targeted, has already shown interest intent, and is aware of your company. So those are the people that the primed prospects are the ones that we want to continuously advertise to, but it's the biggest pool of prospects that the majority of wholesalers don't end up continuously advertising to. They just let them go. Like, they don't care about them anymore. So if you're a company that's able to actually, learn, put into action and implement what we're going to be learning today, then you're going to be so much farther ahead of your competition, because the majority of competition, once they either bounce off the website or they're in the follow-up stage, they don't even follow up with them, especially from a retargeting standpoint. So this is extremely important. You need to understand the prospect, the value of a retargeting prospect. So now what can we do with that? Well, it's called forced interruption re-engagement advertising. That's what I like to call it, because it's much different than just manual follow-up. So say, for example, someone becomes a lead. They actually type in their contact information on the website. Well, the majority of companies are simply just going to have some random automated follow-up campaign through email, maybe even text message. They're going to cold call them. But the problem with that is it's not automated, first off. So you're going to have to, well, it is automated, but you're basically just sending out random emails, random text messages. The majority of the time, it's just going to go through the spam filter, so they're not going to actually see it. But what we're able to do with retargeting is we're the advertising platforms are giving you the ability to pool together those primed prospects, whether they're anonymous, so they just clicked on your website and they bounced off your website, or they've actually become a lead, so they type in their contact information on your website and perform what I like to call automated force interruption re-engagement advertising, where you can now, instead of doing manual follow-up where you're sending it into their email inbox, you're texting them and it's hitting the spam filters, they're most likely not even going to see it. You can now force your content, your ads, and your outreach right in front of their face across essentially 99% of the internet. And this is where your prospects, this is very important, this is where your prospects actually are. They're on social media platforms. They're on Facebook. They're on YouTube. They're on Google, different websites on Google. So now you can force that content right in front of their face. You can force those advertisements right in front of their face across essentially 99% of the internet, so you can consistently achieve those brand touches with frequency. So they're just continuously putting those ads for a very low cost in front of their face with frequency on a daily basis. So they're seeing your ads one time per day, 2 times per day, 3 times per day during their busy day. So they're on multiple different devices. They're on their phone when they're in their car. They see your ad. They're on their work desktop. They see your ad. They're at home on a desktop. They see your ad. They're in their bed on their tablet watching Netflix. They see your ad. So you're able to stay top of mind throughout their entire scattered customer journey all across every single day over your competition without having to do any manual follow-up whatsoever. So that is the power of retargeting. You're forcing your advertisement directly in front of their face, whether they're anonymous or they're actually a lead. So they're actually seeing your advertisements, and you're able to get brand touches on them with massive frequency, depending on how much money you're spending on a daily basis. And you're able to basically create omnipresence. You're able to stay top of mind throughout their entire scattered customer journey, in comparison to your competition, who's not even going to be doing this. So who do you think they're going to want to work with? If they're seeing your ads on a daily basis 5 times per day, and you create massive omnipresence with them, and they're actually a targeted prospect that has already shown interest and intent, and they're aware of your company, who do you think they're going to want to work with? They're going to perceive you as a number one authority in your niche, even if you're an absolute nobody, because you're creating that omnipresence and they're seeing you all day, every single day on every single platform that they're on. And that's the power of retargeting. So lastly here, retargeting is the highest ROI advertisements. Extremely important. So cold advertising, as I'm sure you know, as we already talked about, to acquire new prospects will always have the highest cost because you're advertising to brand new people that don't know who you are. So it's going to be a higher cost and an overall lower CTR of people that actually click on your ads, come to your website, and opt in. Every single metric is going to be lower. But now that you actually are able to narrow down your pool of prospects to only the homeowners that you've already identified to be the most likely to complete the conversion process because they're targeted, they already shown interest, and they're aware of your company. And then what you're able to do is force your advertisements directly in front of their face across 99% of the internet until they're ready to convert. When you're able to do that, you're going to have a higher advertisement response rate, which is going to be a higher CTR, so a higher amount of people that actually see your ad that click on it. So it's going to be a lower overall cost per click. You're going to have a higher lead conversion rate. So when you have a lower cost per click and a higher lead conversion rate, amount of people that actually that land on your website that become a lead, you're going to have a lower overall cost per lead. And then you're also going to be able to have a higher lead to deal conversion rate because they're going to be seeing you all over the internet. So you're able to establish yourself as an authority, and we're going to be getting into that a little bit further into this training, but you're going to have a higher lead to deal conversion rate. So you're going to have an overall lower cost per deal. And when you have a lower cost per deal, you're going to have a higher overall return on your ad spend. This is incredibly important, especially at a $10,000 to $20,000 plus earnings per deal. So the average assignment fee with paid ads that we're seeing is anywhere from $10,000, most of the time $15,000 to $20,000 plus earnings per deal. So this isn't like some e-commerce product where it's just $20. We're getting clicks from our pool of prospects that are already targeted, have shown interest, intent, plus aware. We're getting clicks for, let's say, $5 to $10 to our website. We're able to follow up those people, and we're able to close them on $10,000 to $20,000 deals. So these prospects have extreme value, and none of the wholesalers in your target market are even retargeting them. They're just letting them go. And if you're able to continuously keep on getting your advertisements in front of these people that have already shown interest and intent and are targeted, you're going to be able to close those deals. And when you're able to, take what you're already doing, your current cold lead gen campaign output, so the people that are one call closes, and you're also able to include your closed deals from your targeting campaigns from the follow-up that you're doing from your force interruption re-engagement advertising, it's going to equal out to a higher overall blended return on your ad spend and a higher blended ROI. So you're going to be able to earn more money. And that is the true benefits of implementing retargeting into your paid ads motivated seller lead generation strategy. A much higher overall ROI from your advertising. So in this training, I'm going to be revealing our proprietary Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix strategy, which gives us the ability to take brand new wholesalers. It doesn't matter if you're established. It doesn't matter if you're brand new wholesalers, from complete nobody to the number one authority in their target market virtually overnight, the number one perceived authority. So even if you're a complete nobody, if you're able to, achieve omnipresence and get the most brand touches on your follow-ups, on your whatever engagement stage they're in, then you're going to be viewed as the number one perceived authority. Think about it for yourself. If you see, if you're interested in purchasing a product online and you see their advertisements all over the internet in comparison to all of their other competition, even if they're a complete nobody, if you see their advertisements all over the internet, you're going to think that they're the number one perceived authority because you're seeing them everywhere. It's just a simple psychological principle. So this strategy was engineered based on one of the most psychologically powerful effects discovered of specifically social media algorithms on individual users, what we like to call a filter bubble. So, what is a filter bubble and how does it work? Well, the filter bubble concept is, I'm sure you've heard of this before. It's basically people initially search certain topics that interest them on social media, and then what those social media algorithms do is they utilize that interest data. So they see exactly what you're looking at, what you're clicking on, what you're liking, what you're commenting on, and now they're taking all that data into their algorithms, their machine learning algorithms, and then they're personalizing the content that is now served to that specific user. So all they're seeing is that specific content, which in turn creates a filter bubble, or what we like to call an echo chamber effect, where individuals are exposed to that narrow range of information and perspectives that then reinforce their existing beliefs and biases while excluding any contrary or diverse information. So I'm sure you've heard of this concept before. It's basically, in a simple nutshell, the social media algorithms are just continuously showing you the same content that you're already seeing. So you most likely have heard this filter bubble concept in the context of politics. So if someone's seeing a ton of Republican or conservative content, if they're seeing a ton of liberal content, and that's all they see, and then we exclude any other points of view on things, then they're just going to continuously keep on believing that, and basically create a filter bubble and an echo chamber, and continuously stay in that echo chamber, and continuously just be doubling down and becoming more and more polarized to those existing beliefs and biases, since they don't see any other outside information. So the filter bubble effects is when people spend hours per day on these social media platforms, they're spending hours per day. On average, people are spending anywhere from 2, 3, 4, 5+ hours per day on these social media platforms all day, every day in a news feed. And they're only being served content in their news feed by the social media algorithms that specifically is personalized already to their existing beliefs that they've shown from their interest data that's being acquired from these social media algorithms. It's only going to reinforce their existing confirmation bias on the information. And it's basically going to create a distorted perception of reality that the majority of people are also seeing that same info. It's an echo chamber effect. And then the majority of people also have those same beliefs, establishing authority in that specific information that they're seeing. And plus also, as we talked about, polarization, that anybody that doesn't believe what they're seeing on a daily basis, their existing beliefs that they're constantly being served content about, then those people are therefore wrong. So it creates that us versus them dynamic. So how does this kind of coincide with our strategy here? Well, once again, if people are initially, identified to show that they're interested in selling their home, so they've shown that clear interest and intent by clicking onto your advertisement. And so they want to fix that solution. They want someone to buy their home. And now all they see is your advertisements and content on a daily basis, every single day, on every single platform. They see you on Facebook, they see you on YouTube, they see you on Google, on every single website that they're on, across 99% of the internet. All they see is your company. In their mind, it creates a distorted perception of reality that everyone else that's interested in selling their home in your specific target market, they're all seeing your ads as well. So it creates basically an artificial perceived reality that you're the authority in their mind, because they only see your advertisements. And if the other companies were as good as you, then they would at least see their advertisements a little bit. But no, all they see is you all day, every day, when it comes to specifically selling their home. So you are now basically a perceived authority in their mind for specifically home buying. And that is the power of the filter bubble. That's the psychological effect of the filter bubble that we're basically utilizing for this omnipresent authority retargeting matrix strategy. So how do we leverage this filter bubble effect to supercharge our retargeting strategy? Well, this is our omnipresent authority retargeting matrix strategy at a high level. So we have our cold advertising, targeted prospect acquisition. So we begin our cold advertising campaigns on data-rich advertising platforms. So Facebook and Google and YouTube, those would be the top three. So these platforms have basically thousands of data points on every single person, basically in the entire United States, maybe even across the entire world except for China. So they have so much data on people. Every single video that you view, every single like that you do on a post, every single post that you view, every single post that you comment on, every single search that you do on Google, that's all being acquired by them, and they're learning more about you. They have these machine learning algorithms that are incredibly powerful, only getting more powerful. So they know more about, this is a saying by some experts. They say basically Google, Facebook, they know more about you than you know about yourself, because they have everything that you're typing into the internet on a daily basis, and they're just learning more and more about you. So you're going to receive those initial engagements with your company, whether that be views on your video, clicks, leads. They're going to have that initial engagement from those cold advertising campaigns on those platforms to your company. And then a small percentage of those people, as we talked about, are going to be a one-call close. They're going to directly complete the entire conversion flow. But the rest of those people are going to be your bouncers and your follow-ups, and those are going to be pulled into your authoritative omnipresent retargeting matrix for consistent forced interruption re-engagement advertising until they close on a deal. So you have your one call closes. Those are going to be, a super small percentage of people, but then all the people in that bouncer stage, the 79% that bounce off your website, click on your website and bounce off, or the follow-ups that become a lead but don't actually end up closing on a deal, they're pulled into your retargeting matrix. And now all day, every single platform that they go on during their busy day, they're going to see you all over every single platform on top of your competition. They're not going to see any of your competition. All they're going to do is see you all day. So it basically creates a matrix around them where they truly perceive you as the number one authority in your niche. So how does our omnipresent authority retargeting matrix work? Well, we basically build an omnipresent retargeting matrix around your prospects by further segmenting them. This is where we're going to start getting into more of the advanced strategies in the training. So you're gonna build that matrix around your prospects by further segmenting the pools into single engagement level audiences with personalized messaging through a variety of advertising channels: Google, YouTube, Facebook, and plus also different placements on each platform. So there's different placements on YouTube. You have the in-feed advertisements, you have the YouTube videos, the in-stream YouTube videos, the unskippable YouTube videos. You have the different placements on Facebook. You have, we're going to be going into this further into the training, but you have the different placements on Facebook. You have the Facebook news feed, you have Instagram news feed, you have Instagram stories, you have Facebook stories. So there's so many different placements, and we're going to be talking about that a little bit further. And then you have also the different mediums. So you have video, you have images, you have different sizes of videos. So you have the vertical videos, you have the square videos, you have the horizontal videos, same for the images, so different mediums. You have our different creative angles. So we're going to be talking about the 12 different creative angles that you need to use. And this is going to allow you to follow your prospects around 99% of the internet and essentially create an artificially created filter bubble where they only see your company's ads in comparison to all of your competition in your target market, establishing a perceived reality with you, your company, as the number one authority in their mind, even if you're a brand new, complete nobody in actual reality. So you have the cold targeted prospect acquisition. They engage with your company. Now they're pulled into your matrix, and all they see is you all day. So you can be a complete nobody. You literally just started becoming a wholesaler, you just ran your first Facebook ad, and now they're in your omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. All they do is see you all day across every single platform, and you are now viewed as the number one perceived reality in their mind, because you've created that filter bubble effect. So essentially, whoever is able to get the most brand touches on a prospect in specifically the follow-up engagement stage is going to close on a deal. If you have the best value propositions, if you have a decent offer price, doesn't even have to be the best offer price, but because you're the number one perceived authority and you have that trust, they're going to trust you to provide a better overall home buying experience. And we're going to be talking about the different creative angles that we're going to use to show that you're the number one authority in the niche and create all that social proof, all that trust, all the different psychological factors that make a person want to actually buy a product or close on a deal. So whoever is able to get the most brand touches on a prospect in the follow-up engagement stage is ultimately going to close the deal if it's actually possible. So as we know, there's always going to be people that click on your ads and they aren't actually interested for whatever reason. But if it's possible, if you're able to get the most brand touches on a prospect in the follow-up engagement stage, you are going to close that deal with everything else kept constant. So now that we understand how the Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix works, let's actually look at some actual real-life scenario examples. So we start off here. Here's a real-life bouncer engagement stage wholesaling retargeting example situation. So we have a homeowner that clicks your Google PPC ad, as we talked about. This is a cold targeted prospect acquisition. This is the very first step here. They click on your Google PPC ad. They show clear intent. So in this scenario, a homeowner that needs to sell their home now types into Google. So this would be a Google PPC ad. They literally type into Google, sell my home for cash in your target market location. They click your specific Google PPC ad displaying potential interest and intent in your company to provide a solution, help them sell their home. Then they land on your website because they're currently on a mobile phone in their car at a stoplight when they perform this action and it turns green, they close out the browser and don't actually type in their contact info to become a lead. So right now, this is the person that hit your website, they bounced off your website, they're 100% anonymous website visitor. So you can't even contact this person through email. You can't contact them through SMS. You can't contact them by the phone. They're 100% anonymous website visitor. So there's no ability to manually follow up with them whatsoever. 100% anonymous. But because the homeowner is now pixeled on ad platforms, and we're going to be talking about this a little bit further in the training, but the homeowner is now pixeled, as we like to call it, on ad platforms. It's going to allow you to pull them into your omnipresent retargeting matrix. So these ad platforms allow you to put a pixel on the page, and that basically based on their anonymous website identifiers. This is more advanced, but just know that their information is pixeled on Facebook. They know exactly who they are now because they hit your website. So you're going to be able to continuously keep on advertising to these people, even though they haven't typed in any contact information on your website. So they're now pixeled. It allows you to pull them into your omnipresent retargeting matrix, or over the course of the next 24 hours, they're now hit with 5 different ads across 3 different social media platforms, across Facebook. They're in their Facebook newsfeed, they see your ad. They're on YouTube, they see your ad. They're on a couple different websites on Google, they see your ads. And it provides more details on your company. And then on the 5th ad, they're actually at the perfect moment in their bed where they had the time to click on your ad and type in their contact information. And then the next day you follow up with them immediately and you close them on a deal with a potential 20K profit. So that is a real life bouncer engagement stage retargeting scenario. So this is a person, once again, they're clearly interested in selling their home. They typed into Google, sell my home for cash, but because they're in their car, I'm sure you've been in this situation before where you're just scrolling on you just want to do something real quick on your mobile phone to get some information. So they're on the mobile phone in the car. It turns green before they're able to type in their contact information. So it's 100% anonymous website visitor. They click off because they want to start driving since it's a green light. And then they're continuously seeing your ads across the next 24 hours. They're on multiple different social media platforms, but they're not at the current moment in time in order to actually perform the conversion action. So, and then on the 5th ad, you hit them at the perfect time. They're scrolling Facebook before they go to sleep at night. It's 10 p.m. And now they actually have the time to click your ad. They have the time to type in their contact information. They actually do that. They wake up the next morning, you immediately follow up with them, and then you close them on a deal with a potential 20K profit. So that's how a bouncer engagement stage scenario would work there. So next here, we have a real life follow-up engagement stage wholesaling retargeting example scenario. So in this scenario, a homeowner that needs to sell their home now. Once again, they type into Google, sell my home for cash in your target market location. They click on your specific PPC ad showing clear intent and interest. And now they're aware of your company. They land on your website. They review your entire website. They like what they see somewhat. They type in their contact information, become a lead, displaying clear interest and intent in your company, provide a solution. So if they're actually typing in their contact information, it basically shows that not only are they somewhat interested, but they want to fix this problem now. You, the wholesaler, you call the homeowner, but they do not close on a deal because they want to weigh their options. They're in the middle. They're at the bottom of funnel. They're narrowing down their options. They want to see who's going to give them the best offer price, which unspokenly means they want to compare offers with other companies. But now the homeowner is pixeled, or you can upload their email information now that you have their contact information directly into the ad platforms, which basically allows you to retarget them. So now they're pulled into your Omnipresent retargeting matrix, and then they're retargeted over the course of the next 7 days while they're in their research process. They're retargeted with multiple different video ads across a variety of different social media platforms, utilizing that personalized messaging for their specific engagement level audience segment. So they specifically told, we're going to be talking about this a little further in the training, but they specifically told you that they want to compare offers. So now you're going to hit them with personalized messaging, creative angles, answering questions, and doing a clear comparison of one of our creative angles is doing comparison of your competition in comparison to you. So they're going to be seeing those specific video ads, doing a clear comparison, being forced in front of their face while they're in their Facebook newsfeed. So they're going to be able to watch that video when they're at the perfect moment to do that. So they're going to be seeing those comparison videos and showing how you're clearly better than the competition in the area when they're comparing their offers. And it's going to create a filter bubble effect, once again, where they only see ads from your specific company, and it's going to establish you as the number one authority in their mind, since all they're doing is seeing ads from you and not your competition, basically displaying clear authority in the mind of their and psychologically in their mind. So it's going to result in them clicking your ad again, and then you eventually close on a deal. That is how that would work. So this is a person in the follow-up stage. They become a lead. They're comparing offers, and then on a daily basis, they're seeing your ads, creating a filter bubble across the entire internet. It establishes you as a number one authority, and then boom, because you're viewed as the number one authority, they close on a deal with you. So that is how a real life follow-up engagement stage, a retargeting example would work. So now I want to get into, we talked about, I wouldn't say theory, but just the concept of how this would work. But now I want to dig deeper into the projected attributable actual ROI optimization from your Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix. So right here, we basically have broken down the front end conversion process. So these are the people this is the, advertising metrics of what a front end conversion process would look like without retargeting. And then on the right side here, we have the added retargeting follow-up process. So this would be the metrics that would show how your retargeting ads would increase the amount of overall ROI from your paid advertising campaigns. So to start off here, we have the front end conversion process. So let's say, for example, you're spending $10,000 a month on paid advertising, whatever that may be, Facebook or Google. In this specific example, let's say Google, since the cost per click is higher. So we have the cost per click here of $30. So you're spending on average $30 to get a click from Google. The average lead conversion rate is a little bit higher. It's at 30% because these are way more higher intent leads than Facebook. So we have a 30% lead conversion rate. So that's going to be an overall cost per lead of $100. So next we have the lead to deal conversion rate. So the amount of people that become a lead, how many are actually closing on a deal. So let's say 5%. So 1 out of every 20 people are closing on a deal. That would be equal out to a cost per deal of $2,000. So you need to spend $2,000 in order to close a deal, and the average earnings per deal is $15,000. So that's your assignment fee. So the average profit per deal, we take $15,000 minus $2,000 cost per deal, and we have a $13,000 profit per deal after subtracting the advertising spend. So that's a return on ad spend, a ROAS, of 7.5. So for every dollar that you spend on advertising, you're getting back $7.5. So now we can get into the ad spend efficiency metrics. So based on a $10,000 per month monthly ad budget with all the other metrics that we talked about here, the average cost per click being $30, the lead conversion rate, the cost per lead, everything like that. So based on the $10,000 ad budget, we're able to get 333 clicks per month. We're able to acquire 100 leads per month at $100 cost per lead. We're able to close 5 deals per month at a $2,000 cost per deal. So our overall revenue per month with that $10,000 ad budget is $75,000, and our overall profit per month after subtracting all of our costs is $65,000 per month. So that's pretty good right there. That's our front end conversion process, the people that convert immediately. And then, so that's what would happen if you just ran a normal business without retargeting. But now let's add in our retargeting follow-up process to show the added ROI from retargeting. So our non-converted leads per month would be 95. So we closed 5 deals, 95 of those leads, the 100 leads that we acquire per month are not closing on a deal. So those would be people in the follow-up stage. So now let's say our retargeting follow-up conversion rate is just 2%. So just 2% of 2 out of every 100 leads end up actually closing on a deal. So let's just round it up, for example. So let's say we close 2 deals per month from our retargeting ads. Then next we have our average retargeting cost per deal. So let's say that's $1,000. So let's say it costs us $1,000. So we're getting for example, let's say our average cost per click is like $5. So we're getting 200 clicks to our website. So we're spending $5 per click, 200 clicks to our website. So 200 clicks, and we end up getting 2% conversion rate. So our total monthly retargeting ad budget would be $2,000. We're able to close 2 deals at $1,000 per deal. Literally, we're spending $1,000 on retargeting ads. We talk about how high the average retargeting prospect is. So these are people that have already shown that they're targeted. They showed clear intent. They're aware of your company, and we spend $1,000 on ads in order to close a deal with them. So that would be equivalent of an additional revenue per month of $30,000, and then additional profit per month. So we spent $2,000 to make that $30,000 at an average earnings per deal of $15,000. So our average additional profit per month would be $28,000. So our retargeting return on ad spend would be 15x, because for every dollar that we spend on retargeting ad spend, we're getting back $15. So literally double the amount of return on ad spend in comparison to our front end conversion process. And that's completely normal, once again, because these are people, we're spending advertising on people that are already known to be targeted, already known to be interested and aware of our company. So it's why we're able to get a much lower cost per deal with our advertising, because these people are already interested and we identified that they want to sell their home. So now we can look at our total blended campaign metrics. So our total blended monthly ad budget is now $12,000. So it's a $10,000 front end conversion process plus our retargeting ad budget of $2,000. We have a blended closed deals per month of 7. Our total blended revenue per month is $105,000 now in comparison to just $75,000. So we're able to make $30,000 more from adding and retargeting. And then our total blended profit per month is $93,000. So we're able to make just under, looks like $28,000 more profit per month just by implementing retargeting. And that's a lot of money. $28,000, we multiply that by 12, and that's a lot more money, over $300,000 more per year. Just by adding in retargeting. So our total blended return on ad spend per month is 8.75. So that is what happens when you add. That is the attributable ROI that you can add. And these are just modest metrics. Just a 2% conversion rate from your retargeting is pretty low. I'm sure you can get it higher than that. We've definitely seen higher than that. But just to give a modest 2% of those deals that haven't closed yet just by using retargeting, that's going to be an equivalent of over $360,000 in additional revenue per year, which is a big deal. So that's the projected attributable ROI optimization from this retargeting strategy. And the golden rule here that I want to make sure that you understand is the higher the earnings per sale or deal, the higher the ROI and effectiveness of retargeting campaigns. So if we were selling a $50 product and using retargeting, it wouldn't be that big of a deal because we at a 2% conversion rate on 95 deals, we'd be making, an extra $100 a month from retargeting. But because the earnings per deal is so high with specifically wholesaling, retargeting campaigns are absolute gold. And something that needs to be implemented that no wholesalers actually implement, because if we can spend $1,000, we're able to spend $1,000 on retargeting ads and still be able to generate, if we're making $15,000 per deal, $14,000 from that $1,000. And $1,000 in retargeting ad spend can get you so many clicks, because as we talked about before, retargeting cost per click, the retargeting cost per lead is much lower overall because we've already identified these prospects are interested in what we have to offer. So you're able to get a much lower overall cost per deal, but the earnings per deal is so high that you can spend so much more money in comparison to a lower price product in order to close the deal. So that's why retargeting is so incredibly powerful, specifically for wholesaling businesses, and nobody does it. That is why you need to implement this. So now that we have a high level understanding of exactly how our Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix works, we can now begin diving deeper into the actual step-by-step process in order to actually set up and implement the strategy. So let's get into that right now. Okay, so here is a high-level breakdown of the 3 core components that make up our overall Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix. So to start off, we have the foundation of our retargeting matrix, which is the actual retargeting advertising platforms. So these are going to be the main advertising platforms that we're going to be utilizing to create that omnipresent filter bubble of retargeting ads around your target prospects across essentially 99% of the entire internet. Then next, we're going to be segmenting those users down. So you're going to have your homeowner prospects that take that initial engagement with your company, and then we're going to be segmenting those into individual engagement level retargeting segments. So prospects are going to be segmented into specific pools based on those engagement levels so that we can actually acknowledge their current position or relationship in our sales funnel. So as we talked about before, there's multiple different engagement stages. So they can be in the bouncer engagement stage where they click onto the website and then hop off the website, or they can be in our follow-ups engagement stage where they hit the website, they opt in, they give us their contact information, but they don't actually close on a deal. So we have the high level, as we talked about, engagement stages, but then there's also multiple engagement levels that we're going to be talking about very soon in a little bit further into this training, multiple engagement levels within those engagement segments that we can further segment our prospects down into so that we can even further personalize our messaging in our retargeting ads based on that positioning to increase our overall response and effectiveness with our advertising. And then finally here we have the third component of our matrix, which is the actual retargeting content creative angles. So your prospects are going to be served a variety of different types of retargeting ad creative angles. We have 12 that we're going to be talking about in this training here across multiple different placements and mediums, personalized based on their engagement level segments in order to provide them a full spectrum of messaging to enhance their overall perspective of your company. So this is the reason that we break them down into individual engagement level retargeting segments so that we can personalize our creative angles to those engagement levels and have an overall increased response rate and increased effectiveness with our retargeting advertising. So this is super advanced, and we're going to get into each and every aspect of this overall Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix, every single component of it. But just to give you a basic high level level of the core three components, we have, once again, our retargeting advertising platforms, the top three retargeting advertising platforms that are going to allow you to retarget your prospects and create that omnipresent effect across essentially 99% of the entire internet. Then we break it down a step further, where we're going to be segmenting these prospects that engage with your company into different engagement level retargeting segments. And then we're going to create our personalized content creative angles to serve to those engagement level retargeting segments of prospects in order to, just 10x the effectiveness of our overall advertising and create and build that main omnipresent authority retargeting matrix around all of your prospects across 99% of the internet. So that is a high level. Now let's get a little bit deeper into our engagement level retargeting segments. So to start off, we can break down the exact audience segments, then we'll get into the creative angles, and then once we're done with that, once you fully understand exactly what all the different audience segments that we can be, that we're going to be building out, and then also the 12 creative angles that we're going to be utilizing to retarget, to serve to those audience segments, then we can actually get into how to set up those ads in these specific ad platforms to actually build everything out. So for our retargeting segments, so these are the three main types of retargeting audience segments. This is a high level, and then we'll be getting a little bit deeper into each of these three. But just to start off, so you have the high level understanding, first off, we have our on-platform retargeting audiences. So these are the prospects that engage with your profiles, or your pages, or your channels of your social media platforms. So we have our main three retargeting platforms that we're going to be using, which is going to be Facebook, YouTube, and Google. And then we can build on-platform retargeting audiences based on if they engage with our Facebook profile, if they engage with our Facebook pages, our Instagram pages, our YouTube channels, and then also the individual videos on our YouTube channels, the individual videos on our Facebook pages, any of the images or ads on our, that we serve them on Facebook. We can basically build on-platform retargeting audiences based on the engagements that are made on these specific platforms, whether that be, as we just talked about, your profile, your pages, your channels, your videos, any engagements that are made on these advertising platforms, we can segment them and build custom audiences based on those specific engagements on the platform. So those are our on-platform retargeting audiences. Then we have our pixel-based retargeting audiences. So these are people that actually engage with your own properties, such as your website or landing pages that you've created, which you've placed the specific advertising platform's pixel on, which is very simple to do. It's just a simple snippet of code that you put on your website, and then you basically have that pixel. So any actions that are made on your website, either Facebook or Google, whatever pixel you have placed on your website, it'll pick up that information. It'll pixel those prospects, and then they'll know that they were on your website or whatever pages of your website. So they'll be able to pick up that information so that you can further segment with inclusions or exclusions into custom audiences based on their specific engagements made on your website, as picked up by the pixel. So we have the on-platform retargeting audiences, then we have the pixel-based retargeting audiences, and then lastly, the most advanced is our advanced behavioral retargeting audiences. So this is when you leverage your first-party or third-party data from your specific prospects, with engagements such as the different website pages they visited, the actual time on the pages. So this is how you get super advanced and granular with the actions that they've completed on your own properties or on different on platform actions. So we have different website pages visited, the time that they spent on your website, the scroll depth. So if they scroll deeper on your website, that means that they're most likely more engaged. Custom questions from the qualification form on your home buyer website. So you can create retargeting audiences based on people that have. We're going to be getting deeper into all the different questions that you can ask, but you can create retargeting audiences of people who wanted to sell their home now in comparison to 2 months from now. So you can create based on different custom attributes. So based on the property type, you want to retarget people who have a specific type of property, a specific price range, a specific a square footage range, all the different custom attributes of properties. You can create retargeting audiences based off of a specific area. You only want to retarget people in this specific zip code, or this zip code plus that zip another zip code. There's so many different advanced behavioral retargeting audiences that you can segment your prospects into when you're actually able to acquire that data from either the pixel or based on questions that they've answered or actions that they've taken, and that data that you've acquired from these people on your website. So these are the different at a high level of the different retargeting audience segments that you can make. And now we're going to get deeper into exactly what these are. But just to give you the high level, you have the on-platform retargeting audiences, so the people that have the prospects that have engaged with your different pages on the actual advertising platforms, whether that be Facebook, YouTube, or Google. You have the pixel-based retargeting audiences, so the people that have been pixeled on your own properties, so they've taken actions on your specific properties that you own, like your website or landing pages. And then you have the advanced behavioral retargeting audiences, so the people you've acquired this first-party data, whether that be questions that they've answered on your qualification form, and then you can further or custom attributes that they've custom attribute data that you've acquired from questions that they've answered or in your calls with them, that you can put in your CRM, so you can retarget them based on those behavioral elements of behavioral data that you've acquired. So those are the three main retargeting audiences. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into exactly what segments you can utilize. So we have our on-platform audience segment retargeting. So these are the exact type of options that you can segment them into based on the different platforms. So you have the Facebook advertising platform. So these are, you're able to segment and build custom audiences off of people that have watched specific videos on your YouTube, on your Facebook page, or different ad videos that you've served them. So you can build custom audiences off of specific video viewers that have viewed 25% of a video, 50% of a video, 75% of a video, or 95% of a video. So you can segment those custom audiences there. You can segment based off of people that have opened your lead form, opened or submitted a form on your lead form, plus a specific date range. So they've opened one of your lead forms, didn't convert within the last 7 days, within the last 14 days. So you can further segment that down and build a custom audience off of that. Your Facebook page engagers, this is a really good one. So someone who's viewed your Facebook page, liked a post on your Facebook page, clicked a call to action on your Facebook page, and then plus a date range. So in the last 7 days, they've visited my Facebook page, they've liked a post on my Facebook page, they've watched a video on my Facebook page. And then you can also do it for your Instagram page. So people that have visited your Instagram page, that have engaged on your Instagram page in the last 7 days, in the last 14 days. So those are the different on-platform audience segments that you can build for the Facebook advertising platform. Then we have the YouTube advertising platform. So you can build off audiences based off of if they viewed a specific video on your page or an ad from your channel, plus a date range. So if they viewed this video within the last 7 days, then build a custom audience that we're able to retarget. If they visited your channel page, so they typed in your channel name into YouTube, they went to your channel page in the last 7 days, in the last 14 days. People that have engaged on your channel, so they've liked a video from your channel, they've commented on a video, they shared a video from your channel, they've added a video to a playlist in the last 14. I think you can go all the way up to around 500 plus days. And then lastly here, your actual channel subscribers. So think about it. Someone who is subscribed to your YouTube channel, being able to target those people. That's a highly targeted audience, on platform retargeting audience. And lastly here, we have the Google Display Network advertising platform. So people who have typed in a specific company branded keyword. So they typed in your actual keyword, Home Buyers America. They typed in that keyword. You can target that keyword So your ads are going to continuously show for people that have typed in that keyword, your actual branded keyword into the Google search bar, and then you can also target with GDN anyone that's engaged with your videos or any of the other types of retargeting audiences on YouTube, any other on platform actions they've made on YouTube. You can also retarget those people on GDN as well, which is the Google Display Network, which is basically those Google banner ads that you see on all different websites. So those are the different on platform audience segments that you can create in order to retarget. Now we go on to the pixel-based audience segments. So for Facebook, you can build a pixel-based audience segment based on people that have visited any page on your website. So if they visited any page on your website within the last 7 days, 14 days, whatever date range that you want, you can pixel those people and build a retargeting audience. People have visited specific pages on your website. So if they've only visited this specific page on your website, then you can build a retargeting audience and add the date range as well. People who had visited specific pages plus the amount of time spent. So if the person bounced within 1 second, then you wouldn't include that person in your retargeting audience. So by being able to also include the amount of time spent as well, you're able to create an even more engaged retargeting audience segment instead of targeting people that bounce off your website in 1 second. So that's super powerful. People have visited specific pages plus the scroll depth. So once again, if they immediately bounce to your website, that means that they're most likely not as good of a retargeting prospect. But if they scrolled deeper within your website and viewed specific content on your website, then you can create a retargeting audience off of that. So people who have triggered any conversion event, so you can set up specific conversion events. So if this person became a lead on my website, that would be a conversion event. If the person clicked onto my website, if the person completed our qualification form, that would be another conversion event. So you can set up different conversion events based on what they've done on your website. And then you can build a retargeting audience off of that and also include the date range as well. People who have triggered specific conversion events. So if they've only became a lead, but they did not become finish your qualification form, that would be a conversion of retargeting audience that you could build and then make personalized and then create a personalized creative angle in order to get those people to actually complete your qualification form or different personalized messaging. So that's for the Facebook audience advertising platform. Those are the pixel-based audience segments that you can create. And then you have your GDN and YouTube advertising platform pixels. So Google basically owns YouTube. So all the advertising setup is going to be done in the Google advertising platform. So basically those two properties are owned by Google. So the pixel would be Google's pixel for both the GDN ads and YouTube advertising ads. So you would have people who have visited any page on your website plus the date range. That would be a retargeting audience segment. Similar to Facebook. So people who visited specific pages on your website, you can create a retargeting audience off of that. People who have visited specific pages plus time spent. People who have visited specific pages plus scroll depth. So as we talked about, those are more engaged people that you can create a retargeting audience off of. People have triggered any conversion event. People have triggered specific conversion events. Then people have clicked specific buttons on your page. These are all different retargeting audiences that you can build specifically for pixel-based audiences. So those are all the pixel-based audience retargeting segments. Now let's get into the advanced behavioral audience segment retargeting. So this is super in-depth, and this is how we can create extremely personalized messaging based on the behaviors that they've done, the behavioral data that we've acquired from them on our website. So for example, any rule-based acquired lead audience segment plus a date range. So we'll get into that here. So leads in a specific geolocation area. So only build a retargeting audience off of these specific zip codes. Include these zip codes, but exclude these zip codes so we can create personalized messaging to send to them. Leads that were acquired from a specific ad platform. So we can create personalized messaging to leads that were acquired from Facebook. So we can say, hey, you clicked on our ad on Facebook, come back and type in your contact information. So we can create personalized messaging for people on Facebook. That would be a retargeting audience. Became a lead but did not answer the phone when called them. So in our CRM, we can identify that they did become a lead. They typed in their contact information on our website, but they didn't answer the phone when we called them. So your salesperson is going to go in and they're going to create that custom attribute that in your CRM that they didn't answer the phone, and then you can create a retargeting audience off of that, and then send personalized messaging acknowledging that they became a lead on your website. They typed in their contact information, but we couldn't get a hold of you. Please call us back at this number. So you can create that personalized messaging. And these are things that nobody is doing in your industry. I'm sure you've never seen this before, but these are all different advanced behavioral audience segments that you can build in order to create that personalized messaging with your creative angles. And we're going to be getting into all of that a little bit further into the training, but just so you understand the basic concepts and the different audience segments that you can make, and it can just get your creative juices flowing on different audiences that you can create. I just wanted to give you a bunch of different ones here. So the lead answered a phone call, but gave the objection to not close. They want to talk to their wife. So we can build a retargeting audience off of that and then give them more information personalized to that specific objection. So you can think of any other objections that may happen. You can create a personalized creative angle to cure that objection in your retargeting advertising. So lead completed the front end opt-in form, but they did not answer the qualification questions. So we can get them acknowledge the fact that they completed the front end opt-in form, and then retarget them to get them back to answering the qualification questions. Lead answered the phone call but did not close on a deal. So they're in the follow-up stage. Now we can create personalized messaging acknowledging that they didn't close on a deal and give them more information based on that objection. Once again, what is the reason that they didn't close on a deal? Let's see if we can cure that with an advertisement, kind of curing that objection. Leads that engage with any specific email, text, phone call. So you can set up, I wouldn't say a pixel, but in your CRM, you're able to see exactly who clicked on your emails, who clicked on your text, who answered phone calls. These are all things that can be tracked within your CRM that you're using. And you can even further segment it down to a number of times. And then you can create a custom audience off of that and then retarget them. So let's say, for example, they clicked the button in your text. You can say, hey, you click the button, or you can have personalized messaging in your advertisement saying, hey, we saw that you clicked the button in our email, in our text, but you didn't actually follow through. What's going on? And then you can give them more personalized messaging in order to cure whatever objection they may have, or just get them back onto your website or on the phone, or whatever desired action you want them to complete. Next here, we have follow-ups that visited your website a specific amount of times, and plus maybe in the last 7 days. So if a person visited your website 3 times in the last 7 days, you can acknowledge the fact that they've done that in your advertising as your initial hook. So you can say within the first 5 seconds you're advertising, hey, I saw that you visited our website over 5 times in the last 7 days. How about we get on a call? So this is all just personalized advertising that you can use that's going to absolutely blow their mind when they see this, because no one else is doing it. And it's going to, once again, allow you to create that omnipresent effect and really, dig deeper into different methods of retargeting and different creative angles that you can use with these different advanced behavioral retargeting segments. So follow-ups that fit your that fit a specific deal structure. So let's say they don't want to sell their home for the follow-ups. They don't want to sell their home for an extremely discounted price. Well, maybe there's a creative finance option that you didn't tell them about on their phone. So you can bring up, hey, we saw that you want full price for your house. We can do that utilizing this specific method, creative finance, novations. And then you can retarget them with that specific ad to get them to come back to your website and actually close that deal on a different deal structure. Next, we have follow-ups with a specific custom qualification questions. So follow-ups that are going through bankruptcy right now, you could acknowledge that so that they told you that on the phone, and now you can build a retargeting audience off of that. So all the people that have told you that they're going through a divorce right now, but they haven't closed on a deal yet, you can create personalized retargeting messaging to them in that advertisement to get them back to your website. That's a great one. Follow-ups with a home value in the $100,000 to $300,000 range. You can create, acknowledge the fact that their homes within that range, and say we have a special offer for people whose homes are from $100,000 to $300,000. We're looking to buy homes in this specific area that are $100,000 to $300,000. Get on the phone with us. So you can just further personalize the messaging based on the behaviors, and that's just going to greatly increase the click through, the overall response on these ads. That's why you want to create these audience segments. Follow-ups with a home that has a specific amount of beds and baths. Follow-up with specific home elements like a kitchen, a foundation, fire repairs required. Follow-ups that want to sell their home in a certain time frame. So they want to sell their home in 2 months. You can create a retargeting audience off of that and say, hey, we talked to you on the phone and you said you want to sell your home in 2 months. It's now 2 months. Come back to us. Then lastly here we have follow-ups with mortgage or liens on their property plus amounts. You can just call out and acknowledge all these different behaviors in your advertising so that it's more personalized, increases the overall response, increases the amount of the effectiveness as well, so you can get the people to click your ad. And not just that, but create that omnipresence and blow their mind with your advertising that no other wholesaler, I can guarantee you, is doing in your industry. It's just by being able to create that more personalized advertising, and able to cure their objections, provide more education based on the specific objections that they're making. There's just so many different things that you can do with your advertising in your creative angles, and we're going to be getting into the top 12 creative angles that you can use in order to personalize the advertising based on these different audience segments. But just to break down exactly what they are so you understand it, you can get those creative juices flowing on the different audiences that you can create. I just wanted to break down all these different audience segments that you can use, and then once again you can create different ones as well, but these are the top ones that we've used that have been super successful. So this audience segmentation is super critical, as we talked about, for the next component of our Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix, where we're now going to actually create and set up specific retargeting ad creative angles with personalized messaging based on each prospect's audience pool. Okay, so here are the top 12 creative angles that we found to be most effective for our Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix. So we're going to give a high level of these 12 different creative angles, and then we're going to dive deeper into the purpose of each angle and also a template of how you should set up each creative angle for your retargeting. So to start off, we have educational and explainer content. So this is going to educate them more on your brand, your company, and your home buyer process. Then next we have social proof, testimonials, UGC, which is user generated content, and authority creative angle. So you're going to provide more social proof, so testimonials from successful clients that you've worked with, people that you've actually helped sell their home, different authoritative articles, different user generated content, so people basically providing social proof that you can actually do what you say you can do, multiple different angles within the angle that we can do there. Once again, we're going to be diving a little bit deeper once we go through this high level here. Next off, we have frequently asked questions. So everyone's going to have, obviously, the majority of homeowners are going to have a ton of questions. So you're going to be able to create a creative angle there, so you can follow up with those people and basically answer all of their questions within an advertisement. Objection pre-handling. So you're going to be able to pre-handle all of the different objections that a homeowner prospect may have before working with you, before they even get on the call most times. Next, we have a competitor or alternative solution comparison. So there's, as I'm sure you know, there's going to be multiple different competitors within your market, multiple different alternative solutions that they can do, like working with a realtor. So you're basically going to break down a comparison of why your company's the top solution in the marketplace for your specific target market location. Next, an urgency and scarcity creative angle. So you're going to create urgency within the prospect in order to make them actually convert right now. So get them to click your ad, get them to perform whatever desired action that may be. Next, we have your branding, personality, and storytelling angle. So, as I'm sure you know, like the majority of people today, they don't want to work with faceless large corporations that aren't going to actually, work with them and provide them a great experience. So, within this creative angle, you'll be able to create that personality and tell your story of your brand and why you want to fix this problem for homeowners. Then next we have your exclusive push over the fence offer. So most people, they're interested in working with your company, and maybe they're comparing different competitors or alternative solutions in the marketplace. So within this creative angle, you're basically going to give them a little extra bonus to your offer in order to push them over the fence, get them to get on the call, get them to actually become a lead or whatever that may be. Just whatever you need to do in order to push them over the fence to get them to actually perform the desired action and close on a deal. Next, this is a simple one, just a direct call to action reminder. So as we talked about before in the different scenarios, someone may be in the car at the current moment in time. That's why they clicked off your website, whatever that may be during their busy day. And now you're just giving them a direct call to action to remind them and basically just tell them, hey, this is your opportunity to, perform that desired action and get back into the conversion process. Next, we have the re-offer of all alternative solutions. So as we talked about before, once again, maybe someone's not interested in wholesaling and selling their house at a super discounted price. Maybe they want to sell their house at full price. Okay, so how can we re-offer different alternative solutions? Maybe creative finance, seller financing, novations. There's multiple different things that we can offer to them, and that's what we do in this creative angle to get them back on the phone and then actually close on a deal. Direct to message. So this is an interesting one. So platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, give you the ability to actually click a button and then get into a messenger conversation with them. So basically a live chat type of situation, just by clicking a button. So that's another great angle that you can use. And then lastly here we have geo-targeted sold property showcase. So similar to social proof and testimonials, we're going to actually break down the actual homes that we've sold in that specific geo-targeted location to the home buyer to show them, hey, we've sold all of these properties and helped the homeowners actually be successful in the home buying process. These are the exact properties that we've sold in your exact area. If we can do it for them, there's no reason why we can't do it for you too. So just showcasing all the properties that you actually sold, giving exact detailed information. So these are the top 12 creative angles. This is a high level. Now let's get into deeper into exactly how each of these work. So now let's dive deeper into each of the retargeting creative angles so you can have a clear understanding of their exact purpose and how to create them. So to start off, we have retargeting creative angle number one, which is our educational and explainer content. So the purpose of this specific creative angle is to educate the homeowner on your entire home buying process, plus any unique value propositions that you offer in comparison to your competition, so that they have a full A to Z understanding of the next steps. Once they click your retargeting ad, they opt in your landing page, they speak with your team and agree to move forward in working with you to sell their home. So these are all things that you can basically do to further educate the homeowner. So think about the situation right now. Let's say they're in a follow-up situation. So they became a lead on your website. They didn't answer the phone. So what we're able to do now is, if you think about it, for a traditional home buyer that's not doing any retargeting advertising, they're not going to know it. They're not going to, get any follow-up information whatsoever on the company. Nothing is happening. But when we're able to come in, show them this retargeting creative angle, we're actually providing them and educating them on, detailed information of your exact home buyer process so they can watch that while they're on Facebook. as we talked about before, people are very busy during the day. So they're going on Facebook during their busy day for 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here. They're going on Instagram, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here, YouTube. And if we're able to come in and hit them with a retargeting ad, providing, a 5-minute video, educating them on our entire home buyer process in that perfect moment in time when they have the opportunity to do that in the exact moment in time where they're on the platforms that they're on. They're not on in their email inbox all day. They're not wanting to answer a phone call, at specific times of the day. But if we can hit them at the perfect time when they're on the social media platform that they want to be on, just right in their news feed in that small amount of time when they're on that platform, and educate them, then that's just all the better for us in comparison to your competition that's not going to be doing this. So that's the entire purpose of this educational explainer content creative angle, is to work your way in when they have the time, and they're on those social media platforms, whether that be Facebook, YouTube, Google, and educate them a little bit on your home buyer process and any unique value propositions that you have. So people do not take actions when they're confused or don't understand exactly what the future effects of their action are going to be. So by being able to inform the homeowner through that creative angle and provide that education when they can actually watch it, an informed homeowner is going to lead to a higher overall conversion rate. And this is a big thing as well today, is people want to be educated. They don't want to be hard sold. The consumer behavior today is shifting rapidly. People don't want to be manipulated or feel like they're being pushed into a decision. Think about yourself, for example. You're not a dumb person. You don't want to be hard sold or feel like someone's, got one over on you. You want to be able to make an educated decision and feel like you actually made the fully educated, informed decision yourself in the end. So this is the way that we put it. The company that is able to educate the homeowner and build that higher perceived and differentiated value of their solution in comparison to their competition will always win the deal in the end. That is what we found personally. If you have a company, your company that has made them, let's say, $100,000 offer, and then the company, another company that's made them, a $97,000 offer, but you're able to educate them on your home buyer process, they feel, better understanding and being informed of your entire process, and you've done all these different creative angles, and they're fully educated and informed on your process, your company. They trust you, and they've spent more time, viewing your content. They're most likely going to want to work with you over someone else that's just a hard, pushy salesperson that they don't trust. They don't have any information on their company. They aren't seeing their ads everywhere, creating that perceived authority effect. They're going to want to work with you in the end. So that is the whole point of this educational explainer content creative angle. So how do we set this up? Here's the template. First off, as we talked about in the engagement level segments section, we want to first acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your existing relationship and stop their scroll in the news feed. So this is the way that we like to do things, because in order to actually stop what someone's doing during the day, you need to have some form of, if it's a Facebook ad, you need to be able to stop the scroll. You need to have a hook. So the best way that we found to create that hook simply without having to, create some kind of clickbait headline is just acknowledge where they are in your sales funnel. So say, hey, you clicked on our ad, but didn't type in your contact information. Come back, type in your contact information. And view the video below to learn more about our entire home buyer process. So if you take, for example, yourself scrolling in the newsfeed, if you see someone that's acknowledged in the first line of a Facebook ad, acknowledge their existing relationship with you, is telling you, hey, you actually already have an existing relationship with us. Come back and let's finish the process. That is going to hook you. That actually gets your attention. So that's why we personally, and have found it to be most effective, is to use this acknowledgement-based hook strategy for all of our creative angles. Then next we have, after you acknowledge their current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your existing relationship, next would be the education component. So you want to educate the homeowner with a simplified step-by-step breakdown of exactly how your home buyer process works. You want to make sure to simplify it as much as possible and break it down to a step-by-step breakdown, because people, once again, they're in the middle of their busy day. They probably don't have a lot of time. So by being able to simplify that process so they simply understand it, and you can provide it quickly within a 30-second to a couple minute time frame, it's going to be all the better for you. They don't have that much time. They're probably only going to watch like 25 to 50% of the video. So you want to make sure to make it as simple as possible. Then next, optional, you can explain the unique value proposition within your proprietary process that allows you to provide the easiest, fastest, least expensive, and least risky home buyer experience for the homeowner. So if you have any unique value propositions, you want to make sure to explain those up front. And that's going to allow you to make things that much easier for you, because at the end of the day, people want the easiest way to sell their home. They want the fastest way to sell their home, the least expensive way to sell their home, and the most guaranteed way of selling their home. That is what they're looking for from a wholesaler. So if you're able to if you have some form of unique value proposition to why you can sell their home easier and make it close quicker and have the least expensive process and the most guaranteed process, which you can show through social proof, if you can do that, they're going to want to work with you at the end of the day. All offer prices kept constant. So if you have any unique value proposition, make sure to explain that up front to the homeowner. And then next, you want to build even more trust by showing social proof of homeowners that you helped sell their home to actually prove those claims. So you're educating them on your step-by-step process, but then you want to back everything that you say up with actual social proof of homeowners that you helped. And then next here, this is optional, but you most likely always want to include some form of urgency and scarcity in order to get them to take action. So what we like to do is basically limit the amount of time. Say we're purchasing 2 homes in the next 14 days. In this specific area, or we have enough capital in order to purchase 2 homes in the next 30 days. We want to purchase your home. You want to create some form of urgency in order to get them to actually stop procrastinating and take that action now. And then lastly, at the end of every single creative angle, you want to give a final call to action to click the button on the page, call this specific phone number, whatever it may be, provide the next steps to perform on your website, or if you want them to call you or whatever it may be. You need to give some form of call to action at the end of every single creative angle. So that is the educational or explainer content retargeting ad template. That's the creative angle number 1. Now let's go into number 2. So it's going to be your social proof, your testimonials, your user-generated content, and your authority angle. So you want to leverage your success stories and happy homeowner testimonials to clearly prove to prospects that you actually can provide them the solution they're searching for by showing other homeowners. And it's an even better bonus if you can show them in their same exact target market location. So if someone's in a specific zip code, if you can show them other homeowners that you've helped sell their home, happy homeowners in that specific location, that's going to make it even better that we're in the same exact position as them. So this is why the segment audiences are so important. So let's say they have a specific motivation type, like it's a person going through divorce. If you can segment that audience and then show retargeting ads to that specific audience of other people who are going through divorce as well, and retarget them and show those third-party testimonials of homeowners with that same motivation that you helped, it's all the better. So that's one of the reasons that we do this segmenting. That would be an advanced behavioral retargeting segment that we would utilize, so we can show testimonials of people who are in the exact same location and have the exact same motivation. If we're able to do that, it's going to way increase the effectiveness of our overall retargeting campaigns. So that's the whole point of these segments. So next here, what are the benefits of this? Well, if you're able to show social proof, it's going to allow you to establish yourself as a number 1 authority in your target market. If you're able to flood them that flood the homeowners that are directly identified as being motivated or directly in their newsfeed with the most testimonials and social proof. If you're able to do that and show the most testimonials, the most social proof, if every single time this specific homeowner prospect goes on Facebook and all they see is testimonials from you and social proof from people that you've helped over your competition, I mean, obviously at the end of the day, it's gonna tell them that you're the most guaranteed way of selling your home. You're the most trusted authority in the niche. And that's going to make them want to work with you even more. And once again, 99% of your competition won't even advertise any of their testimonials. So this is an easy win, an easy win. If they're seeing the most testimonials in their newsfeed from you, it's just a simple win for you. So once again, next here, homeowners are very skeptical and simply want the result guaranteed, as we talked about. So if you can directly demonstrate to a motivated homeowner that you can help them get the exact result that they want without any funny business, without any issues whatsoever, without any problems, because as we know, the majority of services or products that we work with, most of them have problems. But if you're able to show that you can get them the result that they want and guaranteed without any funny business by showing them exact testimonials from other homeowners in their exact location with their exact same motivation position that you've helped, they're obviously going to be interested in working with you. So that's the whole point of this segmentation. And then lastly here, you're able to, this is very important, you're able to build a sustainable and defensible moat around your wholesaling business by acquiring and actually advertising these testimonials by consistently compiling more and more testimonials from every type of homeowner in every different situation that you can directly advertise to new motivated homeowners that come into your market that are interested in selling their home, and it's going to allow you to dominate all of your competition, plus just blow away any potential new entrance into the market, any new wholesalers, because you're able to compile those testimonials, and then all day, every day, once that homeowner enters your Omnipresent retargeting matrix, if all they see all day in their Facebook newsfeed on YouTube is just more and more and more testimonials from people in their exact location with their exact motivation type, if they're just seeing testimonials from people all day, and they're actually interested in solving that problem, they're obviously going to want to work with you. Everything else kept constant if you can make them a good offer and you have a good value proposition. So how are we going to set up this ad? Well, once again, we're going to start off by acknowledging the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your existing relationship. So you're going to call out, hey, you clicked on our website but didn't type in your contact information so we can call you. That's how you're going to start it off. Then optional, you're going to call out the homeowner's motivation type. So if you are able to, if you have third-party testimonials and you're able to segment those homeowner prospects into a specific retargeting pool based on their motivation type, whether that be divorce, bankruptcy, probate, tired landlord, if you have that actual information, you're going to say you are seeing this because you are currently divorced, and we want to show you a testimonial from another person who was going through divorce that we were able to help sell their home, and you can do that through a user-generated selfie video from that specific homeowner, a Trustpilot review, a written review, a Facebook post, or a social media post from that person, whatever it may be. Show some form of third-party testimonial of that person who was in the exact same position in that location. If you can do that, it's just going to be all the better for you. So then next year, you want to connect that third-party testimonial back to the motivated homeowner's viewer situation and say, if we can help them, we can help you too. And then lastly here, you want to build urgency and scarcity once again in order to get the homeowner to actually take action, and give that final call to action to click the button on the video, call your number, or whatever the next steps may be. So that is retargeting creative angle number 2. Retargeting angle, creative angle number 3 is the frequently asked questions. So the purpose of this is to clear up any unspoken, because the majority of time people aren't going to give you a first a chance. Like if you don't have all that information on your website answering all their questions, the majority of people, and this is why 70 to 90% of people click off your website, is because they're confused. They don't know what's going on. You haven't answered all their questions. So these are unspoken questions that a homeowner may have that's going to actually stop them from following through with the conversion process. And if you're able to compile all those most frequently asked questions that you receive from homeowners about your home buying process and then directly answer them in a video, and serve that video in their newsfeed at the perfect time when they're able to watch that video on the social media platforms that they're already on. It's going to allow you to clear up those unspoken questions and get them to actually follow through, and then get on a call or become a lead or wherever it may be. Because once again, homeowners do the majority of the research up front. If you can't answer all those questions, then they're not even going to give you the time of day. So that's extremely important. So the benefits here, once again, consumer behavior is shifting and evolving. Homeowners don't want to waste any time. People are super busy. The attention spans are dwindling, as we talked about. They don't want to waste any time having to go through an entire process of speaking to someone on the phone, 30 minutes to an hour, whatever that may be, only to find out that you can't actually help their specific situation. So if you can't answer the majority of their questions during their upfront research process on your website, and in the different videos that you're going to be posting for them, you're not even going to get a chance to speak with them. It's just on to the next search result, which is going to be your competition. So they're just going to go directly to your competition. So by being able to clear out the biggest questions that your prospects may have before even speaking with anyone from your team, it's going to also allow you to pre-frame the homeowner prospect for once they actually do get on a call, making the entire sales call much more smooth, since they already have a full understanding of your process, which is going to allow you to increase your overall close rates and get more people on the phone. Because once again, if you can't answer their questions, you're not even going to get a chance to get on the phone with them. So there's multiple different benefits to this frequently asked questions creative angle. So how does this template work? Well, to start off, obviously, once again, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your existing relationship. Next, you're going to recognize that and provide an understanding that life is busy. Hey, life is busy. We completely understand. You clicked on our ad but didn't actually become a lead, and this is exactly why we want to help you help answer any questions that you may have real quick in this video here, in this 2-minute video here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to list out the most frequently asked questions that you compiled from all of your conversations that you've had with pre-existing sellers. And then you're going to provide short, concise answers. Once again, concise is extremely important in these different advertisements. You can do shorter form, longer form with YouTube videos, YouTube video ads, but you have to, once again, personalize it based on the platforms that you're on. Facebook is going to be more short form video. Instagram is going to be more short form video. YouTube, you can maybe get a little bit longer. So it's just depending on what platform you're on. So provide short, concise answers to the questions so that the homeowner is fully informed of your entire process. Then you're going to come through again and show social proof of your homeowners that you've helped sell their home to establish that trust and authority with the homeowner prospect. So you're going to prove your claims. And then lastly here, build urgency and scarcity in order to get them to actually take action, and then give that final action, call to action to click the button on the page, and then provide the next steps that are going to happen. So they're fully informed once again. So that's retargeting creative angle number 3, frequently asked questions. Now retargeting creative angle number 4, which is your objection pre-handling. So similar to the frequently asked questions, there's going to be questions that interested homeowners will have about your home buying process to receive full understanding. And then there's also going to be clear objections that they're going to have that will actually potentially stop them from moving forward, that you can then pre-handle up front in these retargeting advertisements without having to actually have the homeowner speak to someone on your team. So different objections may be they want to review more options. They want to know if you can provide a better price. They're instead going to want to list on the market with a realtor. They don't want to sell right now. Why would I sell my home right now? So these are all actual objections. So there's questions and then there's objections that are actually going to stop them from moving forward. And then what you want to do in this specific ad is clear up those objections. So you want to tell them why they should work with you instead of reviewing other options. You want to give them why you ended up making them a lower price. Why the lower price is better than working with other companies that may have given them a higher offer price. What can you provide that's even better that would make them want to choose your lower price? These are all different things these are all different objections that you can handle within your advertising. So the benefits of being able to of using this creative angle is you're going to be able to call out the exact objections that homeowner prospects currently have in their head, unspoken objections, which is stopping them from becoming a lead, answering your phone call, or just closing on a deal in general for you to sell their home. And then what you're going to do is you're going to confront them up front, which is going to establish you as an authority and increase your overall conversion rates by being able to cure that objection within your advertising and pre-handle it. So next here, objections do not equal failure. So the homeowner prospect is going to most times throw up objections because they simply just want to put off the decision for later, aka procrastinate. So if you've been in sales for a while, you most likely understand this. Some people, they just throw up objections like, hey, I need to talk to my wife, just because they want to put off the objection. So instead of actually putting in the effort to take action. So by being able to handle those objections with repetitive consistency, it's going to bring those people in the follow-ups engagement stage back that didn't close initially, so you can close them on a deal. So how does the template of this creative angle work? Well, once again, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level. We can even segment the follow-ups. So the people that may have gotten on the phone with one of your salespeople, and they've given you a specific objection, like they don't want to sell right now. They'd rather list with a realtor. They want a better price on their home. So you can call out that exact objection that they made on your phone call. And call out that you want to basically talk to them about that objection, or explain to them why that objection is not correct, and then you're going to let them know that you have a full understanding of the objection, which is exactly why you wanted to make the video. Then you're going to confront that objection up front and educate the prospect of why the situation for the objection is actually different with your specific home buyer solution, and how your unique value proposition allows you to either mitigate the objection most of any of your competition, in comparison to most of your competition. So if you can mitigate the objection better, and explain why that objection is not true for your specific process, but you understand why it is for other competition, or even cure the objection completely, that's going to make them more likely to want to work with you. And then what you can do after you cure that objection is actually provide a third-party testimonial story of a homeowner that had that initial same objection, but then actually moved forward and got everything they wanted out of your specific home buyer process with a happy client outcome. So once again, this is why you want to do your segmenting. So if you're able to segment your follow-ups based on objection, not only are you able to confront that exact objection and personalize your advertising for that exact objection, but also, once again, you can provide a third-party testimonial as well to show a person that had that same objection, and that actually got everything they wanted out of your home buyer process. So there's a double whammy there. And then lastly, as we do for every creative angle, you can also build urgency and scarcity in order to get them to take action now, and then give your final call to action to click the button on the page, call you, whatever the next steps may be. So that's creative angle number 4, objection pre-handling. Next, we have creative angle number 5, which is your competitor or alternative comparison. So here you're going to lay out an honest, keyword honest, line-by-line comparison of your company versus your competitors in your target market, plus also alternative solutions for the most critical factors a homeowner will take into account when choosing someone to work with, including your speed and time savings, the flexibility, choosing the least expensive option, the option that's going to cost them the least amount of money, the offer price, any extra unique premiums or bonuses that you're willing to offer, the ease of completion or the lowest effort process, your likability factor, the trust, social proof, and authority of your company compared to others, and any other factors that a homeowner's going to take into account when selling their home in your specific target market. So if there's anything unique there. So what you want to do for this is go onto Google, look at your competitors, look at what they're lacking in, look at their Google reviews, any Trustpilot reviews they may have, and see what are they lacking in, and then how can you include that in your comparison to show why you have a better company. So if the company, if one of the companies in your target market, maybe give them a lower offer initially, and then once they actually go to the home and sign the contract, they come back with a different offer and try to like bait and switch them. You can call that out in your competitor comparison, or even in your pre-objection handling as well. So these are all different things you want to do. You want to lay out an honest line by line comparison of your company versus your competitors in an ad, so they can view that. So if they're in that current, as we talked about, the top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel process. So in the middle of funnel and bottom of funnel process, if you're able to provide them with a comparison during their research process, um, of the different solutions and companies in the industry, and then also be able to compress that information, that comparison information, just one single video that they can watch at any time while they're on different social media platforms in a small amount of time during their busy day, and you're able to pre-frame why you're the number one company in comparison. It's just going to allow you to establish that much more authority, and also potentially even close the deal over your competition, because you're the one providing that information during their busy day. So if you think about all of these different creative angles combined, so they're seeing the education on your company, they're seeing the storytelling of your company, you're curing their objections, and they're still in their research process, and now you're hitting them with basically a comparison of all the different competitors in your industry, and telling them clearly why you're the number one comparison. Like, all these different creative angles combined just makes it that much easier to essentially build yourself up as the number one authority in your niche, in your target market, and just close that deal. So next here, transparency is a very powerful psychological sales factor in today's hyper skeptical environment. So by being able to be fully transparent and laying out the honest, once again, keyword honest, pros and cons of your solution in comparison to other competition and alternative solutions, it's only going to help you build up so much more trust with the homeowner prospect, and make your company much more attractive and likable in the eyes of the homeowner within your omnipresent retargeting matrix bubble. As instead of trying to hard sell them like everyone else, like all the other competitor companies in your target market, you're going to be able to genuinely, by being able to genuinely want to educate them with all the information they need to make the proper decision themselves, it's just going to make them want to work with you that much more, because you're providing a completely different solution than everyone else. Like, you're educating your prospects on why they should work with you, why all the other companies, all the other wholesalers, as I'm sure you already know, are trying to hard sell them. You're educating them. You're creating a unique value proposition within your advertising by consistently advertising different content that's actually giving them a good perspective on your company and creating omnipresence. It's just allowing you to establish yourself as an authority, and show yourself as a truly trustworthy, transparent company that doesn't want to sell them, and just wants to genuinely help them. So that's the whole core component of this entire advertising matrix. By creating that reciprocity with the homeowner prospect, it's just going to help you increase your conversions that much more. So how do we set up this ad? Well, first off, once again, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your existing relationship. Then next, you're going to ensure the homeowner prospect that you want to help them make the best decision possible, whether that be working with you or working with someone else. So you're giving them kind of that push away, which is extremely powerful in sales today, especially in this hyper skeptical sales environment. So you're telling them, hey, we want you to make the best decision possible. If that's with us, that's great. But if it's with someone else, that's completely fine. We want to help you make the best fit, and that's completely honest. And then next, you want to transparently and honestly lay out all the biggest factors in a homeowner's decision-making process for who to work with, and give them a complete breakdown of how your company and your home buying process is superior to your competition, so you can pre-frame them. And basically establish yourself as the number one authority in your niche over all of the other competition, and make sure that it's actually honest. Like, if you don't have a good company, then you most likely cannot use this retargeting angle, because you don't actually have the top company in your industry. But you really want to pre-frame them and show them exactly why step by step, line by line, you are the best company in your industry, in your target market to work with. Then actually, once again, show social proof of the homeowners that you've helped sell their home to establish that trust and authority with the homeowner prospect, that you can actually, prove your claims and do what you say you can do in your comparison. And then lastly here, build urgency and scarcity in order to get them to get off the couch and actually take action, and then give that final call to action to perform whatever action that may be, whether it be click the button to go to your website and become a lead, or call your company on the phone, whatever that may be. Just provide the next steps to perform. So that's retargeting creative angle number 5, competitor and alternative comparison. Next, we have retargeting creative angle number 6, which is urgency and scarcity, which is extremely important. So people are psychologically engineered to not want to put in the effort, time, or money and put off decisions or procrastinate until they absolutely have to do something. So by being able to set a strict deadline for them to make a decision in order to actually be able to get your solution, or by limiting the amount of solutions you have available, or even a combination of both, so you only have $200,000 to purchase a house within the next 7 days. That's how you would do a combination of both. So when you're able to do that and you're able to actually get them to put their foot down and take action, it's just going to make things that much easier for you. Because at the end of the day, a deadline equals action. That's how we're psychologically engineered. So the retargeting ad benefits of urgency and scarcity is, number 1, before actually giving the call to action for urgency and scarcity, the homeowner must first believe that you are the number 1 authority in your niche. So unless this is why we include all the different retargeting creative angles as well, is because you need to be able to educate them. You need to provide them comparisons of everyone in your market. They need to truly believe that you are the number 1 authority in your niche. And then once you're able to do that, once you're able to show them the social proof, you're able to answer all their questions, you're able to handle all their objections, so they know that for a fact that you're able to provide them the best home buying experience, that's when you're able to integrate this urgency and scarcity creative angle and actually get them to take action. So if you're not perceived by the homeowner as number 1 authority, then it's just by creating urgency and pushing them to actually take action, it's just going to drive them away at the end of the day. So that's why all of these different creative angles included are need to be implemented first. And so that's the urgency segment. And then by being able to get them to actually take action quickly instead of procrastinating for days, weeks, or even months, you're able to greatly shorten up your sales cycle, allowing you to close more deals per month at a quicker pace, and also at an even higher conversion rate, since it gives them less time to review competitors or just forget about you entirely. So the majority of people in the follow-up stage, if you aren't retargeting, which the majority of wholesalers aren't, they're just going to forget about you because they're not going to see you again. And the majority of your manual follow-up, if they aren't an anonymous visitor in the bouncer engagement stage, if they're in the follow-up stage and they became a lead, maybe you're sending them emails, you're texting them, and you're giving them a phone call, the majority of that is going to go into their spam filters. And that's why retargeting is so important, because you're hitting them at the perfect time in the actual platforms that they're on a daily basis. So that is the benefits of the urgency and scarcity. But once again, they need to first believe that you are the number 1 authority in your niche. And that's how you get them to actually take the urgency and scarcity and actually, move forward. So how do we set up this ad? Well, to start off, we need to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your relationship. That's going to be our hook. And then you need to create FOMO, which is fear of missing out, in the mind of the homeowner prospect by displaying social proof and testimonials of other homeowners first that you've helped successfully sell their home. So you show them that social proof, and then next you give them a quick 1 to 2 minute pitch of the key differentiating value propositions of why your company and home buyer process is number 1. So they're most likely seeing a bunch of different creative angles that are educating them, but just to round it up and show them that social proof, then once again just remind them of why your home buyer process is number 1. Then, lastly, you can instill that urgency and scarcity in the homeowner prospect to take action now through a variety of different reasons, including number one, you're only going to be buying a specific amount of properties this month in this target market area. Or number two, you can do, we only have enough capital to purchase X amount of properties right now. Or three, you can also use a bonus strategy, which is you're going to be offering this specific bonus, whether that, whatever, if you want to get creative with it, you can. But one of them would be, we're going to cover the moving expenses for the next three properties that we purchase. There's a bunch of different things you can do in order to instill urgency. These are three of the best ones that we've found personally. And then lastly here, as we do in every single creative angle, you need to give that final call to action to click the button on the page and then provide them the next steps to perform. So that is retargeting creative angle number 6, urgency and scarcity. Okay, we have retargeting creative angle number 7, which is going to be your branding, personality, and storytelling. So real estate investors forget that in this type of business, when people are selling the largest asset they've ever owned, it is important for them to like you and trust you personally as your offer price and the unique value propositions that you can provide them in comparison to the competition. So it's just as important for them to actually like you and trust you as it is your offer price and your overall home buying process. If someone likes you, they're going to want to work with you. If everything else kept constant, if there's a home buyer company that's offering them 100,000 and you're offering them 100,000, they're at the end of the day going to go with the people that they like and they trust. That's just how it is, especially in the real estate business. When you're talking to just random homeowners, that's how it's going to be, and I'm sure you already know that as well. So you can literally close a certain percentage of deals, even at a lower overall price, simply just because the homeowner likes and trusts you or your company over the competition that they've spoken to. So if you're retargeting them with all these different creative angles, they like you, they trust you, they've seen your content, they're educated on you, they've seen the social proof, and you're a good person that they talk to on the phone, they understand your story, everything like that, and then you have a competitor that maybe is offering them a little bit more money, but they don't trust them. They're just trying to hard sell them and get them to take action right now, and instill that urgency without actually having the trust and rapport already built up. They're most likely going to want to work with you. So that's extremely, extremely important. So how do we do this? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to create a storytelling element. So if you have a certain story of why you got into this business, that's something that you would want to tell them. Your epiphany story about why you got into the real estate business, how you've seen it help people, the different people that you've helped. Third-party stories are also extremely powerful. So you don't even need to talk about stories about your specific company. You can talk about stories about how you've helped certain people sell their home that were in this specific situation. They were going through a divorce. They needed money right now, so we helped them. They were going through bankruptcy. They were about to lose their house. We bought it off them and helped them even help them clear out their moving expenses and everything like that. Like, there's so many different things you can do with this angle, but you want to create that storytelling, that personality, and make sure that they understand that you're not just a faceless corporation, and that's what we want to talk about here. So consumer behavior is shifting and evolving. People would rather do business with a real person or brand or an influencer that has a real soul and personality and story behind them, not a large faceless corporation where they're just a number on the income statement. If you can make the homeowner feel like you actually care about them and genuinely want to help them, it will help you close more deals. I can guarantee you that, even if you don't have the most to offer them from an offer price or a value standpoint. So there are 3 core elements to your conversion process when a homeowner is making a decision on if they will close on a deal with you. Can you do these better? Number 1 is your offer price, as I'm sure you know. So how much money are you able to offer the homeowner in return for closing on a deal? So that's obviously one of the most important factors. Number 2 is going to be your unique value proposition. What can you offer to the homeowner of importance to enhance the home buyer experience? So can you offer more? What can you offer them? Can you offer them more speed? Can you offer them a less expensive process, an easier process, a more guaranteed process? These are all different things that are going to make them want to work with you over your competition. And then number 3, And this is extremely important, as we talked about, your likability in your brand. So does the homeowner actually like you personally, like your company, and actually feel happy and enjoyable, and think it's going to be enjoyable to do business with you? That's very important. So these three core elements are the most important in your conversion process that you can display through your advertising. So how do we set up this ad? Well, once again, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to get them to stop the scroll. You're going to create an us versus them dynamic with other companies and solutions, stating that you're not like the other companies that they've worked with, that they've had bad experiences before. You are different. And then you're going to begin with the epiphany story about why you created your company, because I'm sure you most likely have a reason why you created your company. And then you're going to clearly break down the problem you wanted to solve, the story behind how you've gotten to where you've gotten, and then the homeowners that you've helped, and any other information or storytelling elements to create a unique value proposition within your branding. So how you are different from the other companies in your industry. And once again, if you don't have an epiphany story, that's completely fine. You can use third-party stories from other people that you've helped that were in certain situations. You can segment the advertising even further. And talk about certain third-party testimonials, certain people in this specific area that you've helped that were in the same situation that the homeowner prospects in this retargeting pool were in, with a certain motivation type. So these are all different things that you can do in order to create story, in order to create personality, and really give them a piece of what your brand is all about. Then next here, you can also include urgency and scarcity and get them to take action. And then you have your final call to action to perform whatever the desired action you want them to perform is. So that's retargeting creative angle number 7, branding, personality, and storytelling. Retargeting creative angle number 8 is to provide a limited time exclusive bonus addition to your offer. So, and then you can also tailor that to their specific objection or motivation type. So you can further segment your advertising. So say, for example, they said they wanted to wait. They don't say, for example, they got off the phone with you because they are trying to find a moving truck or something like that. They're trying to find the money in order to move. Well, you can say, okay, well, we're going to actually cover your moving expenses. And any other bonuses, whatever bonuses you can think of throwing in order to cure their specific objection or help out their motivation type. So if they're going through a divorce, we can help them get a divorce attorney, something like that. Whatever bonuses you can think of, be creative with it. Then next we have post-sale, extra time, occupancy, or rent back option. So some people, they're going to need extra time in order to leave their house. They have a lot of things that they need to move out. So you can give them that extra time. Or you can say that maybe they're going through hard times right now. They're going through bankruptcy and they really like their house. It has sentimental value. You can give them the option that you're going to rent back their house, something like that. Number 3, gift cards for extra expensive. That's a very powerful one that we found. Number 4, free night at a hotel. Number 5, waiving the inspection plus others with a specific deadline to redeem, so that you need to, we're willing to waive an inspection and move forward immediately if you're willing to close in this specific amount of time, in this deadline. Just whatever you can do, you can be creative with it to push the homeowner over the fence to actually take action and close on a deal. So the benefits of this type of a creative angle is the largest engagement stage segment at the end of the day is going to be the follow-ups, the people that are actually click on your website and then they become a lead, but they don't close. There's going to be tons of people, only around 5 to 10%, maybe even less than that, are going to close on a deal. So you're going to have a ton of leads. So by being able to retarget them with exclusive offers with multiple bonuses included for a limited time, you're going to be able to convert a certain extra percentage of homeowners into closed deals, and that's going to increase the performance of every single step of your overall acquisition funnel, as we talked about before. So you're going to be able to increase the overall blended ROI from your front-end conversion process plus your retargeting. So it's going to decrease your overall cost per closed deal, increase the return on ads, your overall blended return on ad spend, increase your profit per deal, and increase the overall revenue and closed deals per month, which is the most important part, obviously. Next year, in the follow-ups engagement stage, most homeowners are researching multiple different companies in your target market, as we talked about, to see who can provide them the best home buying experience. If you're consistently retargeting them with our other creative angles to establish yourself as the number one authority, so they have the educational component, they're seeing all the third-party testimonials from people with their exact motivation type in their exact area, and then you hit them finally with the limited time bonus, and maybe even include some scarcity as well. So you can say we're willing to give cover your moving expenses for the next 3 people that close. It's going to make that it's going to give them it's going to make them want to actually take action and close on a deal. Okay, and then we have the retargeting ad template, where once again we're going to first off acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of the existing relationship, stop that scroll, and then we're going to, number 2, show appreciation of them for showing interest in potentially working with your company. Number 3, we're going to provide that social proof and other third-party testimonials. Even better if you can segment that based on their motivation type or their objection that they've had. And then we're going to show that those people had a successful home buying experience with your company. Next, number 4, we're going to state that for a limited time, you're going to be offering specific exclusive bonuses for whatever reason that may be. So we're going to be offering exclusive bonuses for the next 7 days because we need to close at least 2 deals within the next 7 days in order to spend through our budget. You need to actually give a reason for why you're giving away the exclusive bonuses, because people aren't dumb these days, especially with all of these crazy offers out there. People are extremely skeptical and jaded on discounts, on deals, everything like that. So you actually have to give them a reason for why you're offering these exclusive bonuses, whatever that may be. And then these bonuses should help cure the specific objections that the homeowners may have about your home buying process. So if you can provide them bonuses, as we talked about, that'll help them basically receive the solution, which is selling their home faster at a less expensive cost, make it easier on them, and help them provide more trust to them. So for example, you're covering their moving expenses. That's going to make them way less expensive for them. If you're giving them gift cards for extra expenses, that's going to make it less expensive for them. Free night at a hotel, that's going to make things easier for them, less expensive, and potentially even quicker as well to move forward with things. So these are all different bonuses that you can give to them in order to cure those objections they may have. And once again, we're going to be segmenting these leads based on specific objections. So for every single objection that they may have, you can create a different retargeting ad and then target those different segments of people based on their objections with different bonuses. So that's how you would do it for this ad, this specific ad. And then last off here, once again, as we do for every single ad, you want to inject that urgency and scarcity. So reiterate that the bonuses are only available for a limited amount of time or a limited amount of homeowners, either going the scarcity angle or the urgency angle, or we can combine both, as we talked about for that creative angle. And then lastly here, we want to give that final action to click the button on the page, call this number, and then provide the next steps on your website. So that is retargeting creative angle number 8. Now retargeting angle number 9, the direct call to action reminder. So this is a simple one here, but if set up correctly, the homeowner prospect is now within your Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix, and they're going to be getting hit on a daily basis, multiple times with consistent frequency, all of your different pieces of content, all these different creative angles that we've created are going to be hitting them on a daily basis at every single moment of their busy day. So they're going to be seeing your video ads on Facebook. They're going to get the educational video on YouTube. They're going to be getting the urgency ads. They're going to be getting seeing a bunch of social proof, a bunch of testimonials. They're going to be seeing all these different creative angles. And then what we want to do with this ad is hit them at that perfect moment and remind them, hey, now you've seen all of our ads, and now it's time to actually move forward and take the desired action that you would like them to take, depending on which engagement stage they're in. So that's the entire purpose of this ad. Very simple ad, just giving people a direct call to action reminder to actually follow through and move forward. So the benefits of this ad is it's going to increase the response rate from interested and educated prospects within your Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix by hitting them at the perfect times during their busy day with a direct call to action to perform your desired action. And then next year, it's going to hit homeowner prospects in that bouncers, so the people that click onto your website and then bounce off, or the follow-up stage where they became a lead, but they've either talked to you on the phone or they haven't talked to you on the phone yet, and maybe they just aren't interested in moving forward yet. So you're going to be able to hit those people at the perfect time. To get them on the phone during their busy day so you can actually make an offer to them and get them over the fence to sign a contract. That's the whole point of this direct call to action reminder creative angle. So how do we set this up? Well, we're going to start off acknowledging the homeowner's current engagement level so we can stop that scroll. Then we're going to pre-frame the homeowner prospect by flexing that they've most likely been seeing a ton of videos from our company, because once again, they most likely have if we're setting up the system correctly. And we hope that they're getting a better understanding of why we're the number one authority in specifically the target market area. So whatever that location they may be, you want to segment those people once again for your specific target market area to make it more personalized to them. Then next off, we have given understanding that they haven't moved forward yet. So acknowledge that they haven't moved forward yet, most likely because they're busy and they have little time, and you understand that. And then next, we want to give them that direct call to action to perform the desired action now if they are currently at a good moment in time. So just be fully transparent. Don't be pushy. That's one of the best things that you can do today, is not be pushy with your sales and your marketing, because when everyone else is being pushy and not understanding that the consumer behavior has changed, where people don't want to actually be hard sold anymore. They want to be educated and feel like they made the decision on them by themselves. You're gonna be utilizing those type of less pushy sales tactics. So if they're currently at a good time, you're gonna tell them, hey, click the button below and let's get on a phone call. And then another thing that you can do here is only target specifically desktop or mobile plus Wi-Fi. So if a person's at their desktop instead of their mobile phone, you most likely know that, hey, if they're at their desktop in their house right now, they're most likely at a good time where they're not outside doing something random during their busy day. They're at their desktop right now. Maybe they're it's late at night, they're getting ready to or they're just in their house doing something, and you can hit them at the perfect time. And then mobile plus Wi-Fi, this is already also a very interesting way of targeting people to make sure that they're at their house or they're in a set location and not on the go. And we're going to be getting into this once we actually set up the ads, but mobile plus Wi-Fi, if someone's on their Wi-Fi on their mobile phone, we're able to target that with some of these advertising platforms such as Facebook. They allow you to target people based on this. So if we know if they're on their mobile phone but they're on Wi-Fi, it most likely means that they're at a set location, they're not on the go in their car, wherever that may be. So that's another way of targeting to help personalize the advertising and make sure that they're at the perfect moment in time to actually follow through with your desired actions. Then lastly here, we want to show social proof and testimonials from homeowners that you've successfully helped sell their home. So just once again, just bring it all home with some great social proof, and then give them that one last call to action to perform the desired action that you would like to end the video. So that's just a simple retargeting angle. It's the direct call to action reminder. That's creative angle number 9. So creative angle number 10, the re-offer alternative solutions. So this is an interesting one here. But as I'm sure you know, if you've been in this industry for a while, there's going to be a large percentage of homeowners that simply will not want to sell their home for a very discounted price in a wholesale deal scenario, because they're in a variety of different situations. Maybe they don't have a lot of equity in their home. Their mortgage is pretty they have a decent amount of debt on their mortgage. They have different types of motivations, which is why it's very effective to not just offer them the wholesale deal scenario and offer them multiple different transaction options, and which will greatly increase your overall conversion rate. You can offer, creative finance options, seller financing options, novations, subject to, send them off as a referral to a realtor. These are all different things that you can do in order to, get some more meat off the bone and be able to convert more homeowners and actually make more money from those deals. So this is a great way of going about that in the follow-up process without actually having to talk to them on the phone. So And a bonus here is so you can segment people based on the most likely option to select from the data. So if you know a person wants to get a basically full price on their home, you can potentially segment them and then offer creative finance options, seller financing options, something like that, where you're able to give them, at least what they're wanting to get for their offer price. So that's an interesting way of going about it, by segmenting people and utilizing your retargeting to show them those different options. So the benefits here, it's going to allow you to, as we talked about, greatly increase your amount of deals closed by being able to offer multiple different transaction options that you can downsell in the event that the homeowner does not want to do a traditional discounted wholesale deal transaction. You're able to create a new unique value proposition in your target market that you'll be able to advertise to homeowners in their research and comparison process, that they'll be going through when deciding which company to actually take the time to speak with, knowing that they're a backup option so their time is not wasted. So as we talked about before, people are going through an entire research process. This is the modern day conversion process. People want to make sure that they understand and are educated on all different aspects of your company before actually moving forward and taking the time to get on a call, because they're super busy during the day. So if you're a company in your target market and nobody else is offering, creative finance, seller financing, novation, subject to these different options, and you're willing to offer those options, that's gonna play a part in a role of who the prospect wants to work with at the end of the day and actually get on a call with. So very important. And lastly, you're going to be able to close more wholesale deals from deal leads by initially introducing the reoffer to homeowners in the follow-up engagement stage within your retargeting campaigns, just to get them on the phone and then actually end up converting them on a wholesale deal instead. So this is very interesting, and we've seen this happen time and time again. So people only want to get on the phone. We'll have a certain segment of people who will run this retargeting ad to that they don't know anything. They haven't spoken to us on the phone yet, but we're willing to offer this. We're willing to advertise this reoffer strategy where we offer them creative financing or seller financing options instead of selling their home at a extremely discounted price. So we show that in the advertisement, and then they're like, okay, that's cool. I think I'm interested in doing that. So that then they actually get on the phone strictly because we're offering those options. And then once we get them on the phone and they like us and they're already been in the Omnipresent authority retargeting matrix for a while, so they're fully educated on the company. They like what we have to say, and they end up actually converting on a wholesale deal anyway, once we fully explain the process to them. So that's another interesting way of going about things, closing even more wholesale deals by just using this reoffer strategy, even though they don't actually move forward with the reoffer strategy at the end of the day. So that's definitely another benefit of this retargeting angle. Next here we have the template. So once again, as we do for every single ad, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel to remind them of your existing relationship. Stop that scroll. An optional component of this is you're going to confront the follow-ups with their specific objection to not closing on a deal. So say, for example, as we talked about before, someone didn't want to follow through with the deal. They got on the phone with you. They didn't want to follow through the deal because you offered too low of an offer price and they want full price for their house. So you confront that in your retargeting ad. And then you list out the other transaction options that you offer to cure these specific objections, plus a slight education on the transparent pros and cons of these options, plus specific objections where they're suited best. So you can come to the person and say, hey, we noticed that you when we spoke on the phone, you didn't want to move forward with this type of deal where we offer a lower price on your home. That's completely fine. Well, we actually offer other options as well, and then you educate them on those other options and why it's a good fit for them based on their specific objection where they want to get full price for their house. So that's another way of going about things. And then also another great thing that we want to do here is provide third-party testimonials of a specific homeowner that you've helped in this exact same scenario. So you can come to them and show a third-party testimony of someone who you initially spoke with on the phone that they wanted full price for their home, and then you were able to utilize creative finance or seller financing instead to actually close that deal with them and help them in their specific situation. So that's another great thing that you can do if you have that third party testimonial. And then lastly, here we're going to build the urgency and scarcity in order to get the homeowner to actually take action by limiting the amount of time or homes you're able to buy in that specific time period. So, and then lastly, here we give that final call to action to click the button on the page and make sure that in every single advertisement that you do, you want to make sure to give a final call to action and tell them exactly what you want to do and what's going to happen next after they do that action. So that's retargeting creative angle number 10, their reoffer alternative solutions. Retargeting creative angle number 11. This is an interesting one. It's the direct to message. So the majority of homeowners do not want to waste their time and effort to get on a potentially 30+ minute call. We talked about this before. They have a super busy day. They assume automatically, based on all their different situations they've been in before, that they're going to be talking to a pushy salesperson. So they want to make sure that they get all the information that they need in their research process, their modern day research process, in order to be able to compare the companies and options, which is specifically why the direct message creative angle is so powerful, because instead of having to guess why these bouncers and these follow-ups aren't converting, so for example, we're not going to be guessing why a person clicks onto the page and then bounces off without actually typing the contact information when they were clearly initially interested. They typed into Google, sell my home quick for cash, they clicked the ad, they went to your website, but they just didn't opt in. So that's a person who has clear interest and intent, but we don't know why they didn't actually convert at the end of the day. So that's a situation right there. And then what we can do is we can hit them with different advertisements, different retargeting advertisements now that they're in the Omnipresent retargeting matrix, and we can actually give them an opportunity to do a quick live chat where they can actually get the answers to their questions quickly throughout their busy day. So they can we normally utilize this through Facebook or Instagram Messenger. So instead of having to get on the phone, all they do is click a button, and then they automatically get into a live chat where they can just type in their questions during the day. Already what they're used to. The majority of people are on Facebook Messenger. They're on Instagram Messenger. They're text messaging all day. These are the platforms that they're comfortable with, because they can just quickly back and forth just message during their busy days. This is just a simple way of actually figuring out why these people aren't converting into a deal. And then also we can continuously keep on following up with them, and then actually get them on the phone, qualify them, get them on the phone, and close them. So this is a great way of getting engagement and doing something that other people aren't willing to do. So that's one of the benefits here, is you're able to create a unique value proposition within your conversion process by allowing homeowners to directly message back and forth with your team to answer those smaller, most of the time they're going to be surface level questions, like simple questions that anybody can answer about your home buying process during the research process, just to make sure that you're actually there and you're a real company. It's pretty interesting that otherwise they would not have. And then the best part about this is, if you didn't answer those smaller surface level questions, the majority of people otherwise would not have even entered a actual conversation with your company. So many people in today's digital era would rather speak through message chat instead of the phone, especially introverted people. And especially people who are super busy during the day. They don't want to get on a 30-minute phone call with some pushy salesperson. So this is a great way of introducing a brand new value proposition within your conversion process, where people can just message with you back and forth instead of having to actually get on a phone and waste their time during the day, not knowing if it's actually going to be a successful transaction. And then also, by introducing a chat messaging component into your conversion process, you're able to get more homeowners to actually enter a conversation with your company. And once again, you're able to qualify them quickly within the chat, see exactly what situation they're in, build some trust and rapport and authority by answering their biggest questions about your company and your home buying process, which basically no other wholesaler in your industry is going to be willing to do in your target market. I can guarantee you that right now. So you're willing to take things a step further and do what others aren't. So you're gonna be able to get results that others aren't, and get more people into a conversation, and then ultimately pre-frame them for your actual phone call to increase your overall conversion rates. This is a great way of going about things. So how do we set this ad up? Well, once again, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel. to stop that scroll. And we're going to tell that we're going to confront the fact that if you haven't, the desired action they haven't performed yet, if you haven't spoke to us on the phone yet, it probably means that you don't have enough information to maybe still have some questions you like answered, so you know your time is not going to be wasted. So be understanding with their situation. Tell them, hey, we understand that you don't have a lot of time, you don't want your time to be wasted like all these other companies that have wasted your time. You're skeptical. It's 100, we 100% understand that. So give them some leeway there. And then you want to say, this is exactly why we've introduced our brand new live chat feature, where you can click a button to directly message back and forth with our team throughout your busy day, so we can answer your questions, any questions you may have before you get on the call. And then you give that call to action, click the button, and then provide the next steps. They fully understand how to interact with your live chat. So this is extremely powerful within your retargeting sequence. This is something that we've implemented and had incredible success with. So this is why this is retargeting creative angle number 11, the direct to message. And then lastly here, we have retargeting creative angle number 12, which is your geo-targeted sold property showcase. So similar to the social proof creative angle, by being able to show directly verifiable transactions of the exact addresses of homes that you've helped distressed homeowners sell using your home buying process, is essentially a clear case study. So you're basically, instead of just simple social proof, now you're giving actual in-depth case studies of every single aspect of the transaction that you've helped the wholesaler, not the wholesaler, but the homeowner, help them sell their home. So in this case study, you're going to include every single aspect of the transaction, the property type, the property location, exactly where the property was located, and once again segmented based on the area that is close to the you want to make sure to segment the homeowners and show them properties that are in their specific target market location. That's very important. Potentially people with a similar motivation type as well. Obviously, you want to talk about the home after repair value, the property condition, the offer price, all these different aspects of your transaction. Once again, segment the homeowners to see the properties showcased similar to theirs, so as close as you can get it to their the property that you're to the homeowners that you're retargeting. As close as you can get the properties that you're showcasing to the homeowners that you're targeting, the better, because they want to see people who are in their exact situation. If you can show someone a third-party testimonial of someone that you've helped in their exact situation, like that's the desired way, that's the perfect way of creating that trust and authority over your competition, that you can do what you say you can do. So detailed case studies, which is exactly what this would be here, are better than just video testimonials or written testimonials from people. So if you can show clear, detailed case studies of every single aspect of a transaction, they're going to be way more likely to actually believe you, because there's a ton of people that are faking testimonials today. And you can fake testimonials, but you cannot fake a detailed case study showing addresses, locations, everything like that. So that's why we utilize this creative angle. So the benefits here is going to establish your company as the number one authority in your target market by being able to actually show directly verifiable transactions of homes sold right near their own home. So the homeowner that you're targeting, show homes that you've sold from right near their own home. And once again, remember, at the end of the day, homeowners simply want a guaranteed way of selling their home for the right price in the fastest and least effort and least expensive manner possible. That's what they want to do at the end of the day. That's the clear intent when they're typing into Google, sell my home quick for cash. They come to your website. This is what they want to do. They want to sell their home for the right price at the fastest and least effort manner possible. So if you can show them clear proof to them that you can do this, then ultimately the homeowner prospect is going to want to work with you, especially if you can get that first contact. So speed to lead is so incredibly important, especially in the wholesaling industry. If you can get back to whoever gets back to the prospect first at the end of the day, all offer prices kept constant. And then even better, if you're already, if you have them in your omnipresent retargeting matrix, if you can, get back to them first before anyone else in your industry, that's in when the prospect is in their, modern day conversion process, their research process, they're most likely going to want to work with you. So you're gonna be able to greatly increase your overall response rates as well, plus also your deal close rates on the phone when you can utilize the exact third-party case study stories of the specific homeowners that you've helped sell their home closest to the homeowner prospects you're targeting in a sales conversation, to display proof that you can help them as well. So not only are you using this in retargeting ads, but once they actually convert, once they actually get on a phone call, you can also push this and tell tell them, hey, we sold this specific property and just break down the entire case study of the specific property that you've helped them sell, right near the homeowner that you're getting on the phone with. That is pretty much it. Like, if you can show a guaranteed process, where you've helped the homeowner sell their home for a decent price, in the fastest, least effort manner possible, that's most times going to be better than just a slightly lower offer price. So if someone in your industry, another wholesaler, is willing to offer a slightly higher offer price than yours, but you can show with clear third party case study stories of you helping a specific homeowner in the person that you're talking to, their exact situation, I mean, they're most likely going to want to work with you at the end of the day. We've seen it time and time again. So how do we set up this ad? Well, once again, we're going to acknowledge the homeowner's current engagement level in your sales funnel, remind them of your existing relationship, stop that scroll in the news feed. We're going to confront and provide understanding to the homeowner prospect that if they haven't moved forward yet and performed the desired action and they haven't gotten on a call with you, then it probably is because they're currently in the research process and aren't fully sure if you're the company to help them. So by being able to bring up that objection, or I would say objection or issue, up front, and let them know, hey, we completely understand. We think the same thing as you. You're currently in your research process. You aren't sure if we're the company to work with. We completely understand that, and that's exactly why we want to show you directly verifiable addresses, right in your specific location that we've actually helped sell for homeowners. And then once again, we can even further segment that based on the motivation type. So if a person was going through a divorce, if a person was going bankrupt, whoever that may be, we can further segment that with our retargeting audiences. And then lastly here, we're going to build urgency and scarcity in order to get the homeowner to actually take action by limiting the amount of time or the amount of homes sold. So we can create that urgency for them to actually take action now, and then give that final call to action to click the button on the page, get on a phone call, whatever the next steps are, for that specific retargeting audience. So those are the 12 creative angles for our Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix. If you can combine all of these together, I mean, you're going to be 100 times more successful than anybody else in your industry, because I can guarantee you right now, nobody is doing this. Not a single wholesaler in your target market is going to be willing to do this. If you can educate the prospect on your exact home buying process, you can show them social proof and third-party testimonials of people in their exact situation, retarget them with videos there. If you can answer all of their most frequently asked questions in your retargeting advertisements, not just that, but pre-handle all of their objections, show a clear, transparent, line by line comparison of yourself to your company compared to all of your competitors, or alternative solutions. You can create that urgency and scarcity to get them to actually take action now. You can create that beautiful brand and personality, and tell your story of why you've gotten into the different, why you help people, why you're willing to help people sell their homes, why you got into this industry, or different third-party testimonials of people that you've helped. If you're willing to go above and beyond and offer people that push them over the fence type offers, if you're willing to get them to remind them constantly during their busy day to take action, if you're willing to re-offer them alternative solutions, if they're, say for example, if they're wanting to get full price for their home, you're willing to be that company in your industry that's actually re-offering them alternative solutions where they can get that full price on their home. If you're willing to go direct to message and set up a live chat with those people and answer their biggest questions, which no one in your industry is going to want to do. If you're willing to show them directly verifiable addresses and showcase all the properties in that specific target market that you've helped sold. If you can do all of these if you can set up all these different creative angles and create an omnipresent authority retargeting matrix around your prospects, a filter bubble around them where all day, every single day during their busy day, your prospects are seeing your advertisements and helping them become more educated and create more trust with your company. I mean, you are going to win the deal at the end of the day, because if you're willing to go above and beyond what everyone else in your industry is doing, which I can guarantee you nobody's doing this, as I said time and time again, then you are going to win that deal and convert way more deals This is the exact system that's going to allow you to go from a complete nobody. You could be a brand new beginner in your target market, and to the homeowner prospect, once again, because of that filter bubble effect, as soon as they come to your website and they see and they get pulled into your omnipresent authority retargeting matrix, all they're going to see all day, every single day, is your advertisements, your 12 different creative angles, educating them. They're going to see all your testimonials. You can be a brand new nobody, but in the mind of the prospect, because of that filter bubble effect, and they're seeing all of your advertisements all day, every day, they are going to truly believe and that you are the number one perceived authority in your niche. You're the most established wholesaler in the industry. You are the number one authority, and they're going to want to work with you at the end of the day. So that is the whole entire purpose of this omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. So this is exactly how you dominate all your competition in your target market, because your competition, once again, so this is going to be the two different scenarios here. So your competition, everyone else in your target market, what's going to happen is the homeowner is going to search up on Google. They're going to be going on Facebook. They're going to type into Google, sell my home for cash. They're going to click the competitor's ad, displaying clear interest and intent, but they're not going to close on deals. So that's going to be the majority of people. As we talked about, there's 3 different engagement stages. You have the bouncers, who the people are going to click onto your wholesaler's ad, and then they're going to bounce off the page immediately without becoming a lead. Then you're going to have the one call closes, which are going to be a small, tiny percentage of people, and then you're going to have the follow-ups that maybe become a lead, don't answer the phone, and then they get into the follow-up stage. Maybe they do answer the phone, but they don't close on deal. They're in the follow-up stage. So you have the majority of people, most likely 95% of the people that actually click onto your ads, that see your ads and click onto your ads, are not going to convert on the first touch. And for your competition that aren't utilizing the omnipresent authority retargeting matrix, all those people are going to be gone. 70 to 95% of people are going to be gone, never to be seen again for your competition. But with you, it's going to be very different, because the homeowner's going to click your ad, displaying clear interest and intent, and then they're going to be pulled into your omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. And all day, every single day, all they're going to see is your specific company and your solution. They're going to become educated. They're going to see all the social proof. The omnipresent authority retargeting matrix is going to make you go from absolutely nobody, if you are nobody, and turn you into the number one perceived authority in your target market. That is the entire purpose of this. And then at the end of the day, if they're seeing you all day, every day, and they're actually possible on closing a deal, if they actually have clear intent to solve that problem and sell their home, they're going to work with you at the end of the day, because you're all that they see. The other competition, they clicked off the website, they're never going to see them again. They don't even remember who they are. They don't have any clue about them, and they don't even remember what the URL was. So they're not going to go back to them, but they're going to continuously be seeing you all day during their busy day on Facebook, on YouTube, on Google, every single website that they go to. They're going to be seeing different angles. They're going to be becoming educated on your company. They're going to be seeing testimonials, and then you're going to throw out that urgency and scarcity creative angle, and then they're going to actually get on the phone with you and close on a deal. That is the whole purpose of this omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. Building up that authority, then giving them a call to action to close on a deal. That is the whole purpose. This is exactly how you dominate all your competition in your target market right here. So the omnipresent authority retargeting matrix is an ironclad system of what I like to call front-loaded leverage to dominate your competition. So yes, this may seem like a lot. It may seem like you need to do some work here, but the thing that you need to understand is that you're going to set the system up once. You're going to film all the retargeting creative angles. You're going to build out those segmented audiences, and then you're going to set up the ads in these different ad platforms, which we're going to be getting into next. But you're going to set the system up once. It's going to take you maybe 5, 10, maybe even a couple more hours, maybe 20 hours. which is really not that much time at the end of the day. So you're going to set that system up once, take the time to do that, and then you're going to continue to reap the benefits forever with minimal to no extra manual work involved because you had the system set up. It's a system. It's a system that you can set up once with front-loaded leverage. So you're setting up the system, and then it's going to continuously, you're going to utilize the technology, you're going to utilize these different ad platforms, all of the benefits that it gives you. And then you're just going to continuously, day after day, be able to reap the benefits because people are going to be seeing as soon as they click onto your website, boom, now they're in your Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix all day, every day. And you're going to follow them around 99% of the internet until they either buy or die, or sell or die, I guess you could say in this situation. That is the whole point of this Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix. If it's possible to close on the deal, then you are going to be following up these people around 99% of the internet until that actually happens. And they're going to perceive you as the number one authority in your niche because all they see is you, nobody else, for this specific solution of selling their home. And that is the purpose of this strategy right here. So now that we understand the strategy behind our proprietary Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix, now we can begin on the actual advertising platforms, the current advertising platforms that we're going to set up the strategy on to cover 99% of the internet. And this last part here is extremely important. So what you need to understand is advertising platforms will change, but the strategy will last forever. So that's why I went into the strategy first, because it's incredibly important. Understanding how to segment your retargeting audiences into different, how to segment your homeowner prospects into different retargeting audiences based off their actions and engagements that they've made on your website and with your company. And then also having the different creative angles that you're going to be setting up. That's the strategy behind this system. As long as you understand the strategy, the advertising platforms are going to change. Facebook might not be around in 10 years. TikTok might not be around in 10 years. Facebook Google might not be around in 10 years. YouTube might not be around in 10 years. But whatever the next platform is that everybody's on, you can grab this strategy because you're going to remember the strategy, and you're going to take it and move it over to whatever advertising platform is the one that works best and allows you to cover the most percentage of the internet. So advertising platforms are going to change. They're going to come and go, but the strategy that you learned throughout the first part of this training right here is going to last forever, and that's the most important part here. So now let's get into the advertising platforms and exactly how to set up this entire system on these advertising platforms. Okay, so once again, the main three advertising platforms we're going to be using to span our entire Omnipresent Authority Retargeting Matrix across 99% of the internet is number one, Facebook ads, the biggest social media platform on the internet. Number two, the Google Display Network, which is called GDN for short. So this is basically Google's AdSense program where they allow people to put their banner ads on their own specific websites. So any person can put these Google Display Network banner ads on their website. So I'm sure you've seen them before all over people's websites. This allows you to basically any website, most likely off of these larger social media platforms like Facebook, like YouTube, like TikTok, any other website off of larger social media platforms are most likely using Google Display Network banner advertisements on their website in order to generate revenue. So we're utilizing that as well. And then lastly here we have YouTube ads. So these are the three platforms right here that are going to allow us to basically span across 99% of the entire internet with our retargeting matrix. So to start off here, let's just go into a breakdown of the Facebook advertising platform for retargeting. So what the Facebook advertising platform allows you to do is retarget prospects around not just one, but two of the largest newsfeed based social media platforms in Facebook and Instagram. So obviously, as you most likely know, it's called Meta now, but it owns Facebook and Instagram. So you can advertise utilizing the Facebook advertising platform. You can advertise on both both Facebook and Instagram as well, across a variety of different placements, which we're going to be talking about with multiple different mediums. So written, image, and video. So as you can see on the left here, this is just an example of an home buying advertisement. So you can see we're using an image ad. We have a written headline, written text as well. So there's multiple different mediums within the different placements that we can advertise on. And then the Facebook ad platform is best optimized for short, concise, direct response call to action style advertisements. So every single platform is optimized for a different form. So YouTube is going to be more longer form. If someone's going to be sitting down watching, a 5+ minute video, we most likely will want to put that creative angle on YouTube instead of Facebook, where a person's most likely, on the sitting on the toilet or in their car, just scrolling through the newsfeed quickly if they're on Instagram or Facebook. So there's different styles of consumer and like the different mindset, which we're going to be talking about in a second, a different mindset based on every single platform. We need to advertise our creative angles on that specific platform. So that's very important. So Facebook is best optimized for short, concise, direct response call to action style advertisements to get the prospect to perform desired actions, including lead gen calls, in comparison to more longer form education like we want to do on a platform like YouTube. So we want to get in and get out very quickly, give them the direct call to action on the Facebook ad platform specifically. So the best retargeting creative angles that we found work on Facebook are the direct call to action. So just giving them a directly what you want them to do. So direct call to action, urgency and scarcity. So get them to perform that action immediately, or they're going to miss out on something. Direct to message. So Facebook allows you to have a direct message advertisement. So they click a button and they go directly into the Facebook Messenger. So that's very powerful. And then also social proof testimonials, user generated content authority. So we can put short form testimonials from different homeowners that you help sell their home. That's a great place of just showing those shorter form testimonial videos within Facebook is also extremely powerful. So those are the best creative angles. And then the pros of the Facebook ad platform specifically for retargeting is you have a great retargeting conversion capabilities. So Facebook's targeting algorithm is definitely one of the strongest and most powerful on the internet. So their algorithm does a great job at finding the most conversion ready retargeting prospects at an optimized moment for conversion based on historical data. So Facebook is an extremely powerful platform. They basically have every single data point on you. And an interesting thing that I found personally is Facebook knows when to target you with ads. So they know based on your historical data of hours and hours, days, weeks, years of your historical browsing history that they look at. They can see when you're most likely to click on ads, when you're most likely to convert. They have all of that historical data. So I found personally that specifically for retargeting, it finds people at the perfect moment in time when they're ready to convert. Facebook does a great job at that. So that's one of the pros. And then also the ability to create omnipresence across multiple high traffic platforms. So you can advertise on Facebook, you can advertise on Instagram, two of the biggest, as we talk about newsfeed based social media platforms. You can advertise all across so many different placements. Instagram store, we're gonna be talking about this in a sec with all the placements, but Instagram stories, Facebook newsfeed, the Instagram Explore page, Facebook stories, the Facebook newsfeed, mobile, desktop, so many different placements that you can utilize within these social media platforms, and also at a relatively low cost per view for certain advertising objectives. So we talked about utilizing the video. We're going to be getting into this further once we actually set up the advertisements, but utilizing specific advertising objectives like optimizing for video views instead of conversions is going to allow you to get sometimes even 1 cent per view. So if you're able to get one super powerful view of maybe a testimonial or an educational piece of content for just 1 single cent, that's extremely powerful. We found that there's a direct correlation between the amount of time someone has spent consuming your content in comparison to them actually converting. So the more you're able to get them to actually consume your content, the more likely they are to convert. And we're able to do that at a super, super cheap cost per view, specifically on the Facebook advertising platform. So some of the cons on Facebook, and we kind of talked about this already, is the prospects in more of a social mindset on Facebook and Instagram, where they want to view more entertaining content and less educational, like potentially on a platform like YouTube. So if you think about it, when you're on Facebook, when you're on Instagram, like what are you looking at? You're looking at, celebrities. You're looking at, random pictures of people having a good time. Like it's more of a social type mindset when you're on Facebook and Instagram. And that's why we want to make sure to do, short, concise, direct response, call to action type creative angles, so we can get in and get out relatively quickly, because a person is, not looking to watch, a 10-minute video like they potentially could be on a platform like YouTube. Then lastly here, Facebook is a newsfeed based platform. So this is extremely important. Facebook is a newsfeed based platform where the prospect's scrolling relatively quickly. Like think of yourself on Facebook, you're scrolling relatively quickly through a newsfeed. So in order for your advertisement to actually receive an actual meaningful view, it must first compete to capture the prospect's attention. So that's why it's so important. And that's why we talked about the initial acknowledgement angle. So if you look at the advertisement on the left here, this is an example advertisement. We're saying, hey, it's us again. So that pulls the person's attention. They're like, what? Who is this? Who is this again? Why are they utilizing this angle on us? Why are they saying this to us? So that's a great way of catching the attention, specifically for retargeting advertising. That's why we like to use the acknowledgement angle, and we just keep on, talking about it again and again. So, hey, it's us again. Quick question. Are you still interested in selling your home quickly for cash? So this would be more of like a direct call to action type ad. We can buy your home as is in any condition without any repairs or cleaning needed, and get cash in your hand within days. Zero closing costs or commissions. Give us a call at, or go to our domain, and we can get started now. And then at the bottom here, we have the headline as well saying, wait, still want to sell your home for cash? So that just catches your attention very quickly, because it says, okay, so we have a pre-existing relationship. That's interesting. So that kind of catches their attention. That's a great way of getting actually stopping the scroll in the news feed. But yeah, that's one of the biggest cons with Facebook, is you need to catch the person's attention in order for them to actually view your ad, instead of an interruption based platform such as YouTube, where the first 5 seconds a person is basically forced to watch that ad over their YouTube video that they want to watch at the current moment in time. So that's the difference there. So this is a breakdown of the Facebook advertising platform. Once again, super, super powerful. So let's get into a little bit more about what we can do here with Facebook. So here are the different placements that we're able to advertise on to create that omnipresent effect. And I really wanted to dig down on this, because I just want you to think in your mind how powerful this is when you're able to advertise in all these different positions with all these different mediums and all these different creative angles. So we have the Facebook newsfeed on mobile and on desktop. You're going to be able to have them see your advertisements there. You're going to be able to not just have them see your advertisements on the Facebook newsfeed, but also the Instagram newsfeed on mobile and desktop. If they're in the Facebook Marketplace. So those are some of the biggest placements that you can use. And it gets even better. The Facebook video feed, the Facebook right columns when they're on desktop, the Instagram Explore page. So say, for example, they're seeing your ads in the Facebook newsfeed. They're seeing your ads in their Instagram friends newsfeed. Now they're seeing you on the Instagram Explore page, which is super powerful. That's just authority in itself. They go into their Facebook Messenger inbox. They're seeing you there. Next, they go on Instagram stories. They're seeing your short form vertical video content, giving them a direct call to action to take action now. So they're just seeing you in every single place on Facebook and Instagram. And that is how we create this omnipresent effect. They're seeing you on Facebook stories. They're seeing you on Instagram Reels, which is what a ton of people are using today. Facebook in-stream videos, the audience network. So Facebook also has a little bit of a form of their own audience network, like Google Display Network. So they have their advertisements on different smaller websites. So you're going to be able to have your advertisements seen there. So you're just creating a massive omnipresent effect within the Facebook and Instagram platform. And then within those placements, you also have different mediums and sizes. So on Facebook and Instagram, you can not just advertise with images, but also with video. So we want to hit them with different mediums as well, because some people want to see images, some people want to see written form. They like more written form mediums. Some people like video. You need to be hitting people with all different mediums. And then also you can test out the sizes. So if you're going to be advertising on Instagram stories, you're gonna need more of a portrait type format, a 16:9 portrait type format for vertical video. You can test out landscape videos. So if you want to have a more professional, longer form video, that could be landscape. Square videos, those are most likely, or images are most likely seen on Instagram. You have the vertical 4x5 videos. That's a little less common, but overall, I mean, you have to understand and be utilizing these different mediums and sizes in order to just be hitting them every single type way with different creative angles within different placements on Facebook, Facebook newsfeed, Instagram newsfeed, Instagram stories, the Instagram Explore page. Like, you can utilize different mediums within those placements everywhere, and then you're utilizing different creatives as well. So you just need to continuously keep on testing all these different placements and mediums and sizes to see what works best for you. But once again, just being able to create that omnipresent effect by doing all these different things is incredibly important. It's going to only make your your retargeting advertising that much more effective. So here are the core elements of a Facebook retargeting advertisement. So this is extremely important. There's different core elements for every single platform that you need to make sure that you're doing when you're setting up your actual retargeting advertisement. So we talked about the creative angles that you're going to be using, but within those creative angles, like, there's different elements that you must make sure to include within those angles for the different specific advertising platforms. So this is the advertisement that we've been talking about right here. This is a good example. So to start off here, as we talked about, since Facebook is a newsfeed based platform, and we're competing for attention in the newsfeed while they're scrolling super quickly, and we need to stop the scroll. So what are we going to do? You 100% must have a great first 3-line lead. So on Facebook, specifically on mobile, you have 3 lines before it has the show more, where you have to click the show more in order to see the rest of the written text. So we want to make sure within those first 3 lines that we get in our scroll stopper lead that they can actually see, and that's exactly what we did here. So as you can see here, it says, "Hey, it's us again. Quick question: are you still interested in selling your home quickly for cash?" So that's the way that we like to position it. So they actually stop the scroll and take the time to read and watch the rest of your ad. That's the entire point of the lead. So as they're scrolling through your newsfeed, this is going to be the first thing they're going to see is your scroll stopping lead. So you need to make sure that's super powerful. And the best way of doing that, and why we continuously hone in on this exact strategy here, is you want to acknowledge the pre-existing relationship in your lead for retargeting ads, because it's a super simple way. So you don't need to do anything crazy. You don't need to make any crazy statements. Just simply acknowledge the fact that you have a pre-existing relationship with these people, these homeowners that you're retargeting. And even better if you can segment it based off of their specific engagement level, as we talked about before. But it's just a super simple but powerful method of stopping the scroll with the homeowner prospect when they're viewing when they're scrolling through their Facebook newsfeed, Instagram newsfeed, or basically any newsfeed platform. So next after that, we have our written creative angle. So as we talked about, the homeowner prospects, they're going to want to view things in multiple different angles. You don't know which one it's going to be. So the great thing about Facebook is it allows you to basically utilize every single one. So you can use written creative angles, you can use video creative angles, and image creative angles. So we can do a little bit of each. So right here we have a written creative angle. So Facebook gives you the ability to add written body text to your advertisement, so you can provide a short form written version of your specific creative angle as a second type of viewable medium for homeowner prospects. Because as we talk about, some people are visual, some people are readers. You don't know which one it's going to be, so we want to make sure to include as many, and when we're creating our omnipresent retargeting matrix, make sure we include as many as possible, so that we can hit people in every single medium, every single angle, and on every single advertising platform. So right here, the creative angle, I would say, is more short form educational base. So we're basically telling them, hey, we can buy your home as is in any condition without any repairs or cleaning needed, and get cash in your hand within days. 0 closing costs or commissions. So it's just a quick, short form, punchy, concise statement breaking down exactly what we can do for them. And then lastly here, we have the written call to action. So there must always be a call to action to perform a desired action within your advertisements on Facebook, within both your visual and your written medium. So if we had a video here, we would include the call to action in the video. We would have the actor, whoever is or whoever is speaking in the video, to give that call to action to perform the specific call to the specific desired action we want them to perform. So here it's give us a call at whatever your phone number may be, or go to the domain and we can get started now. So that's just a quick call to action telling them exactly what we want them to do next. And then we have our visual form of creative angle that we can do with Facebook. So this is going to be the main section of your Facebook ad, where you'll be adding one of the 12 different creative angles that we talked about. We have the educational angle, we have the social proof angle. There's so many different angles that we can do here, but we want to show at least one of the 12 different creative angles for each ad through image or video in a visual format, which the homeowner can view to receive the required information angle and build that omnipresent brand awareness around them. So we start off, we stop the scroll with our scroll stopping lead. Then next, they're gonna either click the show more in order to see the rest of the written lead. So we'll have the written creative angle there, where they can see exactly more information on exactly what we can do for them and educate them on our solution. And then we also give them a call to action. But let's say they just view the scroll stopping lead, they stop the scroll, and then they look at our visual creative angle instead because they're more of a visual person. Then we're gonna have one of our 12 different creative angles there. And we're going to do that in a visual format. Very, very simple. And then at the end here, we also, let's say they're scrolling super quickly and they get to the bottom of our ad. We also have our scroll stopping headline as well. So Facebook allows you to put a headline. So it's a secondary scroll stopper that you can craft for the headline of your Facebook ad next to the call to action button to catch the attention of your homeowner prospect and once again acknowledge them of your existing relationship. So that's how we like to stop the scroll. So it says, wait, still want to sell your home for cash? So this basically tells the person, hey, we already have a pre-existing relationship. We've already identified that you wanted to sell your home. Do you still want to sell your home? Well, then click the button here and then we can get that done for you. So these are the core elements of your Facebook advertisement. You have the scroll stopping lead to stop them immediately, the written scroll stopping lead, the written creative angle if they're more of a reader. You have the written call to action if they're more of a reader. You have the visual creative angle. So you can create your creative angle through a visual format, which will be two different mediums, image or video. And then you have your scroll stopping written headline as a secondary scroll stopper to acknowledge your existing relationship with them and stop that scroll as a secondary format. So these are the core elements of your Facebook advertisement and how you want to create your advertisement for whatever creative angle you're going to be utilizing on Facebook. So now let's get into a breakdown of exactly how we're going to be setting up our Facebook retargeting ads. So I'm going to go through a step-by-step process just so you have it in the presentation. And then we're actually at the end going to go into Facebook and do this live. So we're going to get a little bit of both here, but just to start off, so you have the step-by-step process, I'm going to break it down here. So step number 1, and as you can see on the left here, we're going to be choosing our campaign objective. That will allow you to optimize for the specific engagement stage or creative angle which you'll be advertising in your retargeting campaign. So there's multiple different campaign objectives. The ones that are the most powerful specifically for Facebook retargeting is going to be number 1, leads. So it's going to be your conversion objective. So when you select the leads campaign objective, it's going to allow you to set up conversions. So the main objection that will be used, this is going to be the main objection that you're going to use for bouncers. So people that have clicked onto your website but haven't opted in yet. They bounced off your website. This would be the objective that you will want to use in order for Facebook to actually optimize and go out finding the people who are most likely. This is how the Facebook algorithm works based on, for specifically conversions, based on what conversion objective you set. So for this instance, it would be leads. Facebook's going to go out and find the people who are in your bouncer segment who is most likely based on all the historical data they have on that person, who is most likely to actually become a lead. That is how the conversion objective works. And that's why Facebook is so incredibly powerful, because they have years of historical data on everyone. And we're able to go out and tell Facebook, hey, find the people within our bouncers retargeting audience that are most likely to convert and become a lead. And they're going to go out and find those people. So that's the number one objective there, leads for conversions. Then we have our awareness objective. So we can select video views and reach frequency as well within the awareness objective. We'll be getting into that in a second here. But this objective is going to be used for mostly prospects in the follow-up stage. So the people that have hit your website, they become a lead, but maybe they haven't spoken to you on the phone yet, or they decided not to follow through with a deal, so they're in the follow-up stage. So you're able to retarget them with more educational video content, or video content, which they can watch within the newsfeed at a relatively low cost per view. So what happens here is, because we're optimizing with our campaign objective for video views and reach frequency, this means that Facebook targeting algorithm is not optimized for getting prospects to perform certain actions. So it's not a conversion objective, but what we're going to do is it's rather going to optimize for priming them with information and building omnipresence at a super low cost. So Facebook's going to go out and it's going to find the people that are most likely to view your videos within that specific follow-ups retargeting audience. So we're going to find people that are most likely to actually view the video. So let's say we have a 2 or 3 minute educational video and we're running that retargeting advertisement on Facebook. It's going to find the people who are most likely to actually view that video, so we can get that 2 to 3 minute view from that prospect that has already identified themselves as someone who's interested in the solution of selling their home. We're basically 100% sure if this person actually, let's say for example, typed into Google "sell my home for cash," they clicked onto our website, they became a lead. This is someone who's definitely like 99% sure is interested in actually selling their home, or else they wouldn't have actually performed that action and became a lead on your website, or even spoken to you on the phone. So now what we're going to do is, at a super low cost, this is the biggest point of why we use this video view objective, is because when you're utilizing conversion objectives, it's relatively expensive. So conversion objectives, if you're optimizing for conversion, it's most likely to be more expensive. But when we're utilizing this awareness objective, this is why we like to use this, is it's going to allow you to still go out and find those people, but it's going to be at a super low cost. So you can get a cost per view of anywhere from 1 cent to 5 cents per view. And as we talked about before, whoever's willing to get there's a direct correlation between the amount of time someone consumes their content and their actual conversion rate. So the more that we can get people to view our videos and educate them on the process and create that omnipresent effect by them just continuously seeing our advertisements and our videos, educating them and showing them social proof and everything like that, it's just allowing us to create that omnipresent effect at a super, super low cost in comparison to utilizing the conversion objectives. And then we have the traffic objective. So this is just going to basically allow us to get cheap clicks. So this objective will allow you to get prospects within your bouncers or your follow-up engagement stage to perform certain desired actions at a very cheap cost. So this is good to test only because you have already identified that they're potentially interested and qualified prospects, and that they've actually engaged with your company. So you would not want to utilize this traffic objective for anything that has to do with cold advertising, because what Facebook is doing is that when you're utilizing this objective, similar to conversion, when you're optimizing for this campaign objective traffic, Facebook's going to go out and it's going to optimize for people who are most likely to click your ad. That is the whole point of this. So we're able to get cheap clicks. And so if we were cold advertising, we would just get random people who are just going to click on our ads. But because we've already identified that they're in the bouncer or follow-ups engagement stage or one of our retargeting audiences, that's fine if they're most optimized to click on our ads, because we've already identified that they're most likely primed and interested or have some form of potential intent in actually following up with a solution. So we're able to get those clicks much cheaper than if we were utilizing a conversion objective. So these are the 3 recommended objectives for specifically Facebook retargeting ads. Next off, we have part number 2. So we have a run through on the left side here once again with the image, but step number 2, you're going to create a campaign name with a proper naming convention to stay organized in your Facebook dashboard with this format here. So this is just basically the name of your campaign, so you can stay. You're going to have a bunch of campaigns within your dashboard, so you want to make sure that you're always staying organized by having the proper naming conventions. So the naming conventions that we like to use are the company name, and then you have a divider line in between, the campaign type, and then the campaign objective. So let's say your company name is Home Buyers America. We're going to have HB America, divider line retargeting, since it's a retargeting campaign type, and then you're going to have your campaign objective, which for this instance is awareness and video, and we're utilizing video use within the awareness campaign objective. So that's the campaign subtype. So very simple naming convention there. Then step number 3, the best practice is to set the special ad category as housing. So we see the special ad category. So this is something that Facebook recently implemented in the last couple of years, where it's basically they don't want you to discriminate against different races or ethnicities based on for specifically housing ads. So it's anything related to like credit, employment, housing ads, any social or issues or elections or politics type ads. They make you select. They make you select this special ad category. So in this instance, we're going to use the housing restrictions. You want to make sure that that's set just so that you can make sure that your ads don't get disapproved. So it kind of removes some of your targeting capabilities, so you aren't able to target based on demographics. But since this is our retargeting campaigns, it doesn't really matter because these are people that we already know are interested. So with cold advertising, it's a problem. But with retargeting advertising, it's not that big of a deal because we already know that these people are interested. Step number 4, so you can switch your campaign objective if you would like from the initial selection, but we're not going to be doing that. We want to keep it at the awareness campaign objective. And then step number 5, it's optional. You can create A/B split tests with your campaigns, which will test a variety of different versions of your ads to improve your overall ad performance, but that's not really necessary for our campaigns here. Then step number 6, you can enable the Advantage Campaign Objective Plus to allow Facebook to distribute your budget automatically based on their algorithms. But this is super, super important, guys. Pro tip here. All ad platforms, you need to understand, are optimized to spend as much of your money as possible and spread the spend across all of their ad inventory, no matter the overall quality and performance. So we would recommend you to give them the least amount of control possible over your campaigns. You don't want to, there's going to be a bunch of settings that Facebook and Google add to their ad platforms, but you want to make sure that you keep as much control as possible because they're optimized to spend as much of your money as possible. They don't really care about the performance. They want to make sure that your performance is relatively good. But they're optimized to spread your spend across all of their ad inventory. They want you to spend as much money as possible, and you don't want that. You want to keep complete control of your campaigns, so you can hyper target them down to only the best ad inventory, to only the best targeting options. So that's very important. Make sure to keep as much control as possible over your campaigns. Don't let them spend your campaigns themselves because they're going to blow through your money. We've seen it time and time again. So that's number 2. Part number 3, so step number 7, once again, we're going to create a campaign name with a proper naming convention to stay organized in your Facebook ad dashboard. So that was the campaign level, and now we're on the ad set level. So these are going to be the different audiences. So you have the campaign level, and then within the ad set level, you can utilize different audiences. So for this example, we're going to have, once again, this is our retargeting campaign. We're utilizing the awareness objective, but the difference here is that we're going to be typing in our engagement level audience. So for this example, it's going to be bouncers, but we can also utilize different audiences within this specific campaign. So this would just be a different ad set. So we can use bouncers for this ad set, and then we can do follow-ups for another ad set. So it's just, this is the ad set level is just basically utilizing different audience. You can just select different audiences, but it will be all within the same campaign. And then step number 8, so we're utilizing the awareness objective as we talked about. So you'll be able to select your specific performance goal for your campaign that you would like Facebook to optimize for, which specifically for awareness campaigns will allow you to enhance the omnipresent effect by optimizing for maximizing reach and views with frequency. So what we want to do here is make sure that we maximize the amount of reach. So by selecting that specific performance goal, Facebook's going to go out and it's going to optimize and try to get as many people as possible that are in our audience that retargeting audience. So for example, bouncers, it's going to go out and optimize to find as many people within that audience as possible and show them as many and show them our ads. But if we were to optimize, for example, and we'll be going into this once we actually set this up live on the different options. But let's say, for example, we were optimizing for frequency, then it's going to go, Facebook's going to optimize to show our ads to the same people as many times as possible during the day, which could also be beneficial, specifically for retargeting, where we want to create that omnipresent effect. So that's extremely important. You want to build up the omnipresent effect with your retargeting campaigns by increasing the amount of frequency that your prospects are seeing your ads, so that they can see your ads more times during the day. So that's what frequency is. So you can see on the left side here, it's called the frequency cap. Facebook has it set at 1 impression every 7 days, which is good for cold advertising, but for retargeting advertising, we want these people, and this is going to be a smaller audience. So and once again, these are super primed people. So we want to make sure that they're seeing our ads as many times as possible during the day, not just 1 impression every 7 days. We want them to see our ads as many times during the day, and it's at a super cheap cost, especially if we're using the awareness objective, so that we can create that omnipresent effect and just have them seeing our ads every single day, all day, every day, for our specific solution. So that's incredibly important with our frequency cap. And then lastly here we have step number 9. So you want to set up your daily budget you're going to be spending on your retargeting ad set. And once again, the best part about retargeting campaigns, especially when using non-conversion objectives, is that you can receive a large amount of super high value brand touches with frequency on your retargeting audiences for a relatively low cost per impression or per view, if done correctly. So you can set your daily budgets at a relatively low cost. You can set them at $10 to $20 per day, and you can still see good results. So if you have, let's say, for example, 1,000 people in your bouncers retargeting audience for that engagement level, you can spend $5, maybe even $10 per day, and it won't even spend through, but your people will still be seeing your ads 2-3 times a day. So you can be really efficient when you're using these brand awareness type objectives with your advertising. And that's why we like to utilize this awareness objective specifically for retargeting campaigns, because it just allows you to get so much bang for your buck with your retargeting advertising and really create that omnipresent effect. So that's another pro tip right there. So that's part number 3. Part number 4, now this is where we're getting to the very important part here. So step number 10, where you're going to select from your list of engagement level audiences that you created to use as your custom audience that you're going to be targeting and serving your retargeting ads. So you need to make sure to set up your pixel and build those custom audiences that we talked about in this training here today. So we're either going to be using the pixel-based audiences, the on-platform audiences, or we can also upload our contact information from our CRM for our advanced behavioral retargeting audiences. So just some example custom audiences that we can use, as we talked about before: people who have visited any page on your website plus a date range, so in the last 7 days. People who have visited specific pages on your website plus a date range. People who have visited specific pages on your website plus the amount of time spent. So once again, we went through all those different engagement level retargeting audiences that you can use, and this is the exact part where you'd be selecting those audiences and basically serving your ads to those audiences. So you have some extra options as well that you're able to do, so you can further narrow down your targeting by using location-based people in a specific location, age, gender, interests, and languages. But once again, this will not be available to you since you have the special ad category selected with the housing restrictions, so you're not able to do this. But once again, it doesn't really matter, because these are people that are in your retargeting audience that have already basically shown that they're interested and they have intent in potentially selling their home. So these are most likely a good audience that you don't need to further narrow down your targeting for your demographics. If you're doing cold advertising, yes, this would be a problem, and this is one of the biggest problems for wholesalers. But for retargeting audiences, it's not a big deal whatsoever. So that's setting up your custom audiences to target. That's part number 4. Next, we have part number 5. So this is where we get into the placement options that we just talked about. So you can, for step number 11, you can select the placement options for where you would like your retargeting custom audiences to see your ads. And specifically for retargeting ads, you want to keep all your placements selected so that you can create that mass omnipresence effect in your homeowner prospect's mind, where they're seeing your company and your brand everywhere on Facebook, everywhere on Instagram, and everywhere on the audience network, basically everywhere on these platforms. So as we talked about before, we have all these different placements, as you can see on the left side here: the Facebook news feed, the Instagram news feed, Instagram stories, Facebook stories, Instagram reels, Facebook reels. All these different places, we want to make sure that we keep these selected so that people will be seeing our ads in these placements. And then also we have some other narrowing down of the targeting that you can do. So you can select the devices, including mobile, desktop, tablet, and TV, where you would like to have your ads seen. We want to make sure that's on all, unless we're doing the strategy that we talked about before, where we want them, if we're just selecting a desktop, we know that for a fact that they're most likely, at a set like place where they're not moving around or on the go. So that would be a good time to serve them a specific creative angle, like a direct call to action, where they have time to actually perform that action. So that would be a reason why you would want to use desktop. But overall, once again, we want to create that omnipresent effect. So we would want the majority of the devices to be selected so that it can be seen across all those devices. Next, we have the platforms and the placements. So you're going to select the platforms that you want to be seen on, plus also the specific placements within the platforms that you want your ads seen. So obviously we already have that all set up. We just talked about that. We have the mobile device and the operating system specificity. So you can select if you would like to have your ads shown only on specific mobile devices or operating systems. So this is just like, I wouldn't change this. I would leave this on. We always leave it on. But if you wanted to just target down on the most expensive technology only, so only people that use iPhones, only people that use the most advanced operating system on the iPhone, it's just going to allow you to target a more higher quality audience, just so you know that. And then we talked about this already, but the Wi-Fi only pro tip. So Facebook allows you to select only when connected to Wi-Fi, and this basically gives you a way to identify when a prospect is not on the go, but rather in a set place where they are using Wi-Fi, therefore displaying that they may have the time to perform certain higher effort or time-consuming activities. So you're able to do that with your Facebook retargeting ads. We normally like to leave that on for certain advertisements, but you can do either or depending on what your creative angle is and what you're trying to achieve with your retargeting ad. So that's part number 5. And then part number 6, where we're actually creating our advertisements. So step number 12, you're going to be creating your ad name with proper naming convention to stay organized. So for this example, we're going to for this naming convention, it's basically, you have the campaign level, and then we talked about you have the ad set level, and now this is the ad level. So you can have multiple ads within an ad set. So that's why we utilize this naming convention here, where we have the retargeting campaign name, because that's the campaign. We have the campaign objective of awareness video views, because that's what we're doing for this ad set. Then we have the audience, because that's the ad set that this ad is based in. So we have the bouncers, and then we also have now the creative angle that we're going to be utilizing for this specific ad. So there's able to be multiple ads within an ad set, and for this specific ad, we're using a direct call to action creative angle. So that's why we would include that in our naming convention. Step number 13, so we're going to set up your retargeting advertisement with your specific creative angle to add into your Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix, including number 1, the media. So that you're gonna add your video or image that you've created for the creative angle. That's going to act as your main section for the creative angle, which you want to utilize for this advertisement. So as you can see here, we have the guaranteed cash offer on your home in 90 seconds. That is our image ad right there that we uploaded. And then you have the body text. So we talked about the written lead. That's what this would be here. So you can add the written creative angle and the written lead, which you'll utilize to stop the scroll of your homeowner prospect to view the rest of your advertisement. So as you can see, it just says body text right there. That's the placeholder text we have. We're going to be going in and setting this up, so you don't have to worry. You're going to see all this done live. Then we have the headline that we already talked about. So you're going to add the written headline that will be seen by the homeowner prospect next to the call to action as a secondary written scroll stopper. You have the description, which is that text you can see right there on the left side, Facebook feed link description. We normally like to just leave this blank so they only see the written headline. It kind of takes away from the headline. So we normally like to just keep the headline and then leave this blank, but it's just secondary text underneath the headline to provide more supporting information. Then you have the call to action button, which on the right side there, right next to the headline. So you can select a variety of preset call to action buttons, which the homeowner prospects will click to go to your destination URL. So for this example, it's learn more. And then lastly, here we have the destination website URL that you'll be able to see. So the URL is, you can type in the exact URL that the homeowner is going to go to when they click the button. Very simple. So that is how you set up the Facebook retargeting app. So now that we have a breakdown of how the Facebook ad platform works, we went over basically everything. We went over why the Facebook ad platform is great for retargeting, the pros and cons of it. We went over all the different placements within the Facebook ad platform. We went over the different mediums. We went over the step-by-step process to set up an advertisement. And now let's actually go in to the Facebook ad dashboard and set up a retargeting campaign. Okay, and we are now inside the Facebook ad dashboard, and to start off, it may look a little bit overwhelming. There's a ton of different elements on this page here, but in reality, it's actually relatively simple once we break everything down. And the most important part here that you need to understand is you now understand the strategy behind exactly how to set up our omnipresent retargeting matrix. So setting up the ads and understanding the dashboard, that's relatively simple. You can go on YouTube, you can figure out exactly how to set up advertisements. So don't worry if you're a little bit overwhelmed. We're going to break everything down right now. And once again, the strategy is the most important part here. That's the thing that cannot be duplicated. Learning how to set up Facebook ads, learning the Facebook dashboard, that is simple. You can go anywhere. You can go on any website. You can go on any YouTube video and learn how to do that. But the strategy behind it is the most important. So to start off here, let's just go a little bit into the dashboard. I'll break down the most important parts that you need to understand in order to actually set up a Facebook advertising campaign. So to start off here, we have a couple different, this is our demo account right here. We have a couple different campaigns. So we can just go from left to right here. So you're going to click this create button in order to create a campaign. We're going to be doing that in a second. You can break down all of your different advertising accounts right here. You can refresh your page right here. You have the date range right here. And then you have your campaign level. As we talked about, you have the campaign level, the ad sets within your campaign. So this would be your different audiences, and then also your different ads within your ad sets. So that's how this dashboard is set up. And then right here for the individual campaigns, we have all the different individual metrics. So you can see the campaign name, and we're going to be typing in. We talked about our different naming conventions to make sure that we stay organized, and that this is the exact reason, so that we can stay organized with each and every campaign that we have. You can turn on or off your campaigns. This is going to tell you if your campaigns are currently on or off. You can see your budgets right here, the current amount of money that you have spent on these specific campaigns, and this is a demo account, so we just have some dummy campaigns that we set up right here for you. The amount of impressions, the people that see your ad in the news feed, the cost per 1,000 impressions, which is called the CPM, the amount of reach that you're getting. This is how we like to set up our specific campaigns. So there's multiple, you can set up your dashboards in multiple different ways. But we like to set up our dashboard this way to give the best view of the data. So that's another pro tip. So you can see your unique link clicks, so the amount of unique people that actually click your link. The unique click-through rate, this is also very important. You want to make sure this is above 1%. The cost per unique click, so you can see exactly how much money it's costing you in order to get a click to your website or whatever landing page you're utilizing. The amount of leads that you've generated. So if you're doing a lead conversion campaign, we talked about all the different type of campaign types. If you're looking to do a lead conversion campaign, you'll be able to see exactly how many leads you have generated right here. The cost per lead, so the amount of based on the amount of leads in comparison to your amount spent, you're going to see your overall cost per lead, how much money it's costing you. And then also here we have purchases, which is just, this is different. if you're going to be doing different types of campaigns for them to purchase products. But we're not going to be doing that here, obviously, because we're looking to do lead generation for homeowners. And then your video average playtime. So this is just another indicator that we like to look at. It's somewhat of a vanity metric, but you'll be able to see if you're, for example, running an educational, like a 3 to 5 minute educational video, you'll be able to see how many people are actually watching 25% of the video, how many people are actually watching 50% of the video. So you can see exactly how long people are watching your videos. And as we talked about before, if we want to create that omnipresent effect, we want to make sure that people are actually watching the videos and becoming educated on our home buying process and all the different creative angles that we've set up. So that is the basis of the dashboard. And then the most important part here, when we're talking about our engagement level segments, creating those engagement level segments, how we're going to do that is we're going to go to the audiences right here. And then you'll see we have some dummy audiences set up. So we have all leads retargeting audience set up for the last 180 days. We have all website visitors retargeting audience set up. So those are just some example audiences that you can create. But right here is where you're going to create those audiences, the custom audiences, utilizing your engagement level segments, whatever those may be. And then, for example, this would be your pixel. So if you have a pixel set up on the page, you can do all website visitors. You can do, as we talked about, people who have visited specific pages. You would just type in the URLs of those pages, and then in the last whatever date range that you want to utilize. We talked about visitors by time spent. So if they spent 25%, the top 25% of people who have spent the most amount of time on your websites. So we talked about all these different audiences that you can utilize. And then you can also, if you want to further narrow down into, if they, like, for example, if they hit this page and that page as well, that would be how you would further segment down. We already talked about all the different engagement level retargeting segments, but I just want to give you show you exactly how to do that specifically. So we have the meta sources. So this is what we talked about for videos. So a person who watched at least 25% of a video, 10 seconds of a video, 50% of a video. So we can create those retargeting audiences there. We talked about the lead forms as well. And then this is how you would do your advanced behavioral retargeting segments. This would come from your CRM. So if it's based off of certain, you would be basically uploading your email list here. So you would pull from your CRM the exact homeowners based on whatever advanced behavioral retargeting segment, retargeting audience you're trying to create. So for example, if it's homeowners that are going through a divorce right now, if you want to create that retargeting audience, you would grab that from your CRM, you would filter it out in your CRM, and then you would upload all the emails of people that have that are in that retargeting audience of the divorce motivation type, and you would upload that right here. And then you would basically just upload the list right here, and then you'd be able to name that the divorce segment or whatever, and then you would be able to utilize that in your retargeting campaigns. So it would show up right here. So that's just how to create those audiences. Once again, you can look up a YouTube video to do all this. Is very simple, but the strategy is the most important part. So I'll just get into how to create your campaigns. So we're going to start right here, as we talked about. So we already went through the entire step-by-step process, but just once again, you can choose the awareness objective. We want either the awareness, traffic, or the leads objective are the ones that we would most likely want to utilize, specifically for our homeowner lead gen campaigns or our omnipresent retargeting campaigns. Those are the ones that you would want to utilize. But for this example, we can use awareness segment. So we can go continue here. And then we get into the same exact part. So we have the campaign name. So we talked about how we should set up our campaign names. So we start off with our company name. So Home Buyers America, for example, divider line, our campaign type, which is brand awareness. And then we would do our campaign objective, which would be, let's say, for example, video views. Okay, then the special added category, we talked about this, so you need to make sure to declare the housing one. And then next off here, we don't want to do any A/B tests or anything like that.
And then, as we talked about before, the advantage campaign budget. We want to leave. Uh, we do not want Facebook to have control of our campaigns. We want to keep control of our campaigns because they are optimized to spend as much of our money as possible. So we want to keep control. So then we go to next here. Then we have our ad set name. So we talked about this as well. The campaign type, which is going to be retargeting. Retargeting, objective is brand awareness, and then the audience. So let's say whatever engagement level audience we want to do, bouncers, we can just use that for example. And then we have our performance goals. So we talked about some of the different performance goals. If you want Facebook to optimize to reach the most amount of people within your targeting audience, that's how you would utilize this. So it would be unique reach, as many people. If you want to show your ads to as many people as possible, as many times as possible, so that would be how we would create a mass omnipresent effect. We can do that as well. Maximize ad recall lift. We want to show our ads to people who are likely to remember seeing them. So, I mean, I wouldn't really utilize this one. I would either utilize maximum number of impressions or maximize reach, depending on which one's working best for you. If you have a smaller audience, I would probably use maximize number of impressions, just so you can show them as many ads as possible. And then you can also choose video view goals. So if you want to maximize the amount of people that are actually going to watch your video all the way through, if you have more of an educational video or longer form video, you can utilize these video view objectives. Then you would have your Facebook page. You obviously need to create a Facebook page for your company. Bid control, we're going to leave that off for now. We can leave it on optional because Facebook actually does a decent job at keeping your bid to a good amount. But if you wanted to do that, you could set a bid control. But I found personally that even though I just said that you want to give Facebook the least amount of control for the bid, they normally do actually give you a decent bid price. They don't actually try to gouge you there. When you get charged, so based on the impression, standard delivery type, you want to keep that on standard. Dynamic creative, we're not going to be utilizing that right now. And then your daily budget. So as we talked about, you can utilize a pretty relatively low budget and it'll spend all the way through. And you'll be able to retarget a ton of people at a $10. So if we're looking at a, let's say for example, 2 cent or 3 cent cost per view, I mean you can get hundreds of people to watch your advertisement for basically just $10 a day. And as we talked about before, these are highly valued prospects, because if one of them just closes on a deal, we're talking about $10,000 to $20,000 in revenue for your company. So just spending $10 a day to consistently be hitting these people is a great price to pay. The higher the overall revenue per deal, the better utilized for retargeting, as we talked about our golden retargeting rule. Okay, start date, we can start that today. We want to keep the ad scheduling, so no day parting. We want to have our ads running at all times of the day. Then this is where we can input our engagement level retargeting audiences. So we have our retargeting audiences set up. So we can use one of these, for example, if we wanted to. And then we can't change any of these. We want to make sure to keep all these the same because of the housing restriction. And it wouldn't matter anyway, because on our front end cold advertising, we're going to be advertising to our target audience anyway, so they should already be whatever we want them to be here. And then we can keep Advantage Plus placements on, because that'll just have it spread across all the placements on the platform, but just so you can see all the different placements. So we talked about Facebook feed, Instagram profile feed. So we have all the different placements here, Instagram stories. So you want to make sure to keep all of these on. And then as we talked about, we can target based on device. And then if we want to make sure that a pro tip, if we want to make sure that people are at a set location to watch your video, maybe it's a longer form video, you can also select here, only targeting them when they're connected to Wi-Fi. So we know they're not on the go. And then all of this brand safety and everything, you can just keep that at none. So it spends across all the different placements. Then we can go to next here. Then for the ad name, Want to utilize campaign type, retargeting, brand objective, brand awareness, audience would be our bouncers, and then the ad name, whatever our creative angle is. So let's say it's just like the FAQ, for example. So that's how we would set that up. We have the Facebook page, correct. You don't need an Instagram account if you don't have one, so you can just use the selected page. And then this is where you would upload your image or video, whatever that may be. Do not select multi advertising ads. You don't want to do that. Then you can upload your image here. So let's take, for example, this image. Then you'll be able to see it here. Obviously not add music. So we can see all the different placements, what it would look like. As you can see, this pops out very nicely. So you want to make sure you use the correct graphics or videos or whatever it may be. You want to make sure that you can stop the scroll, as we talked about time and time again. You want to make sure to click add a destination so we can actually have somewhere where they click through to. But something that you can do if you're just trying to do more brand awareness, if you don't select, if they can't click on your ad, it's gonna, we found that it actually, say for example, you're doing more of like an educational based video where you're just trying to retarget people in the follow-up stage, you can just utilize no click-through, so they can't click to any website or anything like that, and they just strictly watch the video, and that'll be a much lower overall cost per view, you'll see. So that's just another pro tip right there. If you're just looking to retarget them in the follow-up stage and just create that omnipresence without actually getting them to perform a certain action, and you don't put a destination where they can click through to, then it's gonna, because you're keeping people on the Facebook platform, they reward you by charging you a lower cost per view. So that's another pro tip there. So this would be where the body text is, as we talked about on specifically Facebook mobile. That's where the majority of people are going to be seeing your advertisement. You have 3 lines before it does the show more. So for example, you can see here, you go past the 3 lines, it'll do a show more. So you want to make sure that you get your lead across, your scroll stopping lead, as we talked about, your written scroll stopping lead. You want to make sure that within the first 3 lines that you get that point across so you can stop the scroll as the homeowner prospect is going through. And we talked about acknowledging their existing relationship. That's a great way of doing that. So if you did want to add a destination, you can type in the headline there. And then you can type in, you want to go to website if you're going to be sending them strictly to a website. If you're going to be sending them to a messaging app, so we talked about direct messenger, that's one of the creative angles. You can click right here and it'll send them directly to your messenger or whatever it may be. If you want to send them to your Instagram account or your WhatsApp, you can do that as well. But we can just do dealhunter.ai. That'll send them to our website. You'll see the display URL right there. If you want to shorten that up, you can do that. And then that's the entire process right there. You can see the ad, headline, call to action button, creative angle right here. You can put a video in there if you would like. You just remove the media there and change it out with a video. And that's the entire process, guys. It's that simple. Click publish and you're setting up your advertisement. And you're going to be sending that, serving that advertisement directly to your target prospects within your engagement level retargeting audience that you set up right here. That is the entire process. It's relatively simple. So that is the entire process to set up a Facebook retargeting ad. And once again, you want to set up all different creative angles, have all different creative angles running. And that is exactly how we create that omnipresent effect across all the different placements on Facebook, Instagram, Instagram Reels, Instagram Stories, Facebook Messenger, all these different places, and they're just going to be seeing your ads across every single platform. And that is the power of Facebook. So let's get into the next advertising platform, YouTube.
Okay, so now we're on to our second advertising platform that we'll be utilizing for our Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix, which is the YouTube advertising platform. So with the YouTube advertising platform, you'll be able to retarget prospects across the number one largest video search engine, but also, and not a lot of people know this, but it's actually the number two largest search engine behind Google. So there's a massive amount of traffic on this platform, specifically looking to view YouTube videos about certain topics. And what we're able to do on this platform is utilize forced interruption based advertising, as we like to call it, utilizing the powerful medium, I would say the most powerful medium for trying to get a point across, which is video, with either short form YouTube shorts, as I'm sure you've seen, short form video, short form vertical video, or also long form YouTube videos, so videos that are anywhere from 3 to 5 or even 10 minutes plus, and it's best optimized, as we talked about a little bit before, for specifically more detailed educational type creative angles in order to inform or educate prospects on your company's brand, or your different unique value propositions within your home buying process. So this is extremely important as well. The difference between Facebook and YouTube is, with Facebook, as we talked about, it's a newsfeed based advertising platform. So people are scrolling through a newsfeed and then they're seeing your advertisement. So you're competing against other posts within that platform, within the newsfeed, in order to grab that attention so that they actually engage with your advertisement. But with YouTube, it's a little bit different. It's what we like to call forced interruption based advertising, where someone's watching a YouTube video and then boom, right in front of their YouTube video, before they're able to watch it, they have to watch at least 5 seconds of your advertisement before they're able to click this skip ad or just continuously keep on viewing your ad. So that's very important. We're able to force our advertisement in front of the YouTube video that they're going to watch, so they immediately see, at bare minimum, a 5-second impression of your video. So that's super important. And even though you're not the most powerful thing with YouTube, and this is a little pro tip here and something that's super interesting, is that you're able to get some form of omnipresence every single time. Instead of with Facebook, where they're scrolling through the newsfeed, they're most likely not even going to see your ad or engage with it. They basically have some form of ad blindness. With YouTube, because of this forced interruption based advertising, you're able to basically create a forced omnipresent effect where they have to watch at least 5 seconds of your ad. So every time that you place an ad in front of them, they are somewhat seeing at least 5 seconds of your ad. So you're able to create some form of omnipresent effect, even though they're skipping your ad every single time, if they're going to be doing that. So you're able to force some form of omnipresence with every single advertisement that you utilize on YouTube, and that's super, super powerful. So the top YouTube ad platform retargeting creative angles that we found that work best on YouTube are educational explainer content, because as we just talked about, people are, when they're watching YouTube videos, they're most likely, in a place where they're in that learner's mindset. We're going to be getting into this in a second here. They're in that learner's mindset where they're, willing to sit down and watch a little bit more of a longer form video, instead of being in that social mindset where they're looking at different, entertaining type content. With YouTube, once again, it's a search engine where they're looking to search out some form of information and watch a video on that information. So we're going to be, with this platform, we're able to put our educational explainer content for our specific company in front of that YouTube video that they're about to watch. Next here is competitor or alternative comparison. So we can show line by lines, transparent comparison of your company compared to your competitors. So you're going to be able to create, a 5-10 minute video just breaking down all of the different the differences between you and your competitors and your specific unique value propositions. Also, next we have our branding, personality, and storytelling. So you can really dig in a little bit deeper into the story of your company, create personality with your brand, instead of just, smaller short form videos. And then lastly here, frequently asked questions. So you can create you can compile all of your frequently asked questions that you're getting on your company and your home buying process. And you can just lay that out in a video here that they can watch. Even if it takes 5-10 minutes, they'll be able to watch the entire thing in one sitting. So those are the top retargeting creative angles that we found. And next here, so what are the pros and cons of the YouTube platform that we found? Well, the number one thing here to understand is that we found personally that YouTube is the number one most powerful, underutilized retargeting platform. You see a lot of cold advertising on YouTube, but I found that most people are, especially wholesalers, no one's doing this in the wholesaling industry whatsoever. So, I mean, this is just a complete competitive advantage for you. But I found personally that for all companies, they're underutilizing YouTube as specifically a retargeting platform because of what we kind of just talked about here. They utilize forced interruption based advertising, meaning that in order for a prospect to actually watch the actual video they clicked on, they must first watch that 5 seconds of your ad before skipping. So you had that forced omnipresent effect where even if they're skipping your ad, they're still seeing you here and there and there. And you're creating that filter bubble effect where they're just continuously seeing you again and again and again. If they continuously see you over your competition, they're going to view you as the number one authority in your niche. Everything else kept constant. So that's definitely one of the biggest pros, and that's why I truly believe that YouTube is one of the most underutilized and powerful retargeting platforms. Next here, we kind of just talked about this, but the prospect on YouTube is in more of a sit-down learner's mindset when on the platform like YouTube, where they're more likely to be in a place or a mindset where they're willing to watch a more longer form educational video. So it's more of what I would say a meaningful view, where instead of someone just scrolling through their newsfeed on Facebook, they're watching a short 30-second video. Like they're actually sitting down and really getting a good understanding of your company with a more longer form educational video. So I view I see the views on YouTube as more meaningful than that of on Facebook. So that's definitely a pro with the YouTube ad platform as well. And then the cons of the YouTube ad platform that we found is that the costs of retargeting on YouTube are a bit higher in comparison to Facebook. But once again, because of it's a more meaningful view, we found that there's a better bang for your buck overall with the YouTube advertising platform. That's one of the reasons, once again, that we found that it's the most powerful retargeting platform that you could possibly be on. And then super important as well, you must retarget with a variety of different creative angles and content overall, especially for that first 5 seconds that they're forced to watch, the viewer, as when you're retargeting with a high frequency, meaning that they're seeing your ads 5-10 times per day. When you have that high frequency per day, it can get very annoying seeing the same ad again and again and again. So if you've ever seen for example, like some internet marketing ads like Ty Lopez, for example, you would just see his advertisement again and again, and you'd be forced to watch that 5 seconds. Hey, here in my garage. Hey, here in my garage. Hey, and it would just get super, super annoying. And I think that's why that specific ad a couple years ago went viral, because it was just getting so annoying to the point where every single advertisement that you saw was him for the first 5 seconds. You would just continuously keep on skipping it again and again and again. It would just get so incredibly annoying. So you want to make sure to switch it up, especially the first 5 seconds, and keep it, interesting, because when someone's seeing the same ad again and again and again every day, it can get super, super annoying. So that's why we have these 12 different creative angles, so you can constantly be refreshing that creative, and they're seeing not just one single ad again and again and again. They're seeing multiple ads with all different angles, all different first 5 second leads of the video, to just keep it fresh so people don't get annoyed. So that's super important. So that is the YouTube advertising platform in a nutshell. That's the breakdown of how the platform works, the best creative angles, and the pros and cons. So here are some placements that you can utilize on YouTube. So first off, we have the in-stream skippable video ads. So as we just talked about, you're able to skip the ad after 5 seconds, and it shows up in-stream right before one of the videos that you're going to watch. Next, we have the in-stream 15-second non-skippable video ad. So this is what you see a lot of the larger brands utilizing, where you're not even able to skip the ad. They have to watch it for a full 15 seconds. And this is pretty powerful as well. But once again, people can get pretty annoyed if you're just constantly showing the same creative angle again and again and again. And this is only 15 seconds, so it's really not that much time to get your point across. This would be more of a direct call to action type advertisement, or some form of storytelling, branding, one of the more shorter form retargeting creative angles. So part number 2, we have the in-stream 6-second non-skippable bumper ads. This is a super short advertisement, only 6 seconds, so you really have to get your point across quickly. This will be one of the more shorter form retargeting angles, like a direct call to action, something like that. Then we have the outstream video ads. So these are showing up kind of like a Google Display Network ad. As we talked about, Google owns YouTube, but these would be videos that show up on different websites, but it's a video instead of like a display ad. So that we like to call that an outstream video ad. Part number 3, so we have the in-feed discovery video ads. So discovery ads, we've been testing a lot with this lately. They work relatively well. So a person scrolling through their YouTube newsfeed, and then you'll see there's an advertisement there, and they click on the advertisement, it'll go into the video on your YouTube channel. So it's basically like they're watching a normal YouTube video, but it's actually an ad in reality. So you want to make sure you have a great thumbnail there to pull them in. But yeah, basically they're just scrolling through the newsfeed and they click on your advertisement video, and then it basically opens up as a normal YouTube video, but it's actually an advertisement. And then we have YouTube Shorts, as we talked about. So this is relatively new. YouTube Shorts is relatively new within the last couple of years, but you can utilize that short form vertical video in order to get them to click the call to action. So it's a super short video. And then once again, we talked about the different mediums and sizes for Facebook. It's pretty similar to YouTube, but once again, YouTube is only specifically video. So you can have your horizontal 16:9 landscape video. Those work relatively well. You can have square video as well. Those work relatively well. And then also you have your 9:16 portrait vertical video, which will be utilized for YouTube Shorts. And we also found that it works relatively well for actually just normal, like even if they're viewing the portrait video in as an in-stream ad, it works relatively well because it looks natural. That's one of the things that we found that works super well is when videos look natural. And you basically have the majority of people are used to watching vertical video now, especially on mobile. So if you can create your retargeting angles and utilize not just horizontal on YouTube, but also the portrait vertical video, even for in-stream ads, and not just YouTube Shorts. It's definitely something you would want to test. We found that it works pretty well. Okay, so what are the core elements of a YouTube retargeting advertisement? So it's similar to your Facebook core elements, but there's a little bit of a difference, and mostly because it's all video. So you want to have your attention grabbing first 5 to 15 seconds of the video. So just like you have a written scroll stopper for your Facebook ad, it's the same thing, but with video here for the first 5 to 15 seconds, because the first 5 seconds of a YouTube video is going to be the difference from success or failure for your YouTube ad. Because it's a forced interruption ad, where they can skip after 5 seconds, you need to grab the viewer's attention immediately, or they're going to skip your ad without actually watching the creative angle segment. Specifically for advertising, specifically for retargeting ads, a simple but highly effective method of grabbing attention is simply just acknowledging your existing relationship with the homeowner prospect based on their engagement level within your funnel. So you can simply just call out your existing relationship just like you would do on Facebook. Say, hey, we saw that you clicked on our website but didn't actually type in your contact information so that we can call you. And then you would go into your creative angle segment, which will be the next segment here. So once again, simple way is of grabbing attention is just acknowledging your existing relationship. It works every single time. So you don't have to get fancy with anything. So that's how we would most likely do it. It's just a simple way of doing grabbing that attention. And then once you grab their attention, they don't skip your ad within the first 5 seconds, then you move into your creative angle segment, which would be that you can have it anywhere from 30 seconds to 3+ minutes. As we talked about, YouTube is relatively, you can create longer form content that works well. So in this section, you're going to be going into your creative angle, which can either be short form, 30 seconds or less, or even longer form content.
depending on your creative angle, which works much better on YouTube specifically, as people are more likely to be in the mindset to sit down, as we talked about, and watch more educational storytelling, longer form content to learn more about your company. So anywhere from 30 seconds to 3+ minutes, whatever the creative angle is. That's how you can set up that segment there. Very, very simple. And then you have at the end of the video, you want to have a next steps call to action outro, because this is super important that you want to add in outro slide screen at the end of every single one of your YouTube advertisements for a full 15 seconds, where you tell the viewer straight up the exact desired action you want them to perform while giving them the time to actually take the action before the ad ends, and they are redirected to the YouTube video they wanted to watch originally before your ad popped up. So if you're doing in-stream advertisements, one of the things that kind of is weird with YouTube is at the end, it just immediately moves on to your YouTube video. So it doesn't give them potentially they could be interested, but because the video ended, and they were watching through the entire video, it just goes on to and it redirects to your YouTube video. They kind of lose out on being able to click the call to action. So what you want to do is leave a good 15 seconds on the end, and just give them the call to action. Click the button below, click the button below, click the button below, in just like an outro slide, so that you give them time to actually click the button and view the entire video up to that point. So yeah, that's just an issue I've seen with YouTube ads that causes them to not actually click on your ads. So give them a good 15 seconds outro slide screen, giving them the call to action to perform whatever desired action you want. So they actually have the time to do that. Very, very simple. And then lastly here, YouTube ad pro tips. So YouTube video ads create a very powerful omnipresent brand awareness, view through conversion, as we like to call it, effect, similar to a TV commercial. So if you think about a TV commercial, you have your initial direct response conversion. So there's going to be the people that click your call to action and immediately, become a lead or perform whatever desired action you want based on your YouTube, whatever your creative angle is. But then you also have a large amount of viewers that see that video ad. They don't click on it immediately because maybe they're in the car, or they're not at a good moment in time, or maybe they're just not interested in your company yet. But after seeing multiple of your YouTube ads, after seeing multiple ads on Facebook, multiple ads within the Google Display Network on different websites, now they see one of your advertisements again. They don't click on it, and then on their own time, what they do is they type in your brand name into Google or social media to learn more about you on their own time. So this is one of the most powerful effects of YouTube ads that we found, especially because it's video. It's basically like a TV commercial. Like with a TV commercial, they're not giving you any call to action to do anything most times. You're just viewing the TV commercial, but you remember who that specific brand is from that TV commercial. And what do? You go onto their website on your own time, on your phone, on your mobile phone, on your desktop. You remember they create that top of mind brand awareness from seeing their video ads so many times. They create that omnipresent effect. And they do what's called a view through conversion, where they see your ad. They don't click immediately as a direct response conversion, but eventually on their own time, maybe a day later, after seeing their ad, they perform that view through conversion, where they type in your brand name on Google, and then they become a lead, and then they perform the desired action that you want. So that's just a super powerful effect from YouTube ads. So what you want to do to enhance that effect and have a more effective strategy for those view through conversions is you want to make sure to first off add your branding logo on the video. So add your logo in the bottom left hand corner, top right hand corner, whatever it may be. Add your logo so that it creates that memorable logo brand awareness, so they know who your brand is. And make sure that's memorable. Next, you want to make sure to also display your phone number, your email, and your website URL on the video, so that they can actually type in that information on their own time. So if you have your phone number, make sure that's a simple phone number, and then
over time, as you're creating the omnipresent effect, you're just continuously, they're just seeing your ads on YouTube again and again and again, on Facebook, and you have that phone number. They're eventually going to remember it and then call it on their own time, or you can put an email on there as well, or your website URL. So just continuously hearing your phone number, continuously hearing your email and your website URL again and again and again in these omnipresent ads, they're eventually just going to be able to, it's going to make it easier for them to become a view through conversion and type in your brand name or your specific website URL or phone number or email, and just become a view through conversion on their own time. It just makes it that much easier for you. Then also another thing that you want to make sure to do is add TikTok style engaging captions to your video. So it provides two different effects. So it makes them follow along. So if you've ever seen interesting captions on a video, that's why they're doing for TikTok. Most of them do these type of captions is because it creates that follow along effect where we've actually found that increases watch time because people are, you have the voiceover going in the video, and then it also has the written caption, because as we talked about before, some people are readers, some people are more visual people. So by being able to include both of those at the same time, it just makes the video that much better. And then also some people, especially on mobile, are not going to be watching your video with sound. So if you have captions, it's going to allow them to watch that video without sound. Let's say, for example, they're in the airport or something, or they're in a restaurant, they don't have the sound going. They can just simply view the captions to see exactly what the video is about. So that's also very important. So those are just some pro tips to include with your YouTube retargeting advertisement. So that's basically how it works. You have the attention grabbing first 5 to 15 seconds of the video. You have the creative angle segment. You have the call to action outro for 15 seconds, and then make sure to include your logo and all of your contact information on the video at some point during the video, and then also add engaging captions. So now let's get into exactly how to set up your YouTube retargeting ads. So as we talked about before, you set up the YouTube retargeting ads within Google. So Google owns YouTube. So overall, you can, just like Facebook owns Instagram, and you can create ads on both platforms. It's the same thing with Google. So you're in the Google ad platform, but you can run your ads on YouTube. So that's how we're going to do this here. So step number 1, you're going to select the campaign objective for your retargeting campaign, which will unlock a specific set of campaign types, subtypes, and more settings. So we found the best YouTube retargeting campaign objections are number 1, brand awareness and reach. Just like we talked about with Facebook, when you're able to utilize this campaign objective over something such as conversion objectives, where you're trying to get the algorithm to optimize for the as many conversions as possible. When you're able to use brand awareness and reach, it just allows you to get a much lower cost overall. And these are people that are already identified as interested in what you do. So you wouldn't want to use brand awareness and reach or website and traffic for, you wouldn't want to use those campaign objections for cold advertising. You would want to use strictly conversion only, because Google's algorithm is going to go out and find the people most likely to convert into a lead. But because you already identified that these people are in your retargeting audience, they're somewhat interested, they have somewhat potential intent and interest in your company. You can utilize these objectives such as brand awareness and reach and website traffic in order to advertise at a much lower cost overall and create more of an omnipresent effect, because they're optimizing to get the most brand awareness and have your ads be seen as many times as possible. That's what is being optimized for. So those are 2 objectives, and you have product and brand consideration, and also create a campaign without a goals guidance. We normally like to create a campaign without a goals guidance because it just unlocks all the different objectives. We haven't really seen a difference in any of the campaign objectives that you set. It just basically unlocks a different type of subtypes, which is the next part here. So once you select that objective, it's going to open up a variety of different options for your campaign type. So in order to create a retargeting campaign on YouTube, what you want to do is select the campaign type video. So you have, as you can see here, search, performance max, display. Display is going to be the GDN retargeting ads. But for this example, we're going to be doing video because that would be on YouTube. And then what you want to do after you click video, it's going to unlock a bunch of different campaign subtypes. And then the subtype that you want to utilize is based on what you want to optimize for your creative angle. So if it's going to be a more long form educational creative angle that you're going to be utilizing, you want to do either video views, efficient reach, or target frequency. So video views is going to is, as we talked about for the optimization, the algorithm optimizations. So video views is going to tell Google to go out and optimize to get the most video views from your specific retargeting audience. Efficient reach is going to tell Google to go out and find as many people as possible within your retargeting audience. So reach as many people as possible at the lowest cost possible. And then target frequency is super powerful because it's going to go out and Google's algorithm is going to go out and try to hit people with as many ads with as much frequency as possible within that specific retargeting audience. So those are super powerful in order to create omnipresence within the YouTube platform. And then also you have if you want to get people to perform desired actions such as getting a click to a page or acquiring a lead, just like on Facebook, we want to do drive conversions, but the issue with that is it's going to cost more money overall for that specific campaign subtype. So if you're looking to, for example, if they're an engagement stage bouncer, so they click on your website but they didn't become a lead, this would be a time where you would potentially use drive conversions. So you would want to have the Google algorithm go out and find from those bouncer audiences the people that are most likely to convert into a lead, so that you can follow up with them. And then they become in that follow-up stage, and then maybe you can hit them with the omnipresent longer form educational creative, which would utilize the video views, the efficient reach, and the target frequency campaign subtypes. So that's part number 2. Next, we have part number 3. So step number 4, just like you would do with Facebook, you would set up your naming convention, your campaign name. So you're going to type in your campaign name with a proper organized naming convention. So we like to do company name, then divider line, campaign type, and then campaign subtype. So Home Buyers America, that's an example. Divider line, retargeting YouTube, that would be the campaign type, and then divider line video views. So that would be the campaign subtype. So you're looking to optimize for video views. Step number 5, so you want to select your bidding strategy, which tells Google's algorithm what you're willing to pay for a specific action. So if it's CPM, that would be your 1,000 impressions. If it's CPV, which is exactly what you see here, that would be a single view. So you would be telling Google how much you want to bid for a single view. And the thing, we're going to be getting more into this once we actually go into the platform and set things up, but one of the strategies, this is something that not a lot of people talk about. You want to make sure to start low with your bid. Some people say you want to start as high as possible in order to get Google's algorithm to spend through, but that's not what we like to do here. We like to start low and then work the bid up slowly, depending on if it's actually spending through your daily budget. So if you start your bid low and it's too low, it's not going to Google's not going to spend your budget. So because it's not going to show people, because you're not spending enough money per view in comparison to the competition that's advertising. So as we talked about before, Google is an auction-based bidding system. So whoever's willing to spend the most money per view here, which is exactly why they call it a bid strategy, whoever's willing to bid the most money per view is going to get that view. So you need to spend at least somewhat near where for Google's algorithm, you need to spend somewhat near what other people are bidding for that specific person, for that view from that person, in order to actually potentially get that view. So what you want to do is start low with your cost per view, and then if it's not spending through, that means that the budget, the bid is not high enough in order to get that view. So you want to slowly work up the bid. So let's say you have it at 5 cents and it's not spending through. Put it at 6 cents, and then you're going to start seeing it spend a little bit through the budget. That's great. But until it spends entirely through your daily budget, you want to just continuously keep on increasing that cost per view. And then once you get it and it's actually spending all the way through, that's when you know, okay, we have the perfect cost per view that's at the basic equilibrium point in order to actually be getting views for your specific target audience. Then next here we have step number 6. So you want to set your daily budget that you would like to spend, which Google will not spend more than over the course of one day, plus also your campaign start date. So similar to Facebook, depending on how many people are in your audience and what campaign objectives you're using, you can really start with a small daily budget and get a lot of brand touches on all of your people. So if you have 1,000 people in your let's say for example follow up engagement stage audience, and you're doing video views, and each video view is only 5 cents that you're getting charged for, you can get a lot of video views and a lot of create a decent amount of omnipresence among the majority of those follow-ups. And and as we talked about before, YouTube is a meaningful view. It's not like Facebook where they're just scrolling through newsfeed. You're getting a meaningful view on your YouTube retargeting ads. And the best part about YouTube is if they don't watch more than 30 seconds, you're not getting charged for those ads. So if they click the skip button, then you're not actually getting charged for those YouTube ads. But that's the best part here is because they have to actually watch that first 5 seconds, you're basically getting a free, it's basically free forced omnipresence. So you're still getting that 5 second view. So they're still seeing you and you're getting that brand touch on them. It's a pretty low value brand touch, but they're still watching 5 seconds of you and you're getting that basically for free. So that's a pretty interesting, powerful component of YouTube retargeting ads that not a lot of people talk about. And once again, why we call this one of the most underutilized, powerful retargeting platforms that no one else is using, especially wholesalers. Part number 4. So step number 7, you want to select the networks on which you will you want your videos to show on. So it's similar to placements on other platforms like Facebook. So you have YouTube videos. So obviously, if you're going to be showing your videos on YouTube, you have Google TV as well. So that's something that's brand new actually. So you can show your videos on the Google TV. I wouldn't set that up if you're going to be doing cold advertising because they obviously can't click anything. But if we want to create that omnipresent effect, obviously we would want to show on Google TV as well. And then we have the Google partners. So this is going to show as like outstream video ads on different partner platforms. So this will be on the Google Display Network. We talked about the outstream placements. So once again, for cold advertising, we would not want to use this because it's just going to be lower quality placements. But because it's specifically our retargeting audiences that we know have clear interest and intent or are high quality people, we do want to show on the video partners so we can create that omnipresent effect once again. Next, step number 8. So we're going to narrow down your exact target market location areas, which you would only like your ads to show in. And as we talked about with Facebook, most of your targeting audiences should already be inside this location. So you don't really have to worry about this. Since with your cold advertising, you're most likely going to only be targeting your people in your specific target market location. So these should already be people in that location. So you shouldn't really have to, but if you want to, just to be safe, you can. And then also the language of your homeowner prospect you'll be targeting. So most likely English. Then step number 9, you can select any additional settings just like on Facebook. So if you want to do device targeting, you can retarget homeowners only on specific devices such as computers, mobile phone, tablet, or TV screens. We have the frequency capping, so we want to make sure that's on none because we want to show our ad as many times as possible to a homeowner during their day. And then ad scheduling, so you can select if you want to narrow down the time of the day that you want homeowners to see your ads. So if you only want homeowners to see your ads from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., you can do that. But we want to make sure that we create that omnipresent effect, so I would leave that on all day, every day. So that's part number 4. Part number 5, so we're setting up the ad group. So similar to Facebook, you have the campaign level, then you have the ad group level, and then you have the ad level. So this would be the ad group level where you can select different audiences within your campaign and then have all those different audiences. Let's say you have 5 different audiences. So you have the bouncers audience, you have the follow-up audience, you have multiple different audiences that you can include within that overall campaign. So for this, you would just type in your ad group name with the proper naming convention to stay organized. So you have the campaign type, the campaign subtype, and then the audience segment. So you have retargeting YouTube, video views, and then for the audience segment, this example would have bouncers. And then step number 11, you can select the specific audience segment for your retargeting audience that you would like to target for this campaign. So we talked about before, there's different on-platform retargeting audiences that you can utilize, especially on YouTube. People who have engaged with your channel, people who have watched a video from your channel. And then people that have, we also have the pixel based audiences. So people that hit your website. We talked about that in the previous modules. So you can go back and check that out if you want. Make sure to, and then you're going to be creating those, your different creative angles based on those audience segments. So you can personalize your messaging. But yeah, this is where you would select exactly what you would set these audiences up, and this is exactly where you would select them to choose which one you want to use for this campaign. So for this example, we're using the bouncers audience segment, and then we would click that right there in the audience segment part, and then we would be able to target those people. So that's part number 5. And then part number 6 is where we actually set up the ad. This is the final part here. Step number 12, you're going to add your uploaded creative angle video URL. So you're going to spend some time setting up whatever creative angle video you want, whether that be your educational video creative angle, your urgency video creative angle, your social proof angle, your property showcase angle, whatever angle that may be. You're simply just going to upload that to your YouTube channel. You can upload it unlisted, and then you're just going to type in the URL for that specific video, and then it's going to show up right there. So you can actually run it as an advertisement. Then step number 13, you're going to click the add CTA checkbox. So that's going to allow you to add a call to action, as you can see there on the left side, which is going to allow homeowners to the ability to click a button so you can get those direct response clicks to go to your website. So you can add a destination URL for when people click the call to action button. So that would be like your website or landing pages. You can add a display URL to simplify your domain. So as we talked about, you want to make sure that all of your branding is memorable. So webuyhouses.com, that's perfect. People will remember that. And that's what you want to include as your display URL, or just simplify your URL down to the most easy and memorable manner possible. Next, you want to add your call to action text for your button. So for example, you can use get offer. So people know that once they click that button, they're going to be getting an offer on their home. You want to, personalize that based on whatever the creative angle is, obviously. You can add your headline text so that as you can see on the left side here, there's an example video. We have it as Deal Hunter right now. That's the name of our software. Yeah, so you can just add the headline text to give to your call to action. So it basically is pointing to your call to action of what's going to happen next. So you can, for example, just do get cash offer. But once again, you want to personalize this based on your creative angle. And then step number 14, you're going to type in your ad name. So as we talked about, you have your campaign level, your ad group level, and then you can put multiple ads within your ad group. So these would be different creative angles that would be sent to your ad group or your audience, whatever that may be. So you can do an FAQ angle to the bouncers, and then the next ad would be let's say like an urgency angle to the bouncers. So you can do multiple ads within an ad group to target one specific audience. So for this naming convention, it's just going to be campaign type, which would be retargeting YouTube. This campaign subtype, which would be video views. The audience, which would be bouncers. And then this creative angle here would be, for example, FAQ. And then lastly here, you're going to set the max bid you're willing to pay in order to receive the desired action from Google. So we have our desired action as your cost per view. So this is the max cost per view we're willing to spend. So for example, let's say it's 7 cents. And as we talked about before, you want to start your bid low and then increase it if it's not spending through your daily budget. Because if it's not spending through your daily budget, that means that you're not bidding enough in order to actually get traffic and views from your specific retargeting audience in comparison to the competition that's also bidding on those views from the people in that audience. So you want to start the bid low and slowly increase it. Don't start it off super high because Google is just going to spend through your money. We already talked about this before. These platforms are optimized to spend as much of your money as possible and get you a decent results. So you want to make sure to take control of your campaigns. Don't let them spend all of your money. I've seen it happen time and time again. So that is how you set up the YouTube retargeting ads. So now that we have a breakdown of how the YouTube ad platform works, let's actually go into the dashboard and set up a retargeting campaign within Google for YouTube. So let's get into that right now. Okay, so now we're inside the Google Ads dashboard because as we talked about, YouTube is owned by Google. So all advertisements that are going to be on YouTube will be set up through the Google Ads platform. Similar to Facebook, the initial view of the dashboard within Google is relatively overwhelming, but there's only a couple core elements that you need to understand in order to be able to set up your advertisements and the engagement level of retargeting audiences as well. So to start off here, we can just go into a couple different parts of the initial dashboard here. So you have your date range right here. You have you're going to be able to see all your stats. So all of your campaigns will be laid out right here. You'll be able to see your stats. So once again, similar to Facebook, you'll be able to see the costs, how much you spent on your campaigns, the impressions, your average CPM, so the cost per 1,000 impressions. For your YouTube ads, you'll be able to see views. You'll be able to see your average cost per view, the view rates within the different formats that we talked about. So you have your in-stream, you have your in-feed for your discovery ads, and then you have your YouTube Shorts, how many clicks you're getting, what the average cost per click is, your average click-through rate, so the impressions compared to people that actually click your campaigns, and then if you have your conversions set up for leads, you'll be able to see that as well right here, and your cost per conversion. And then also, as we like to do on YouTube, we like to see how long people are actually watching into your videos. So if you have like an educational video, for example, that's like 5-10 minutes long, it's good to see how long people are watching through your videos. So if they're watching up to 50%, that's good to see, because as we talked about, retargeting ads are super powerful, specifically for creating that omnipresent effect. So by being able to get people to watch more of your videos and get more informed with your company and everything like that, that's super, super important. So that's why we like to make sure to view that metric for every single one of our campaigns. So to start off here, what we want to do is we want to create our audiences based off our engagement levels, just like we did for Facebook. So to do that, you want to go to Tools, then you're going to go to Share Library. And one of the worst things about the Google Ads platform is, especially possibly when you're watching this, the Google Ads dashboard may have changed the UI, the interface here. They change it basically every single month, so that's kind of an issue. It's kind of annoying, but right now, in order to get to the audiences, you go to Shared Library and then Audience Manager, and this is through Tools. So you can click right here. Then you're going to see all of your audiences laid out. So we have a couple ones here. So for example, this is once again a demo account, just like on Facebook. So we have our ad viewers lifetime. So you'll be able to see as we talked about, these are on platform. This is one of our on platform retargeting audiences. So it'll be from our YouTube users. Then we have our converters. So this would be based on our website visitors, more visitors. These would be pixel based, and then you can create different audiences right here. So if you wanted to create them based on your website visitors, you can do that, just as on Facebook. So visitors of a specific page, we can do all of that. So that's how you would do pixel based, and then also you can upload your customer list. So that this would be for your advanced behavioral retargeting audiences. So you can upload a list from your CRM of their name, their email, their phone number, and match that up so you can retarget that audience on YouTube. So this is exactly how you would go about that. Your YouTube users, this would be your on-platform audiences. And you would set up those audiences right here, and then they would be able to show. They would all show right here, and then you'd be able to utilize them in your specific campaigns that you're setting up. So now we can go to actually creating a campaign. So we can click right here, create a campaign. And then as we went over previously, we can start off choosing our campaign objective. So I normally like to start off with create a campaign without goals guidance. So we have all the different options unlocked. Then we can choose the campaign type video. And then we have the different subtypes as we talked about. You have video views, so Google is going to go out and optimize for getting the most video views possible within your retargeting campaigns, the most reach possible, so it's going to reach the most people within that retargeting audience at the lowest cost possible. Target frequency, if we're really trying to create the omnipresent effect, we can use that objective. And then if we're trying to get leads, we can do drive conversions as well. So we already talked about kind of more in depth of all of these. So for this example, we'll just use video views here.
Click continue. Then we set up the campaign name with our proper naming conventions like we talked about. So Home Buyers America, so that would be the company name. This is just good to stay organized within your dashboard because we're going to have multiple different campaigns set up if we're really running strong here. So our campaign type would be video views or retargeting. And the subtype would be video views. So we have that campaign set up, and then we have our bid strategies. So we kind of talked about this already, but specifically for video views, your bid strategy is going to be based on your cost per view. So Google's going to go out and kind of, as we talked about before, they're going to go out and they're going to try to, based on your bid for views, it's basically going to, you're telling Google how much you want to spend per view. And then, as we talked about before, depending on what you set your bid strategy at, you want to start it off low. And then if you're not spending through your daily budget, then you want to slowly increase your cost per view because, as we talked about, Google is an auction-based bidding platform. So whoever's willing to spend the most per view is going to get that view on your specific audience. So you want to make sure to start off low, and then if you're not spending through your daily budget, then you want to slowly increase that cost per view so you can get more and more traffic, or more and more views from your target audience. So then we can set this at a daily budget, set it at $10. Once again, your cost per view on YouTube is going to be a little bit higher than Facebook. So we would set it at like 5 cents per view to start off. I normally like to start off at that cost. So at 5 cents per view, we can get around 200 views, but these are super meaningful views because we're YouTube utilizes forced interruption based advertising, as we talked about, which is a much more meaningful view than on Facebook. And these people are known to, it's a different mindset when someone's on YouTube. So they're willing to watch more of your video. So if we want to do more longer form educational videos, that would definitely work a lot better on YouTube. We talked about the network, so we want to make sure to create that omnipresent effect. So we're going to keep all of these checked off to show on as many YouTube or Google platforms as possible with our videos. Location. So within our retargeting audience, people should already be within whatever our target market location is. So you can just keep this on United States, or you can select your target market if you would like. Just click right here and then type in your exact zip code area. Languages, most likely English. Do not click on related videos because we're only showing one video. Multi-format ads, do not want to do this because it's going to distort your videos to show in like YouTube Shorts and other places like that, even if you're using more of a horizontal video. Devices, if we wanted to target specific devices, but we don't want to do that. We want to create that omnipresent effect. So keep it on all devices. Frequency capping, we don't want to cap the frequency because we want them to see as many ads as possible. Keep the ad schedule all day, every day. And then we can do our ad group name here. So same naming conventions as we talked about before. So retargeting, campaign subtype, video views. And then our audience, let's say, for example, we're doing bouncers. And then this is where we would select our retargeting engagement level retargeting audiences. So we would select them right here. They're going to show up. If we created them correctly, you go to browse, you go to how they have interact with your company or business, and then you can select whichever ones they may be. So if they're your on platform YouTube retargeting audiences, you can select them right here. If they're your pixel-based website audiences, you can select them here. And then also, if you have any advanced behavioral retargeting audiences that you set up by uploading your email list, they'll show up here as well. So you can just select whichever ones you would like. For this example, we can just select the ad viewers. And then this would all be for cold traffic, so you don't need to worry about this. We're not doing any keyword targeting or anything, only our retargeting audiences. And then this is where you would put in your YouTube video. So let's just put in an example video here. And then we have skippable in-stream ad or in-feed video ads. So this would be our discovery ads, but we want to do in-stream so it shows up over their YouTube video. Then you can select your destination URL. So let's just use an example one here. Dealhunter.ai, it'll show up right here. Then we can add a call to action if you'd like. So get offer, for example. It'll show up right here. This is the view on mobile. And then get cash offer. So that's what they'll see on mobile. And then the ad name. So retargeting. Subtype, video to use. And then whatever your creative angle is. So let's just say it's FAQ. So our proper naming conventions will be up, and then you can look at it on all different platforms. So this is what it would look like on a desktop. This is what it would look like on TV. And then you have the video partners if we would be able to be seen on Outstream video ads, that placement. So yeah, you'll just be able to see all of your different formats here. And then lastly, and most importantly, your bid. So as we talked about, I would normally start off at around 5 cents and then work it up as you, so as you can see here, see it's super low for our retargeting audiences. That's one of the best parts about retargeting is the costs are super low. And then once again, the golden retargeting rule is the higher the price, so the higher the earnings per deal, the better. So we can earn up to $20,000 per deal. So are we willing to spend 5 cents per view to $10 per day, 200 views a day on people that are primed audience, targeted, have clear interest and intent? Maybe they became leads or they bounced off of our website. So this is someone who is more targeted than any potential cold traffic. So by being able to have them constantly see our videos at just 2 to 5 cents, it's extremely valuable. And that's why we say that YouTube is one of the most powerful, especially because of the forced interruption advertising with the in-stream, one of the most powerful but underutilized retargeting platforms. I can guarantee you right now, no one is using retargeting ads in the wholesaling industry. So you can absolutely dominate your target market and create that omnipresent effect on YouTube easily over your competition. And then once again, you'll be on all the other platforms as well. You'll be on Facebook, you'll be on Instagram, you'll be on Google with their GDM network platform as well that we'll be getting into next. So yeah, that's pretty much the entire process. So you just click create campaign, and within a couple hours or up to 1 to 3 business days, most times within a couple hours, your ads will be set up and you'll be good to go. So that's the process there. Let's move on next to GDN ads.
Okay, so now we have the last of our 3 advertising platforms that make up our Omnipresent Authority retargeting matrix, which is the Google Display Network, or GDN for short. And this platform basically allows you to retarget prospects over the vast majority of third-party websites off of social media. So you have Facebook, which we're going to be retargeting on, which is the #1 largest social media platform with over 1 billion users on their platform. Then we have YouTube, which is the 2nd largest search engine on the internet, specifically a video search engine. And then finally, off of social media, we have the Google Display Network, which allows us to retarget people across basically any third-party website off of social media. The majority of websites utilize the GDN network. It's called AdSense. So basically, they put these, they enter the Google Display Network, they put the banner ad snippet of code on their website, and it's going to allow you to show your specific GDN ads on their website. That's basically how it works, and then they earn revenue. The website owners earn revenue off of that. So basically, on every single third-party website off of social media, you're going to be able to place your Google Display Network ads, and that allows you to create a mass omnipresence where they're seeing your advertisements not just on social media, but also off of social media on basically any third-party website. So we're able to utilize a variety of different sized image-based banner ads. As you can see on the left here, we have an example, and this platform is basically best optimized for a combination of both shorter form, concise, direct response call to action, so getting the immediate click, plus also we found that it allows you to create mass omnipresence, as we just talked about, with quick brand awareness touches instead of the omnipresent effect like a TV commercial with YouTube. This platform basically allows you to create a mass omnipresent presence effect off of YouTube on these third-party platforms with more of an image-based short form brand awareness touches to consistently stay at the top of mind with homeowner prospects. So they're going, every single website they go on, they're going to see a little banner ad from your company. So it just gives you those short little snippet brand touches. So they're going to see your advertisement here, they're going to see your advertisement there, just again and again and again. It basically just allows you to keep yourself at the top of mind when they're just seeing your advertisements again and again and again. Even if you don't get that initial direct response call to action where they're actually clicking on the ad, they're seeing your company, you're staying at the top of mind, and you're 100%, or you have this prospect basically showed clear intent and interest in your solution, which is helping them sell their home, and you're just continuously staying at the top of their mind. So let's say they're in the follow-up stage where maybe they wanted you to get back to them within the next 2 months, or they just didn't close on the call. Maybe they're doing some more research on your company and other companies. When you're able to just consistently stay on the top of their mind, just consistently, that every single website they go on, they're seeing your GDN banner ads again and again and again. You're creating that mass omnipresent effect. And at the end of the day, if you're able to stay at the top of mind and have that mass omnipresent effect where they're seeing your advertisements on every single website, on off of social media as well as on social media, at the end of the day, it's going to allow you to create that number one perceived authority effect that we talked about. And if everything else kept constant, if you have a decent offer price and they trust, and you built that trust, you built that rapport, you have all these different creative angles going, they're most likely going to want to work with you if it's possible to close them on a deal. So that's the whole point of this strategy here. So the top Google Display Network retargeting creative angles are: number one, direct call to action, obviously. So you get them to immediately click on your advertisement. Short form competitor alternative solution comparison. So you can basically do a nice side by side within that small surface level area of your GDN ad. You can push an exclusive push over the fence offer. So we talked about the bonus offer. So you can quickly in a GDN ad show that, hey, we're doing a bonus offer for the next home that we buy. We're going to give you an extra $100 gift card for any moving expenses, something like that, just a bonus offer. And then urgency and scarcity, so that's also super powerful. So when you're getting these small short form quick brand awareness touches, you can instill some urgency within that GDN ad, even with that smaller service level with the banner ads. So those are the top creative angles to utilize. And then now let's get into the platform pros and cons. So the pros, we kind of went over this, but it provides you the ability to essentially flood the homeowner prospects across basically all different websites off of on the internet, off of social media at a relatively low cost per 1,000 impressions. So we like to call that the CPM, the cost per 1,000 impressions when retargeting. So you're just able to get super cheap targeted omnipresence off of social media. So the cost per 1,000 impressions is super low, especially when retargeting with GDN ads. So you're just able to consistently stay in front of your homeowner prospects in comparison to all your competition at a super, super low cost with image-based ads instead of video-based ads like you would see on YouTube, and then also video or image on Facebook. So you're able to just consistently stay in front of them at a super cheap cost and create that omnipresence. Then next here, also kind of what we talked about with the YouTube ads, you also want to display the brand logo, your phone number, your email, and your website URL on your advertisements if you can. Since with that omnipresent effect of the GDN ads, it's going to create a high amount of top of mind brand awareness, as we talked about, and view through conversions where a prospect doesn't click on your advertisement right now because maybe they're at a current moment in time where they don't want to perform that specific action. They don't want to, give their attention to this right now, but they're going to convert later. So by being able to create that memorable brand logo, and consistently be hitting them with your phone number, with your website URL. Eventually, what we like to call a view through conversion. They don't click on, you don't get that initial direct response click, but eventually, as they continuously keep on seeing your ads, and they eventually think about if they're going to close on a deal, they're going to be thinking about your company. You're going to be able to stay at the top of mind, and then when they're ready to actually perform that desired action, that if they remember your website URL, or your phone number or whatever it may be, they'll convert later on their own time. So that's basically what a view through conversion is. And then the cons of the GDM platform. So as we kind of talked about, there's a smaller surface area on a GDM banner ad, making it much more complicated to display a more in-depth or detailed messaging for your specific creative angles. So you're gonna have to portray or display your creative angles in a much smaller and less. It just basically gives you a less ability to kind of get in detail and provide like the most detailed messaging possible for your creative angles in comparison to like a platform like YouTube where you can do a 5-minute video. You only really have a small banner in order to portray what you're trying to portray and display whatever messaging point you're trying to get across. So that's one of the biggest issues. And then also, this is very important as well, banner ad blindness. I'm sure you heard of this before, but especially with the GDN ads, if you've been on websites before, I'm sure you've seen GDN ads. They're most likely on like the sides of the website, like in the sidebars. And for the majority of people, they've seen so many banner ads, and they see so many on a daily basis that they basically become blind to it. So what you want to do is, especially with these GDN banner ads, is you need to make sure that you actually have eye-catching graphics, or they're basically pointless because they're not going to see them. So you need to make sure that your banner ad pops out, like this one on the left side here, guaranteed cash offer in your home in 90 seconds, like that pops out when you see it on the website. And also, we're going to be talking about this in a second here, but acknowledging that you already have that pre-existing relationship. Once again, that's a great way of actually catching their attention. That not a lot of people do with their GDN ads, but we're going to be talking about that in a second, exactly how we can do that, so that we can make sure it's just, once again, a simple way of catching their attention without having to do anything fancy. So that is a breakdown of the GDN platform, the different creative angles that work best, and also the pros and cons. So now we have the different placements, and I'm sure if you've been on different websites, you've seen these placements, these type of placements before. In the sidebar, you've seen the square display ads for GDN on different websites. You've seen the 200 by 200 small square. You have the small banner, so these also show up on mobile as well. So yeah, just to give you an example, so when you get these ads created, you have all the sizes and everything, so you can upload them super easily. I just wanted to break down each and every segment here, each and every placement here, so that you can have these created for yourself. You can go on Fiverr.com. And you can get these created relatively cheaply for like less than $50. You can have all of these created. There's a bunch of different placement sizes that you can utilize. But yeah, you just give them a basic. You can even have them model these advertisements here with your own headline. But yeah, you can just go on Fiverr.com, get these created relatively cheaply. Just type in banner ads on Fiverr.com, and you can find a freelancer to do this for you relatively cheaply. So you have the 728 by 90 leaderboard banner. You have the 120 by 600 skyscraper banner ad. You have the inline rectangle ad, 300 by 250. You have the 336 by 280 large rectangle placement. You have the 300 by 600 half page placement. You have the 320 by 100 large mobile placement. So once again, these are on mobile and desktop. So you're able to target all websites on mobile and desktop if you're utilizing all these different placements. That's why you need to make sure to have all of these created, and not just a couple of them. We have the 160 by 600 wide skyscraper. We have the 320 by 50 mobile banner. We have the 336 by 280 large rectangle banner. We have the 180 by 150 small rectangle banner. And those are all the placements. Once again, just go on Fiverr.com, and you can have someone create those for you relatively cheaply. So I wanted to give you all the sizes there, so you have all the different sizes. Just copy and paste that and tell them exactly what sizes you need to have created. And then here we have the core elements of a GDN retargeting advertisement. So very similar to Facebook, very similar to our YouTube core elements as well, but it's just in a different format. So to start off, just like on Facebook, just like on YouTube, we have our attention grabbing headline. So this is going to be the core headline or statement for the creative angle of your GDN ad that will grab the attention of the homeowner prospect from the website content that they're viewing. So this is the majority of GDN ads are not front and center. They're going to be on the left side, on the right side. They're going to be in random positions, and then they're going to have the content of the website in the middle. So you need to be able to grab their attention from the website content that they're viewing. And then what the headline or statement is going to do is it's going to grab their attention so that they actually fully analyze the rest of your banner ad graphic. That's the most important part. And as we just talked about, acknowledging your existing relationship with the homeowner prospect based on their specific engagement level is a simple but very effective method of grabbing attention with your GDN ads. And also including faces of people. So if you have a character or a person, if you're the face of the business, putting a face of an actual person on your GDN ads is also very effective. So if you can do that, I would definitely do that. Next, you have the supporting subheadline graphic. So this is the secondary statement below your headline that will provide more detailed supporting information on your creative angle in a simplified short format to further educate your homeowner prospect and get them to continue analyzing the rest of your banner ad graphic. So you just want to provide some more supporting information. So you have the attention grabbing headline that grabs the attention of the person so they actually view your GDN ad. Now you want to include some more information. I just have a simple graphic here, but you would most likely want to, kind of provide a more detailed form of your headline. So guarantee cash offer on your home in 90 seconds. And then I would say like click the ad below or whatever, get a little bit further into your specific creative angle. Then under the supporting headline or graphic, you're going to have your actual creative angle, body text or graphic. So you can include text here or you can include a graphic, whatever works. Just be creative for your angle, like whatever your angle is going to be. You want to just put that part here in this section. So the main section of your GDN ad is going to vary in design based on your creative angle to provide a clear, detailed explanation and education in a condensed format so you can fit it on that small amount of surface area for your GDN ad. So these are just some examples that you can do. So you can have bullet points. So say, for example, you want to it's going to be frequently asked questions. So you can just put in the question and then have bullet points for the different answers. So you just have question, answer, question, answer. So the biggest questions and frequently asked questions, and then provide the answers on the GDN ad. That's a great way of, utilizing that small amount of surface area. Then you have the side-by-side comparison. So we kind of talked about that before. So say, for example, you're doing a competitor comparison. So you can have a divider line in the middle and then have your company versus other companies, or your company as a wholesaler versus realtors. You can do that as well. So have kind of like a comparison chart between yourself and the way you do things, your home buying process versus realtors. That's something that you can do as well. You can include images. So if you're doing a property showcase, you can show the exact property that you helped someone sold. You can say, hey, this is a property that we sold in your specific target market. So that's a great way of doing things. If we can do it for you, we can do it for, if we can do it for them, we can do it for you too. That would be a great way of going about things. And then also quotes. So you can put the person's face on the left side the homeowner that you help sell their home, and then on the right side you can put quotes from them as like a short form written testimonial. That also will work pretty well. So these are just all different things that you can do to put your creative angle, the 12 different creative angles that we talked about, but in just a smaller surface level and more condensed format. And then next we have the GDN ad pro tips. So kind of similar to the YouTube ads. So GDN ads create a powerful omnipresent brand awareness view through conversion effect with consistent peripheral brand touches where they have that initial direct response conversion. So people they're actually clicking on your GDN ads immediately. Plus also many viewers that see the banner ads on their own time and they just type in your brand name into Google or social media to learn more on their own time. So what you want to do for this omnipresent effect is, as we kind of talked about, put your branding logo on the GDN ad, and then also display your phone number, your email, and your website URL on the graphic if you can, so that if they're consistently seeing your GDN ads on every single website day after day after day, they eventually remember what your brand logo is. They remember what your phone number is or your website URL, and then on their own time, when they actually want to complete and solve this solution, they'll remember your website URL, go to your website, and complete the desired action you would like them to complete based on their engagement level. So these are the core elements of your GDN retargeting ad, just like every single other retargeting ad: the attention grabbing headline, the supporting sub headline, the creative angle section, and then that's pretty much it. You want to make sure you have a call to action as well. So now let's get into exactly how to set up a GDN retargeting ad. So once again, this is all being done in the Google Ads platform, just like what we did with YouTube. So to start off here, instead of choosing, we can choose whatever campaign objective we want to. We already talked about brand awareness and reach. So that's going to be low cost brand awareness advertisements instead of conversion advertisements. So that's going to allow us to build up that omnipresent effect at a very low cost, because we're not Google's advertisements are not optimized. Google's advertising platform is not optimizing for conversions, which is when things would cost a lot more money. We're just looking to get the most brand awareness at the cheapest cost possible. So we use the brand awareness or product and brand consideration. Website traffic, we're looking to get the most clicks possible. And then because it's a retargeting audience, though, even though it's optimizing for the most clicks, if we were to use cold advertising with website traffic, it would not work well. You always want to use conversion objectives for cold advertising. But because this is a retargeting campaign of people that have shown clear interest and intent in solving a solution in our company, we can use website traffic so they optimize to get the lowest clicks possible, because those are good clicks from people that we know are interested. And then also, lastly here, as we talked about with YouTube, we like to start off our every single campaign objective with create a campaign without a goals guidance, so that we can unlock all of the different campaign types in the next section here. So that's part number one. Part number two, okay, so next step number two, we want to select the campaign type. So not video, like what we did with YouTube. Now we want to do display, because these are Google Display Network ads. So you can reach people across 3 million sites and apps with your creative. So that's the one that's the campaign type we want to select. And then you're going to have different conversion goals. So these are the things that you're going to set. These are goals that conversions that you're going to set up within the back end on Google Ads. So we'll get into that once we actually set up our advertisements live. But you want to add and remove your specific conversion goals that should already be set up, including clicks and leads. So one of your conversion goals is going to be page views, and then another conversion goal is going to be leads, because those are the two most important actions they can take on your website. And then also you're going to type in your website URL, obviously, that people are going to go to when they click your GDN ads. And then also you're going to type in your campaign name with the proper naming conventions, just as we done again and again, to make sure to stay organized, because you're going to have your retargeting campaigns in there as well. So you want to make sure that you can stay organized in your Google dashboard. So you're going to start off with your campaign type, which is going to be GDN retargeting. So you can make sure that you know that these are GDN ads and this is retargeting campaign. Your audience type, which is going to be, for this example, website visitors, and then creative angle. So it's going to be the FAQ. Then next here we have part 3, so the campaign settings. So for step number 5, you can narrow down your exact target market location area, which you only would like your ads to be shown in. But as we talked about before, most of your retargeting audience should already be inside this location, since you initially, from cold advertising, were targeting people in this specific target market location. So they should already be in that location, and then they should already speak the language that you would like them to speak, most likely English, because that's what you targeted initially when you brought these people into your omnipresent retargeting matrix. Step number 6, you're going to select options for more settings, including if you want to rotate the ads. So you can select how you would like the rotation of your display ads to optimize. Most likely you would obviously want to prefer best performing ads. So Google's algorithm optimizes for the best performing ads that get the best click through. but there are multiple different options if you would like. You have the ad schedule. So we talked about this before. You can select if you would like to narrow down at what times of day or the week that your ads are going to run. We don't want to do that because we want to create an omnipresent effect. We want to be showing our ads at all times of the day. Devices, if you would like to narrow down what devices your ads are shown on. If you just would like your display ads to show on desktop, that's completely fine. You can do that. But once again, we like to create that omnipresent effect, so we keep everything on. So that's part number 3. Part number 4, we're going to select your daily budget for the campaign. So you can select the daily budget that you would like to set up that Google will not spend more than over the course of one day. So as we talked about before, because your retargeting campaigns are at such a low cost, so you can get your cost review for super cheap amount, especially with GDN ads. Just spending $10 to $20 a day on your campaign is a great way to start off. And then depending on if your campaign is spending through or not, you can up it or down it. It really just all depends on how large your retargeting campaign, your retargeting audiences are. So next after that, step number 8, you can select the bid strategy for your campaign that Google will not allow you to pay more than for your specific desired action selected, plus also type in your exact bid amount so you can select your bid strategy. So once we get in and create this live, we can go into all the different bid strategies, but manual CPC, so that's going to be selecting the maximum amount you're willing to spend for your cost per click. So how much are you willing to spend for a click on your GDN ad, and then also you can do cost per thousand impressions. So that's how much you're going to spend to get 1,000 impressions from your entire audience of people. Then you can do cost per. There's also multiple different options too. But for this example, we have a cost per click, so you can choose whatever that may be, $1 per click. As we talked about before with YouTube. You want to start it low. So start it low. And then if your campaigns aren't spending through your daily budget, then you want to slowly increase it by around 10 to 20% per day until you actually spend through your entire budget. Because as we've talked about before, Google is an auction-based bidding system. So in order to get traffic, you need to be willing to spend a certain amount of money in comparison to all the competition bidding on your exact audience, on the people within your audience. So if you're not spending through, increase the budget, and then just slowly, continuously increasing it until you actually spend through your entire daily budget. Then you know you're at that equilibrium point, and you want to keep your budget there. So that's part number 4. Part number 5, we're going to be selecting the audience segment for your specific retargeting audience that you would like to target for your campaign. Make sure to turn off optimized targeting. So that you do not target other people outside your specific retargeting audiences. So optimized targeting, basically, Google's going to go out and find other people. This is kind of what we talked about before, where we want to make sure that we have the most control of our campaigns possible. So we do not want to have optimized targeting on because Google is optimized to spend as much of your money as possible. And basically show as many, take up as much of their inventory as possible. So you definitely do not want, as we talked about before, keep as much control of your campaigns as possible. Turn that off 100%. And then we're going to be selecting the audience segment. So this is going to be just as we talked about with YouTube, the different engagement level retargeting audiences that you set up in the back end. We're going to be selecting those. So if it's this person, this retargeting audience is people that have hit your website but didn't convert. You can use your on-platform retargeting audiences. You can use your pixel-based retargeting audiences, and then you can use your advanced behavioral retargeting audience as well, whatever that may be, just depending on the creative angle that you want to utilize. That's going to be what you choose here in the audience segments. So that's part number 5. And then part number 6 is where we're going to actually upload our display ads. So you're going to, first off, for step number 10, you're going to select whether you will choose to upload responsive display ads or upload your own display ads with different sizes. So I found personally that responsive display ads, it just kind of ruins your display ads, so it just makes them go in multiple different sizes that don't actually show up correctly. So I normally like to just manually upload my own display ads with all the different sizes created. And as we talked about before, you can get these banner ads created on Fiverr.com for less than $50. So you can do that and then just upload all the different sizes right in the in this section here, and then I gave you all the different sizes to upload. So you have 250 by 250, you have 320 by 100. You have all the sizes in this module here that you can give to the person from Fiverr to create your ads. Then you just upload those right here. And then lastly here, you just confirm the URL destination that people are going to be redirected to when they click your display ad, and boom, you click create ad, and your campaign is created, and you will start spending. I think you actually have one more step here. Actually, part number 7, you're just going to do a final review of all of your settings for your campaign to make sure everything was set up correctly, and then click the button to officially launch your campaign to the approval process. And normally it takes up to 1 to 3 business days, but most times it's going to get approved within a couple hours, especially for retargeting campaigns. So you'll be able to have that all set up and ready to go for you within a couple hours. And once people begin hitting your website, you pull them into your Omnipresent retargeting matrix, and they're just going to, every single website that they go onto, they're going to be seeing your Google Display Network ads. In comparison to all your competition, who I can guarantee you is not doing even 1/3 of this, even 1/10 of this. So this is exactly how you take over your competition. You're on Facebook, you're on Google, the Google Display Network, which is basically all the websites off of social media platforms, and then you're on YouTube as well. The Omnipresent retargeting matrix. So now that we have a breakdown of how the GDN ad platform works, let's actually go into the dashboard and set up a campaign right now. Okay, so we are back inside the Google Ads platform. We're going to be setting up our GDN ads. So we already did a basic overview of the entire Google Ads dashboard and how to set up your engagement level retargeting audiences during the YouTube ads section. But if you skip that section or maybe missed out, we can just go through it one more time really quickly. So right here, we have the entire Google Ads dashboard. It may look a little bit overwhelming, but overall, there's just a couple core elements that you need to understand in order to run your GDN ads. So we have all the different campaigns down here. This is exactly why you want to make sure to have all of your naming conventions set up correctly, so that you're able to quickly identify and stay organized within the dashboard. Then you'll be able to see the different budgets for your campaigns, which campaigns were approved or not in the status section. You'll be able to see exactly what campaign types. So you'll be able to see if it's a retargeting, a display ad or a YouTube ad. You'll be able to see how much is spent on each of the campaigns, how many impressions each campaign has gotten, the average CPM, which is the cost per 1,000 impressions. You'll be able to see exactly how many views, the average cost per view. So this would be more YouTube statistics here that you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see exactly how many clicks your advertisement, your GDN ad is getting, the average cost per click, which is very important, the click-through rate, which is also very important, how many people are clicking your ad in comparison to how many people are just seeing it. Then we have conversions. So if you have set up a lead conversion, if you're running lead conversion ads, you'll be able to see exactly how many leads you've gotten right here, and also the cost per lead, which is the cost per conversion. So that is exactly the basis of all the different metrics. That this is how we normally like to set up our dashboard in order to see all the different metrics for our GDN ads and also our YouTube ads as well. And then now we can get into exactly how to set up your engagement level retargeting audiences. So what you want to do is go to Tools and then Shared Library and then Audience Manager. But just a word of warning here, Google most times, basically every single month, to be honest, they like to change up their interface. So if you're watching this at a different moment in time, they most likely have changed their platform. But for right now, this is exactly how you're going to be setting up your different audiences. So you just go to Tools, go to Shared Library, and then Audience Manager. And then you'll be able to see a list of all of your different created retargeting audiences that you've already set up. So right here you can just see this is one of our demo accounts here. So you'll be able to see our ad. We have ad viewers set up. So this will be one of our on-platform retargeting audiences specifically for YouTube that we have set up. But the best part about both Google and YouTube being the advertisements being ran through the same Google Ads platform is that you can retarget your YouTube users on GDN. So that's one of the strategies that you can utilize as well. Then we have all visitors. So this would be based on your pixel. Then you have all converters. So this would be people that have converted and became a lead.
So these are all different audiences that you can set up by clicking this button right here. Go to website visitors, for example. You can set up basically visitors on different web pages, visitors on a specific web page. We went over all the different segments that you can create already in this module here. And then also what you can do based on YouTube users, we talked about that. And then if you want to create your advanced behavioral retargeting segments, you would upload your customer list from your CRM. So that would be the name, the email, and the phone number of all those different people. And then you would upload that right into the Google Ads platform right here. So that's how you set up your audiences. So once you set them up, they'll be all right here, and then you can utilize them in your GDN campaigns. So to create a campaign, a GDN campaign, just click this button right here, then click campaign. Then we come to our campaign objective. So as we talked about before, there's multiple different objectives that we can utilize, but the objective that we normally like to start off with is create a campaign without a goals guidance so that we can unlock all the different campaign types. Then we click display because this is going to be a Google Display Network campaign. And then we only want to have 2 conversion goals. So you're going to have these set up correctly. You want to remove these, begin checkout and purchases. This is one of our demo accounts once again, but you would want to have the page view conversion goal and also the submit lead forms conversion goal set up. And once again, we're giving you the entire strategy here. You can get all of this set up very easily with just a couple YouTube videos, watching a couple YouTube videos, but we want to give you the basic overview of the strategy. That's the most important part. And then you can come in and anything that you don't know how to do for setting up your campaigns, you can just go right onto YouTube and figure that out. So that's setting up your conversion goals are very, very simple. We have the lead form one set up right here. So we'll just utilize that for this campaign. Okay, then you want to type in the URL of your home buyer website. And then we can type in our campaign name with the proper naming conventions that we talked about. So campaign type, this would be retargeting GDN. Then the audience. So let's say, for example, we're looking to retarget our bouncers. And then our creative angle. So let's just say, for example, it's FAQ. Then next. Okay, as we talked about before, the majority of basically all of your cold advertising campaigns are going to be towards a specific target market. So everyone within your retargeting audience should already be in the specific location that you're looking to target. But if they're not, and you just want to make sure 100% sure that they're within that location, you can just click right here, enter another location, and type in all the different areas that you want to make sure that your retargeting audience homeowner prospects are within. And then languages, so it's most likely to be English, but if it's any other ones, you can just type that right here. Then we can click more settings just to go through these here. Ad rotation, you want to make sure to keep this on prefer best performing ads, so it's showing your best performing ads, obviously. Ad schedule, so if we want to set up any day parting and only show our ads during a specific time of day, we can do that. We want to leave them on all day. Devices, if we want to show only on mobile or desktop, we can do that, but we want to make sure that we create that omnipresent effect, so we want to be retargeting them across all different devices. Then we have start and end dates, so that's just keep that the same. Conversions, keep it on don't include view through conversions. And then content exclusions, we want to make sure to show our ads on all content. So for this right here, you can just, if it was more like a high-level brand advertiser, they would utilize this so they don't put their ads on any sensitive content, but we want to make sure that we put our ads across all content so that this allows us to get a lower cost per impression, so we want to keep that on. Then we can set our average daily budget. So once again, with retargeting ads, we can get a ton of clicks at a very cheap cost and a ton of views overall. So we can set our daily budgets pretty low. If we're retargeting, let's say, for example, like 1,000 people, 1,000 leads, we could set it at $10 per day, and it most likely won't even spend through the $10 per day. So we can get a lot of impressions for a very low cost, and that's one of the biggest benefits of GDN ads. So next, what do we want to focus on for our bidding? We have multiple different options: conversions, conversion values if you're doing more of like a purchaser campaign for like e-commerce products, don't need to worry about that. And then we also have viewable impressions. So if we're looking to, if these prospects that you're retargeting are currently in maybe in a bouncer's engagement stage and we want to make them become a lead, we could utilize conversions that Google's algorithm is going to optimize to get the most people to convert possible. So we can do that. Or if they're in the follow-up stage and we want to, create a mass omnipresent effect, we can use viewable impressions. So Google's algorithm is going to optimize to get the most impressions with frequency to your specific retargeting audience. So let's say, for example, we just use conversions here. And then what we want to do is never utilize, as we talked about before, never allow, you want to have the most control of your campaigns as possible on Google and Facebook. So you want to set manual set bids, and then you can select the bid that you're willing to do. Let's just say, for example, 5 cents here, or this would be the CPC for this example. So we can set the cost per click at 5 cents, and then if it's not spending through our daily budget, then that means that our cost per click isn't high enough, our bid. So we would just slowly increase that bid until our entire daily budget's getting spent through, so that we know that we're winning auctions and we're actually getting traffic. So that's how we would set that up. Then go to next. Now we can add our targeting. So right here is where we're going to select our audience segments, so we can select our retargeting audiences. Let it load up for a second here. And then we're going to click browse, and then we're going to click how they interact with your business. That's going to be your retargeting audiences. Then we can go to either, if we want to retarget our YouTube users, we can do that, our website visitors based on our pixel based. And then we'll also have our advanced behavioral if we uploaded any email lists from our CRM of our advanced behavioral retargeting audiences, we can do that as well. But just for this example, we can click add viewers here for our demo account. So as you can see here, a very low cost per click, literally 2 cents. And as we talked about before, the golden retargeting rule is the higher your earnings per deal. So if you're making $20,000 per deal, and you're able to get a 2 cent cost per click on your retargeting audiences, I would be retargeting these people all day. Look, we're spending just $10 per day, and we can get 380 clicks per day to our website, or even more impressions. So we're able to create that mass omnipresent effect on these people, and all we need is to close one deal and make $20,000 on that audience. I mean, this is exactly why retargeting is so incredibly powerful, specifically for the wholesaling industry, and nobody is doing this. I can guarantee you that right now. Once again, we want to make sure to turn off optimized targeting, because then it's going to target people outside our retargeting audiences, which is not what we want to do. So we'll turn that off. Then we go to next here. And then this is very important. So we don't want to use responsive display ads because it distorts your images when you upload them, I found. So I normally just like to upload our display ads manually. So once again, you can go on Fiverr, you can create all the different sizes that we talked about in this module here. So you do that right here, type in your URL that they're going to go to when you click, and then you can upload whatever files you want. So let's just upload one ad, for example, here. So you just upload all of your different display ad sizes here that we talked about in the module. And then you click next, and you're going to be able to review your campaign one more time to make sure everything's correct. So we can see everything here. Everything looks good. Display ads, conversion goals, locations, budget, our bid, and everything like that. Then we would just click publish campaign, and we'd be done, and our ad would be set up, and it's most likely going to be getting approved within the next couple hours, up to 1 or 2 business days, and then our campaigns will be set up. So that is our campaign. We absolutely love GDN ads. They're super, super powerful, and once again, we can create mass omnipresence for a couple cents per click. It's so incredibly powerful. So that is how you set up GDN ads. So let's get into the next section here.
Okay, and there we have it, the three components of our omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. We have the core foundation, which is our retargeting advertising platforms, segmented down into our individual engagement level retargeting segments, and finally the retargeting content creative angles, which we're going to be utilizing to create that omnipresent effect around our prospects. So as we talked about before, the retargeting advertising platforms will change. Facebook might not be here in 10 years. YouTube might not be here in 10 years. But the most important thing you need to understand here is that you now have the strategy behind our entire omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. That's the most important part. And you can take that onto any platform that ends up becoming the number one platforms that you need to utilize in order to actually get in front of your target prospects. So that is our omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. And now, just to end off here, what if I told you that we've actually developed a brand new advanced AI real estate landing page technology that can be set up in less than a couple minutes, that you can utilize on top of this omnipresent authority retargeting matrix strategy that we just talked about in this entire training here. And it unlocks the ability to generate motivated seller leads at literally the lowest cost of any home buyer advertiser on the internet, 100% guaranteed. So let's get into exactly how our DealHunter.ai technology works. That we basically created by some of the top real estate PPC marketers for specifically real estate PPC marketers. You're not going to find any technology like this anywhere else. So how does our DealHunter.ai technology work? Here's a quick live demo. So basically, in a nutshell, DealHunter leverages artificial intelligence, AI, to automatically generate an instant offer for any home based on 40 plus different data points, sold comps in the area, the different characteristics of the home, all different data points. These are lender grade data points that we're utilizing from what different multi-billion dollar mortgage companies and government agencies utilize. These are different data points directly from these lender grade databases. And then what we can do with that is utilize your own customizable maximum allowable offer settings and then create an instant offer that you generate on your own website, which the homeowner can accept, deny, or even counteroffer with a single click. So as you can see in this short GIF here, we'll go through it. So to start off, they can type in their exact address. Then in order to get the offer, they have to type in their contact information. Then boom, they get their offer and they can either accept, deny, or counteroffer with just a single click. So that is how our Deal Hunter technology works. But how does this increase the performance of our advertising? That's probably what you're asking, and that's what we want to get into next. So for this example, we want to talk about Google PPC advertising specifically, but this will increase the performance of your advertising on any platform that you want to utilize. So let's look on the left side here. We have traditional Google ads. And then on the right side here, we have Google ads with our Insta Offer technology that we utilize within DealHunter.ai. So tell me right now, which Google ad would you click? The one on the left side here from one of the most established wholesaler companies in the industry. That basically says sell your home for cash, no realtor required. And then they have, we buy ugly houses. They have that sub headline. Or would you click on the Google ad that says highest cash offer guaranteed, cash offer in 90 seconds? Well, if you're like the majority of people who are conditioned for instant gratification, you are going to click on the ad on the right, utilizing our Insta Offer technology. Why? Once again, because people want the offer price now. They're conditioned for that instant gratification. So if we can display that in our advertising, we're going to be able to steal the clicks from everyone else in our target market. And that's exactly what we found with our technology. So by being able to, play into that conditioning of people for instant gratification, we're able to get, to start off here, a higher ad CTR, meaning higher ad click-through rate. So people are going to be more likely to click on our advertised instant offer versus the traditional offer on the left side here, as you can see, from even the most established competitors, because we can tend to that instant gratification. And when you have a higher ad CTR, when more people are clicking on your ads in comparison to your competition, that's going to basically equal out to a lower cost per click overall. So you're getting more clicks per impressions of people searching in the Google search results. So that is equivalent to a overall lower cost per click. And then even better, on top of that, not only are you stealing clicks from your competition and generating lower cost per click, but also because you have the instant offer technology, people are more likely to actually convert into a lead. So once they click onto your website, they're more likely to type in their contact information to become a lead, because you're giving them something in return for their contact information. Unlike with traditional home buyer websites, where they're asking you to type in your contact information for basically nothing in return. You don't even know if they're gonna end up speaking with you. You don't even know what's happening next. And that's one of the biggest reasons why only around, as we talked about before, only around 10 to maximum 30% of people that hit your website with a traditional home buyer website actually end up converting into a lead, because they don't know what happens next and they don't know anything about your company. And there's nothing they're getting that's actually tangible in return for their contact information. But that's the clear difference here. So not only are you getting a lower cost per click, because more people are going to be clicking on your ad because they want that instant gratification, they want the instant offer, but also once they actually hit your page, you're going to have an overall higher lead conversion rate, because you're giving them something tangible in return. You're giving them that instant offer on their home. And that's the core difference here. So when you have an overall lower CPC, plus also on top of that a higher lead conversion rate, that's going to equal out to a lower cost per lead overall. And when you have a lower cost per lead, you're able to get more leads with the same exact ad budget. Plus, also, this is a major benefit in the optimization. So as we talked about, Google and Facebook's algorithm, the more conversions you're able to get on your pixel, your Facebook or your Google pixel, the more conversion data that you're able to send back to Facebook or Google, the more they're going to optimize around that data and target your and target better audiences that are more likely to convert. So you're able to get more leads with the same ad budget, plus also more optimization on your pixel. So Facebook's going to go out and it's going to target your best, the most targeted homeowners that are actually going to convert. So it's going to increase the overall performance of your advertising campaigns as well. And then when you're able to get more leads and you're able to get a higher conversion rate on those leads, you're able to obviously close more deals per month. And if you're able to close more deals per month, everything else kept constant, you're going to be able to make more money than you would with simply just traditional Google ads. So that is the main difference here. You're able to, number one, steal all of the clicks in your industry, even though even from the most established competitors, because people are conditioned for that instant gratification. So you're going to steal the click. If you see these two Google ads side by side in the Google search results, they're going to click on your ad. They want that instant gratification. Then even better, once they actually land on your website, you're going to have a higher lead conversion rate because you're giving them something tangible in return for their contact information. Then because you had that lower CPC and that higher lead conversion rate, you're going to have a lower cost per lead. You're able to get more leads with the same ad budget, plus even better, you're able to optimize your Google or Facebook ad pixel even more. And then because you're able to get more leads, you're able to close more deals per month. And because you're able to close more deals per month, everything else kept constant. You're able to make more money per month. So that is the whole point of our Insta Offer technology, to make you more money and just double, triple, quadruple. We're going to be talking about the exact projected attributable optimizations on your ROI for your campaigns in a second here, but just overall, it's going to increase the performance of your advertising campaigns. That's the whole point. That's why we created this technology right here. It's built by real estate PPC marketers for real estate PPC marketers. And then plus, it actually gets even better because using our proprietary double invisible lead recapture technology, this is absolutely revolutionary. As we're going to talk about in a second here, we're actually able to increase our lead conversion rates from an industry average of 10 to 30%, as low as 10%, to as high as 60+%. So we have our Insta Offer technology that's already increasing our overall conversion rates because they, as we talked about, we're giving them something tangible in return for their contact information. But we also have our invisible lead recapture technology to increase that even further. So let's talk about lead recapture mechanism number one, which is our real-time auto skip trace technology. So in this specific lead recapture scenario, the homeowner is going to type in their property address on the first page here, as we can see. So they're going to type in their property address, but once they hit the second page, let's say, for example, they do not fill out their contact info on that form. Well, what's going to happen is our technology deal hunter is going to perform an automatic real-time skip trace of the homeowner's property address. So basically, we're going to match their property address against a skip tracing database, real estate public record database. So we're gonna, and that's gonna allow us to uncover their contact information. So just from having their property address, just from them typing in their property address on the very first page without actually filling out the form with their contact information on the next page, we're still able to acquire their name, email, and phone number and actually recapture that lead and then follow up that lead immediately. Because if there's someone who's actually, come to our website from a Google PPC ad, for example. Let's just take that scenario here. So they typed into the Google search results, "sell my home for cash," showing clear interest and intent that they want to, obviously solve that problem. Then they go through the Google search results, they click on your PPC ad, they even go as far as to type in their property address, but they simply, maybe they're, busy on the go. That's exactly why we talked about our omnipresent retargeting strategy, because as we talked about before, the modern day conversion process for homeowners is much different. They're busy, they're in the car, they're on the go. So maybe they just didn't complete the typing in their contact information on your form. So what we can do here, automatically skip trace their property address, find out their contact information, and follow up with them because they're identified as an interested lead. So that is an extremely powerful just first lead recapture mechanism. So now we can get on to our second lead recapture mechanism, which is even more advanced. So this is our seller ID pixel identity graph matching technology. So nobody out here is doing anything like this. This is super, super advanced. So basically, in this lead recapture scenario number two, the homeowner does not type in their property address on the first page, and they do not fill out their contact info. So this visitor on your website, this homeowner, is 100% anonymous. We have no information from them whatsoever. They simply just have hit our website. But what we can do with our seller ID pixel is it's going to perform a real-time automatic matching of the anonymous visitors' identifiers. So it's similar to a cookie. So if you ever heard of cookies before, they're placed on every browser. I'm sure you've heard that before with different privacy laws and everything like that. Well, there are certain anonymous website visitor identifiers that are similar to cookies. We even utilize their IP address as well, which we can get from their browser. But it's similar identifiers to a cookie. And what we can do is we can match those identifiers that every single person on the internet has that you just don't know about. And we can take those identifiers and we can match them against our own proprietary identity graph database of over 300 million plus B2C homeowner profiles. And then what we can do is once we match those identifiers, we can uncover up to 30% plus of the anonymous website visitors' contact information. So that's their name, email, phone number, address, and then recapture that lead so we can follow up with them to close that deal. So this is extremely powerful. No one else in the industry is doing this. This is an extremely advanced technology, super revolutionary, and it's going to allow you to uncover up to 30%. So up to 3 out of every 10 website visitors that are 100% anonymous. They do not type in their property address on the first page. They do not fill out the form with their contact information on the second page, obviously. They just hit your website and bounce off. We're able to figure out exactly what their contact information is so we can follow up with them. And once again, In this scenario, these aren't just random people that are hitting your website. These are people who are typing into Google, for example, sell my home for cash. They're clicking onto your website and then they're bouncing off for whatever reason. So these are people that have clear interest and intent that we're able to acquire their contact information and follow up with them, even if they don't type in any information whatsoever. They just hit the website as a 100% anonymous visitor and bounce off. So that is lead recapture mechanism number 2. And now I'm sure you're starting to see exactly how we can take our lead conversion rate from, an industry average of anywhere from 10 to 30% to literally up to 60% plus because of these lead recapture mechanisms. And then we take it even further by having our omnipresent retargeting matrix on top of that as well. So this is where things start getting really crazy, and this is exactly why we built this technology to just 10x the performance of our advertising campaigns and just our overall wholesaling business ROI. So Deal Hunter will 2 to 5x your current home buyer website lead conversion rate. So we had the 30% of homeowners completing our form. That's what we see on average with our Insta Offer technology. As we talked about, with normal home buyer websites, you're going to see as low as 10 to 20%, but we're able to get that up to 30% just with our Insta Offer technology. And then we add on an extra 20 to 30% because of utilizing our double invisible lead recapture technology. So our total combined lead conversion rate is anywhere from 50 to 60% plus, a 2 to 5x of the average person's, of the average wholesaler's home buyer website. Absolutely insane. So now let's compare the difference of profitability metrics between a normal home buyer website with our next gen Deal Hunter landing page technology. So here's a side-by-side right here. So we have our Deal Hunter .ai website on the left side here, and then we have a normal home buyer website on the right. So the metrics are all the same here. We're utilizing, the only difference is the lead conversion rate. So we have a monthly ad budget of $10,000 on both sides. Our average cost per click is the same for each website. So we're spending $30 cost per click. But the only difference here is we have a combined lead conversion rate of 60% with our Deal Hunter website in comparison to a 20% conversion rate with a home buyer website. So let's start with the home buyer website. So we had that 20% conversion rate. So the average cost per lead is going to be $150 with a $30 cost per click and a 20% lead conversion rate. So we're going to be spending $150 per lead with a normal home buyer website. Our lead to deal conversion rates, the amount of leads that actually close into a deal, let's say that's 5%. So 1 out of every 20 leads that hit our home buyer website from whatever advertising channel, Facebook or Google, actually end up closing in on a deal. So with all those numbers kept constant, we have a cost per deal of $3,000. So we're spending $3,000 in order to close a deal. So our average earnings per deal, let's say, for example, is $15,000. So that's going to be our assignment fee. So we're with our current home buyer website, we have a profit per deal of $12,000, and that's a 5x return on ad spend. So for every dollar we're spending on advertising, we're getting $5 back. And now we can go into our ad spend efficiency metrics. So based on our $10,000 monthly ad budget, with all of our metrics kept constant, the number of clicks per month with a $10,000 ad budget at a $30 cost per click is 333 clicks per month. Next, we have our leads per month. So at a $150 cost per lead, we're able to generate 66 leads per month with a $10,000 ad budget. And then our deals per month, with a $10,000 ad budget at a $3,000 cost per deal, is going to be 3 deals because we can't have a partial deal. So it's 3 deals. Then our revenue per month based on that is going to be 3 times. It says 50,000 here, but in reality it's going to be 3 times our average earnings per deal, which is $15,000. So that's only $45,000 revenue per month. And then our profit per month is going to be 3 times the $12,000 profit per deal that we make. So that's $36,000 in profit per month. Real metrics. So that's how much we're able to make with a $10,000 ad budget. Now let's move over to our dealhunter.ai website. So once again, we have the same exact $30 cost per click. The only difference here is our combined lead conversion rate is 60% in comparison to 20% with the normal home buyer website. So by having that 60% lead conversion rate, we're able to drop our cost per lead from $150 to $50. So $100 less cost per lead. Lead to deal conversion rate, the exact same thing, kept constant, 5%, just like our normal home buyer website. And just based on that 60% lead conversion rate, we're able to drop our cost per deal by $2,000 from $3,000 to just $1,000. And then our average earnings per deal is kept constant, so it's still $15,000. And that's equivalent to a profit per deal of $14,000. So $15,000 minus the $1,000 cost per deal. And instead of a 5x ROAS, now we're up to a 15x ROAS. So an increase in 10x for our return on ad spend. So instead of $5 for every $1 spent, we're making $5. For every $1 spent, we're now making $15. And this is where things really start getting crazy with our ad spend efficiency metrics. So based on a $10,000 monthly ad budget, we have the same exact cost per click. So it's going to be 333 clicks. But now, based on a $50 cost per lead, we're able to get 200 leads in comparison to 66 leads. And then this is where it really starts getting crazy. So our deals per month, instead of 3 deals per month, now we're doing 10 deals per month because with a $10,000 monthly ad budget at a $1,000 cost per closed deal, now we're generating 10 deals per month. So next would be our revenue per month. So at 10 deals per month at a $15,000 earnings per deal, that's $150,000 in revenue per month. So that's over $100,000 per month more than our current home buyer website. So that's over $1.2 million per year extra just by moving over to our Deal Hunter website. And then our profit per month is going to be $14,000 times 10 deals, which is $140,000 per month profit. So over $1.2 million extra in profit per year just by switching over to our Deal Hunter website, just by increasing your lead conversion rate from the industry average 20% to 60%. And that is the power of our Deal Hunter technology, not even including implementing our Omnipresent authority retargeting matrix on top of this as well. So that is why we built this technology. So that is the training for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it and definitely got a ton of value. I would say this is definitely one of the most in-depth, detailed trainings specifically on retargeting. Basically on the internet for any industry, but definitely for wholesalers, that's for sure. So we went over what is retargeting and why is it so important for wholesaling lead generation with paid advertising. We went over the most effective engagement level audience segments for paid advertising and retargeting campaigns. So we went over the on-platform retargeting segments. We went over the advanced behavioral retargeting segments and also the pixel-based retargeting segments. Next, we went over the top 12 retargeting advertisement creatives to establish yourself as the #1 omnipresent authority. We went over exactly the top 3 retargeting ad platforms to follow motivated sellers around 99% of the internet: Facebook, GDN, and YouTube. We went over exactly how to launch those advertisements on these different platforms for our omnipresent authority retargeting matrix. And lastly, we went over how to get access to the our next gen real estate website technology Deal Hunter that cuts your cost per lead by up to 3x with paid ads, plus much, much more. You can click the link below the video to get access to that. So that is everything. Thank you very much for watching. And if you have any questions whatsoever, feel free to contact us at info@dealhunter.ai. We look forward to making more videos and making more trainings for you guys. Thank you very much.